Welcome back to the World Tour. Our stop in Portland is well underway. We are in day 2 of this tournament with, I believe, 5 entire rounds of Swiss today before we cut to the top 8 players. And what is taking shape here is we have already thinned the herd. Only the strongest 80 players remain today, and in 5 rounds, only the strongest 10th of that number will remain.
Make it to the mountaintop. Only one can. There is so much on the line, so much money, so much fame, so much achievement, and
So much Crown of
recognition.
Providence.
Crown of Providence. That's where I was getting to. I was like, recognition and the Crown of Providence, the extended art gold foil back from the vaults, from the history books, right in front of our very eyes. Someone's walking away with all of that. But we got 5 rounds of CC before we will figure out just who that top 8 will be. Now, we know 80 players made it. We're still kind of waiting on the full hero breakdown, but we went and checked out some of the tables right before round 8 got underway. Anything that you were noticing? Any trends you were seeing? It's a lot of Aurora and a lot of Enigma, but what else were you kind of getting your eyes on out there?
Fair bit of new, fair bit of Viserai. Some interesting deck choices out there. I believe we have a couple victors. We have a Dash.io on Hanabi Blaster out there, a card I am quite fond of. As well as a few more interesting contenders.
There's a Prism trolling around.
There's a Prism. There's some
X1.
Vynsets. Even a few Iras.
Yeah, we watched, I believe, Wyatt Schmitt yesterday was X and 1 when he was on our feature match, or X and O when he was on our feature match, took his first loss to Anu that we watched, I believe, in our second to last round yesterday, but he won out the rest of the day, just that last round, so he's X and 1 coming into today, and we chatted a bit after the round. We talked just like, I was just stoked on his performance, stoked on his run. I think he and his dad actually both ended up X and 1. They were both on our feature match yesterday, and they both ended up X and 1, which is badass as hell. And Wyatt, he talks like, I have a better sideboard now into new. I'm going to go up to 63 cards, bring in some double strikes. Yes, he said I was on the Discord. The sideboard plan is better. So we'll be hoping to check in with Wyatt more as the day goes on. Let's go ahead and check out the standings. These are going to be all of the players X1 or better that made it into day 2. So this is the top of the heap as it stands right now. But this list actually goes all the way down to 80 players. 80 players were X2 or better. Those are all the players that made it into day 2. But some really important and some pretty, recognizable names on this list, Ellibird.
We have Cody Williams. We keep harping on calling Hartford. We had Mark Morrison on stream yesterday, who has also made day 2. Another top 8 contender from that calling is Cody Williams. And our first match is these 2 top players, Victor Antonio Mercado versus Cody Williams. Following that, we have Matthew Harris, who we also saw on stream yesterday.
Yeah, we've got some other names that we've seen. Michael Feng, of course, battle-hardened winner recently. We've got Zach Wallach down there. He's that Prism kicking around at X and 1. Of course, Andrew Lorenz, I believe, was top 8 in Tampa Bay as well. So many players here ready to try to battle into the top 8 here at the Calling during this World Tour stop in Portland. But we have got some undefeated players ready to game, ready to battle for us. We have got Victor Mercado. This is a friend of yours, I believe, from Canada. And Cody Williams, a friend to all on the Runaways podcast there on Zen, the Tamer of Purpose. Now, we know from watching some of these games, and a little bit more about Victor's deck than perhaps the general public does. So set the stage for me, if you would, Miss Ellibird.
What do you think the biggest number Victor is capable of counting to is? 6? 6?
6 blessings,
sounds like a big
perhaps.
6 sounds like a pretty high number for the little guy. Victor is indeed a friend of mine from Toronto, plays for the with the folks from Invasion store out there. They're running Battlehard in Toronto in January. A few other folks that I know, my partner Yuki Lee Bender also plays for them. Fantastic player, incredibly nice guy, very, very, very funny. Also sleeps incredibly early. Last night, after our proceedings wrapped up for the day, he was like, I'm just going to go to bed. And I'm like, dude, it's 6 o'clock. He's like, I need to be locked in for tomorrow. I need to, the psychic damage he loves inflicting on people is just so immense that he needs to wake up that early in the morning for it.
Yeah, so you alluded to counting to a high number. We do know that Victor is on that Count Your Blessings new deck that was popularized or, brought to the forefront by Mr. Michael Hamilton. Cody, however, back in the same tournament in Osaka, was in a win and in scenario for the top 8 of that tournament. Had a really tough, grindy back and forth match with Valentin Mackel, who did end up making the top 8. Cody just needed a couple things to break his way in that game and was not able to find find the luck he needed. He's hoping to rewrite the script here versus Victor Mercado. He's got a new with Count Your Blessings in front of him, but New's got 3 less to work with, so let's see if Cody can hang with this assassin. The first play of the game after the tunic goes to 1 as we get underway here. Leave no witnesses coming in for 4.
Speaking of needing a few things to break his way, this matchup is traditionally not really what Zen is looking to see. It's not really what he's trying to find, but Count Your Blessings are cards in your deck that while they make the guessing game harder, and here comes one right now, they also diminish the amount of offensive options you can have in your deck just by virtue of being there. So it does create the possibility that maybe Zen has a few more avenues to break through, catch Victor with a few no blocks, push some extra damage in scenarios where New may have otherwise had blocking cards.
First Count Your Blessings of the game of the yellow variety going to be played for Victor here, gaining 2 life up to 42 now. Cody there, I think, seeming to do a bit of filtering, blocking 3 cards, respecting the attack reaction, but also looking for a hand that works a little bit better together. Not sure if he found it. Cosmic Awakening, Ancestral Harmony, and a Command and Conquer in that hand so far. So if you're Victor here, you're probably happy to see 1 card played from the deck in that Leave No Witnesses, getting 3 cards on defense, because we're going to be talking all game about life and about deck damage. An interesting thing, talking about this card that you pointed out in Cody's hand here, is Cosmic Awakening. I believe the Runaways, who are quite proud of their Zen deck, talk about having 3 Cosmic Awakenings specifically for matchups like this, where their opponent just wants to run them out of cards. They set those up at the bottom of the deck in conjunction with several chi, keep their life total high, get to the late game and go, all right, here's 20 damage. What are you doing about it? So for Victor here, he's going to be definitely taking a look at that Cosmic Awakening as the Command and Conquer is just going to be blocked by 2 3-blocks here. Want to see what is the counter pitch from our new player. Let's see, the first response just going to be a Bonds of Agony. That's a good way to get some, That's a good way to get some energy out of someone's deck. Yeah, energy or Cosmic Awakening. So immediately seeing these players aware of how this game is going to hit that second cycle and beginning to set up their strategies for each other. However, to begin this turn, for Victor, his second turn, we've got a Beckoning Mistblade coming in for 1, card in hand, card in arsenal, all the options in the world. Cody's got a lot to think about. And a lot of red in that hand as well. It looks like he's working with 4 there. Maybe not the resource curve you're trying to find when you need to mount a prompt offensive against the alluring Desire herself. Art of Desire Mind coming in looking to banish a blue card off the top of the deck or a card on the combat chain. And whenever it does banish a blue card, Victor gets to draw a card and gain a life. And in a Count Your Blessings deck, if that card is a Count Your Blessings, or the card in hand is a Count Your Blessings, all of a sudden you have the resources you need to resolve it and be relatively efficient on the turn, given that normally this card draw would not necessarily be as relevant, but the Siren's Call is going to be utilizing that final resource. But as you said, that's a whole lot of red in the hand. That Siren's Call going to be casting its call upon the winds and hearing nothing in return. The Fabled Runaways, as in the fabled skill of these players to draw 4 red cards when their opponent has the Siren Call. So now, not all is doom and gloom for our new player. He has perfect information about those 4 cards. Not sure about that final card in the arsenal, but can do some good, value calculations of the Zen turn. Card off the top from the Mind Trigger hitting Enlightened Strike, so still not a card drawn for the arsenal. And in these Mystic decks, it's not a given that you draw a red off the top. So another little good break for Cody. Maybe, hopefully, those are signs of luck starting to break a little better his way versus when he was in Osaka on that win and in. Ancestral Harmony going to find a sink below, so unfortunately Cody just not as good of a gamer as other Zen players. The best Zen gamers, they let their Ancestral Harmonies hit every single time. Here comes a Pouncing Paws being cracked without having blocked, which is very interesting to me. Usually you kind of get that one, I don't want to deal with your Mistblade. So Cody really valuing being able to present this Chase the Tail in his hand here and actually start to mount some pressure against New. Here comes a Chase the Tail because there was a Crouching Tiger beforehand. The next Crouching Tiger is going to get +3, and of course the Ancestral Harmony is going to give +1, so making it a 5 power attack. We can see that Art of Desire body in the hand. That's how you get that extra Tiger for the Chase the Tail, and then probably that Mauling Chi just going to hit the arsenal.
and chase the tail's tail is likely to be chased by Aspect of Tiger Body in the hand. Following it, its combo giving it go again, and the combo text on the card giving it +1 from the Ancestral Harmony, and then the Tiger generated by Aspect of Tiger Body, as we know this play pattern well and truly love it, will send an extra Tiger Victor's way.
And for Cody here, you lose your Pouncing Paws, but you make this hand actually do something. Without without that Tiger as the starter, you are looking at something relatively, anemic on the turn. This is going to buy a card to block from Victor, so blocking 3, taking 2 down to 38 here. That's going to follow up the Aspect of Tiger Body, coming in for 4, thanks to the Ancestral Harmony, making the Tiger that will be coming in for 4 as well, thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko and the Chase the Tail. So you lose the Pouncing Paws, you didn't get the block value you wanted out of it, but again, this hand, all of a sudden, some real offensive pressure in a turn that otherwise would have done virtually nothing.
I believe he has a Mauling Chi in hand as well. Definitely sad to not have the blue here with which to send that 1/4/5. But you may get some damage through anyways here, since Victor's hand seems to contain at least 2 cards incapable of blocking, with Pass Over and another Chi, both transcending in response to each other, shuffling Victor's deck on the Stir the Pot, and they shortcutted it a little bit here, but what they did was when Cody passed the turn, Victor played the Passover and said, hey, that Chase the Tail that's currently in the combat chain, I would like to banish that.
Once it hits the graveyard, once you have closed the chain and actually moved to your end phase, both of those Chi cards transcending and allowing for that play to happen. So now a couple Chi in the hand here. Importantly for Victor, the shuffle resolving before either of those Chis hit the pitch zone, so both of those Chis are now going to be at the bottom of the deck. And that Bonds of Agony that we were like, sick, a Bonds of Agony that can take care of the Cosmic Awakening, that's no longer at the bottom of the pitch deck. The deck was just shuffled.
Holding 2 Chi and a Siren's Call here. Victor's probably hoping Cody actually drew some blues here.
Here comes the Beckoning Mistblade, 1 floating for the Siren's Call, and that Inner Chi that we know is certainly not going to be hitting the arsenal anytime soon. So for Victor, has to make the decision between activating the Mask of Recurring Nightmares or coming in with the Scale Peeler. Mask probably going to be a pretty easy utilization on this turn, just grabbing a card out of the hand into the Banish Zone. Cody knew this was most likely coming, given the 2 Chi placed in the hand on defense the turn before. Losing a Breed Anger there to the bottom, and then the Siren's Call going to look for another blue. Is he going to find it? Yes, the 1 blue in the hand. That Biting Breeze now gets bought upon the combat chain, and an arsenal will be drawn up for Victor.
Cody's hand reduced to a measly total 5 damage. He has no way to generate a Crouching Tiger with these 2 cards. It's 100 wins that will come in for 3, and a Tiger Swipe that he has to choose between sending for just 2 damage or pitching into the Mauling Chi in his arsenal.
100 wins, going to buy a block from the Command and Conquer. And look, the Tiger Swipe is going to head to the bottom. Mauling Chi just going to come in for 5. Cody doing something we've seen players do against Assassins all weekend long. Try to keep your arsenal a little less occupied to make the disruption a little less attractive for these Assassin players. Let's see what Victor's working with in his hand. But the one problem with your arsenal being open is Codex of Frailty starts to look a lot more appetizing. And Victor, on the perfect turn, seems to have the powerful book within his grasp.
As well as holding 2 blues alongside it. There's a bit of a nasty assassin play pattern that we'll see take shape here, where he pitches a blue to present this Surgical Extraction, and we may even see him either play a 1-cost attack reaction out of his arsenal or cash in the Undertow Stilettos so that he can follow this up with something else.
Yeah, that Arsenal card is the random draw off of the Siren's Call the turn prior. So not sure how easy it's going to be for Victor to clear it on this attack and get go again for that Codex of Frailty to do some major nasty work. Forcing through the discard is where that card starts to just get astronomical amounts of value. But Surgical Extraction, also something that Cody has to think about. It's got a very real on-hit effect, something he doesn't want to have to deal with.
I would expect he has some way to clear that arsenal, else we would have seen him pitch that Codex of Frailty into a dagger.
Tunic on 3 as well. That means a Command and Conquer can accompany the Codex of Frailty. Let's see what the arsenal is.
He's not counting.
That's going to be the Venomous Bite here, so there is a way to go ahead and push it over the top. The Fang Strike seeing that blue in the pitch zone, so a total of 4 power coming over the top. Cody's got no reactions, no flick flacks to speak of, so after this block for 6, 2 damage coming over. Card off the top is not a blue. 2 cards in hand are both blue.
One of which is a Chi, or can become a Chi, a Transcend instant. Victor opting to put that one in the pitch zone, getting a silver from that, and leaving Cody with a card that is worth exactly 1 point if played.
And now that means that Codex of Frailty can just head straight to the arsenal. Cody's just going to arsenal up that blue card. It is basically like, you know, the starter for the Transcending can play it and transcend with another card. Just lost the path well traveled, however. Cody's still looking to transcend for the first time. Victor's up 2 transcends to 0 here. Got all the tempo, got all the cards. Does he have the offensive pressure? Let's see what we're working with here. There's a Count Your Blessing. There's a Fate Foreseen, Art of Desire Body. Looks as though we might be trying to utilize all the cards in hand by playing the Count Your Blessings and then coming in with the Codex of Frailty.
I believe he may just be pitching 2 cards to a dagger here. Swinging the Scale Peeler so that when he presents the Codex of Frailty to disrupt Cody's arsenal, he's not capable of doing that infamous Zen shove and giving his opponent all of his armor to protect his powerful turn.
I go to 28.
Victor's going to gain 3 life here, 2 from the Count Your Blessings, and then 1 from there being a Count Your Blessings in the graveyard. And now the Codex of Frailty pressuring the card that Cody and Victor both know about, that blue 100 wins. So not the most enticing card to snag with this Command and Conquer and the Tunic here. Wonder if Cody's going to do a lot of work to try to defend it, or going to be happy letting this card just head to the graveyard. And that's the answer. Taking 6 down to 28. Command and Conquer trigger resolving, but importantly, once again, random card for Victor. Wasn't able to see it, so it's just going to be in the arsenal as a mystery from here on out. 4 cards in hand. Let's see. Is Cody a true gamer? The answer?
Rubbing it, give it a little luck.
Hey, it's not going to be a card with combo. It's an attack, which got me excited, but it does
That
need to
card
have
kind
combo.
of has reverse combo. It says that when you attack with it, your next Crouching Tiger gets +1, but it doesn't literally say combo on it.
Doesn't literally say combo, and for a card like Ancestral Harmony, that is mostly the difference. See Cody kind of give that card the shades of when he ripped the Command and Conquer off the top after the Phantasmaclasm in the World Championships in Osaka. Unfortunately, the deck a little less kind this time. 1 floating from the 12th petal Cassia. That is going to come in with a Flex Clause. So this is coming in for 4, creating a Crouching Tiger in the Banished Zone upon hitting. 4 go again. Again, no combo, so no benefit as of yet from this Ancestral Harmony. But for the first time this game, there is an Inner Chi in Cody Williams' hand.
Victor covering this up cleanly with a Sink Below, denying that on-hit. That on-hit is actually occasionally quite valuable here. Let's see what Victor ripped off the Sink.
And that Sink Below was the random draw off the Ponder from the Codex of Frailty. What a nice rip for our Assassin player here. Couldn't draw it up any better if you tried. Get a D-React off the top rather than something like one of those mopey blue attacks that can only come in for 1 or 2 off the back of the dagger.
Growl coming in for 3 here, promising +1 damage to Cody's next Crouching Tiger, activating Zen and getting said Crouching Tiger and searching his deck for a card with combo. With nothing floating here, I would expect he goes and gets Tiger Swipe.
Tiger Swipe, going to have combo, so going to be benefited from the Ancestral Harmony. And the Crouching Tiger made off of Zen will make the Tiger Swipe even more impactful. Not sure if that extra Tiger is going to do too much, though, upon hit. This is really just playing for the most damage, not necessarily looking towards getting those Tigers, because on this turn, without a Kakara coming in, without any kind of Anthem effect, the Tiger created off the Tiger Swipe might not do too much.
I go to 27.
Tiger Swipe going to be following this up for 6, I believe, thanks to the effect of both Ancestral Harmony and Tiger Stripe Shuko. 6 go again.
1, 2.
Hiss coming out to block, so 3 cards blocked so far for Victor here.
4.
Taking 3 down to 24.
2 remaining in the hand.
As we discussed, making the Tigers, not even doing anything with them because there is no value out of the turn. There goes the Frailty, there goes the Chi to the bottom of the deck, but thanks to the Traverse the Universe, now that Cody has 1 Chi, he can get a Chi whenever he likes on defense. Here comes one of those mopey blue attacks, but this one threatens a card off the top of the deck. It threatens a card drawn for Victor and a life gained if the card banished off the top of the deck or from the combat chain is blue in variety. Just a nick going to be the follow-up. So this went from a Mopey attack for 1 to a nice, perfectly on rate with multiple banishes, attack for 6. And now all of a sudden, every blue card means a lot of cards being drawn for Victor.
Let's see the flip here. We have an Enlightened Strike and an Enlightened Strike completely whiffing on card draw and life gain there. However, we talked about deck damage in this game being relevant. All 3 of Cody Williams' Enlightened Strikes are already in his banished zone by turn 6 of this game that we can expect to go much longer if New gets her way.
Yeah, I wonder what Cody was more hoping for there, right? You know, if he loses blue cards, all of a sudden Victor gets to have an arsenal and maybe more. But if he loses these red cards, the threat density in the deck starts to look less and less appealing. Transcending, though, going to make the resource off the 12th Petal Kasaya. Looks as though it was the homage to ancestors if they are representing some life gain. I didn't quite catch exactly what card was the Transcend option for Mr. Cody Williams. Here comes the Tiger Taming Kakara, pitching away a Warmonger's Diplomacy. So 2 floating. It means if Zen is activated on the turn, the next Tiger will get +1 thanks to the staff's ability. 2 resources for 3 damage, but split up over multiple chain links.
The Zen activation coming in here, generating that Tiger in hand and fetching a card of Cody's choosing.
Tough to see these E-strikes hit the banish zone if you are fans of Zen or Cody here. It's like shades of our last new game we had on stream. We saw 3 red cards ripped off the top thanks to a Just the Nick and I believe a Double Trouble. And those red cards really told the tale by the end of the game.
This is a very interesting deck building choice from the Runaways' fabled Zen deck here. This Chi Unleashed in yellow in particular, a 2 for 6 if it follows a Crouching Tiger.
I believe it is to play around Essence of Ancestry Body. It is so that when they play into Enigma, they have a big red threat, or they have a big threat that still does a lot of work, but is not red, so that the Essence of Ancestry Body can't just prevent it. Here, it's just going to buy 2 cards on defense from Victor, and I think it's a Count Your Blessings in hand and a Leave No Witnesses. So one's headed to the arsenal, and one is trying to disrupt Cody's arsenal. 33 minutes remaining. Cody's on 23 to Victor's 20 here. This is the 8th round of the 50th calling here in Portland at our World Tour stop. Both of these players are undefeated. You see these beautiful mats that both of these players are doing battle upon. Not only are we giving away one of these mats, but also the 2 gorgeous Commoner Crawl inspired glasses that are part of the celebrational package here, and a limited edition commemorative coin. All will be given away during or right before the top 8 today. Well, we're also revealing the hero text for 2 very exciting Draconic heroes in Flesh and Blood's next set, the Hunted. But before we can even think about the Hunted, Cody has got to Leave No Witnesses on the combat chain, threatening that arsenal. And that's going to buy 2 cards to block, including one of those important Cosmic Awakenings that we talked about at the beginning of the game, how Cody is maybe looking to try and win this one.
Previously, he gave up this same card, a blue 100 wins, in his arsenal when Victor came in with a Command and Conquer, now choosing to protect it, perhaps so that he can play this Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Transcend when it really matters. Ripping a Chi Unleashed off the top and perhaps looking to ship that off to the bottom so that he has a 0 resource play with this Tiger Swipe in his hand in conjunction with Zen's hero ability. Going to consider everything he still has left in the deck before he makes a decision here. When your opponent's taking cards out of your deck, taking stock can get increasingly difficult as the game goes on. Shipping that Chi Unleashed to the bottom. Floating a resource off of 12 Petal Kasaya's ability.
Zen.
And activating Zach.
Gonna be the activation here. Putting away that inner Chi does have the 1 resource floating. Mauling Chi looks nice when you just have that 1 resource there.
Deck's gotten a little misoriented because of the nature of sleeves without any art on them. I actually make a point when I pass my deck over, their deck over to the opponent. I'm like, the opening of your sleeves is here. Please don't put cards in there upside down.
see what the call is going to be for Cody Williams. Looks like it is going to be the Mauling Chi here.
This makes a lot of sense. He has the one free resource off the 12 Petal Kasaya. He has the free Tiger to power that Tiger Swipe in his hand. And if the Tiger Swipe connects, it will still be worth functionally 1 damage, though it will not trigger the Tiger Stripe Shukos that will already be used. The Mauling Chi gains an on-hit effect if preceded by a Crouching Tiger attack.
Yeah, this time we're seeing the Tiger or the on-hit effect from Tiger Swipe being a little more relevant than the last time it hit the combat chain. That 1 damage taken, so Victor now down sub 20. Do you know there's another Count Your Blessings in the arsenal for Victor? Here comes a Tiger Swipe. It's coming in for 4, and this one's face up, so now Victor can have a sense of that Mauling Chi because it's in the Banish Zone and perfectly has the Sink Below to cover it up, meaning that this Mauling Chi is for 5 and does not represent that extra bit of damage. Looks as though Victor here having a think. No, just going to go ahead and take the 5 down to 13, but with 2 Count Your Blessings available, 1 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal, that life total isn't going to stay at 13 for long.
I believe we may see him play Leave No Witnesses with 3 cards left available to him, wait for his opponent to agonize, and just kidding, he's just casting the Count Your Blessings.
Now Count Your Blessings going to be the play here. Tunic for another Count Your Blessings, just going to gain a total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7.
This is 3 plus 2,
Yep.
plus 2 plus 3.
3 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3, so 10.
Yes. We can count.
That's math. We're literally counting the blessings.
We're literally counting our blessings. It's in the Christmas spirit and the Christmas Armory kit.
Oh my gosh. You guys, there's no reason to be upset about this card. It's the Christmas spirit. Like, let's be clear. So, like we said, not a lot of time spent at 13. Victor all the way back up to 23 here.
Yet again, covering this flex clause with yet again another Sink Below, the 3rd one out of Victor's deck here, sinking a card to the bottom to filter his hand a little bit. I believe I see a peak of a Codex of Frailty in that hand in conjunction with an Art of Desire, not Aspect of Tiger. That's Cody's card. Art of Desire Body and a red Venomous Strike. Venomous Bite?
Venomous Bite.
Munch?
3 damage on the combat chain here from the 100 Winds. Got go again. Makes a lot of sense that Victor didn't throw that Leave No Witnesses on the last turn. There was no arsenal for Cody, so saving it until that card can have a little bit more of a relevant on-hit effect. Art of Desire Body going to be the block on the 100 Winds. And now here comes 100 Winds for 2 because of the combo of the first 100 Winds, but that's going to buy the Venomous Bite here. Still no arsenal for Cody, so that Leave No Witnesses once again not looking too appealing. Maybe it just comes out to threaten the deck and threaten the life total. Codex of Frailty just going to be played here. I love this play. You play Codex of Frailty, you already have a good card, but what you're doing is you're just ripping a card out of your opponent's hand. Victor already has the Leave No Witnesses. We've been talking about, like, wait until it's relevant. Victor's saying, I'm making it relevant. I'm playing the Codex. I don't care about getting a card into my arsenal. I'm getting a Ponder. I'm giving you a Frailty. I'm letting you lose a card, and then I'm immediately threatening that arsenal.
This reminds me very, very, very much of the olden days of the dominance of Lexi Livewire, which I always tell myself was just a few weeks ago, but is actually closer to a year and a half ago now.
Whoa.
That if you drew the Codex of Frailty turn 0 with no targets in your graveyard, it was actually pretty commonly powerful to just slam the Codex, get that Ponder that you could arsenal a second card thanks to New Horizons, and force your opponent to start the game on a bit of a back foot situation by giving them that Frailty. Victor kind of creating a similar situation here, slamming this Codex of Frailty just to disrupt his opponent's hand, give him a Frailty so his staff and arsenal are a little worse, make him discard a card, and then come in with the Leave No Witnesses he already has in his arsenal.
Here comes the Leave No Witnesses for 4 once again, threatening that card that Cody did just grab. So at this point in the game, Cody Williams 23, Victor 21, 4 Count Your Blessings already resolved, which means the other 2 are going to be just so much more powerful than these first couple of turns. Whose seat would you rather be in here? You're looking at the Zen, you're looking at the new, how many, the threats left in deck, all 3 E-Strikes gone. Whose seat would you rather be in at this point?
Easily Victor's. I imagine you're feeling pretty comfortable over 20 life with your opponent with several red playsets already gone out of their deck. Your opponent doesn't seem incredibly capable of blocking this Leave No Witnesses, and block it he shall not. He hasn't cashed in his Traverse the Universe. He hasn't used that lifeline quite yet, but 2 more reasonable non-blue cards are leaving the deck here. Victor draws a ponder and passes, feeling very in control of this game and sharing a little banter with his opponent, a little giggle.
It'll matter a little bit. Yeah.
Cody only has a blue, an aspect of Tiger Body, and a Chi to work with here. This hand can power a Chase the Tail, but its power is diminished by this Frailty token.
Yeah, Tiger Taming Kakara here looking a little bit less powerful than before. Going to be the Chase the Tail grabbed. But when you look at that deck, it's starting to get thinner and thinner for Cody Williams. Here comes one, thanks to the Tiger Taming Kakara. No blocks. Victor down to 20. It wouldn't, Cody is looking for just the nuts, the big turn. Maybe it's an Ancestral Harmony hitting. It's utilizing to traverse. It's something to just go far above and beyond, put Victor in a position to either just take enough damage to be gone. Let's see if we can listen. 20 cards left in deck, it looks like.
That's 5 hands.
That's 5 hands left, so Cody is running out of time to find the aforementioned huge combo turn. It's what he's going to need to really break through the defenses of this new deck and the life gained. Here comes a Fate Foreseen. That's just going to block for 4. Card straight to the bottom for Victor Mercado here. Aspect of Tiger Body, classic follow-up. 3 more makes that Tiger, so ostensibly creates an attack for 6 over 2 chains. Another block from the Just a Nick and the Tiger for 4, given that the Tiger Stripe Shuko triggers. We've seen 2 Tigers on the turn.
Clarifying where that aspect of Tiger Body came from, to be clear, because of the Frailty token's effect. However, Cody gave up his arsenal last turn, ensuring that this card came from his hand.
I'll go to 22.
Yep.
Victor counting yet again up to 22 after taking 4 after everything is said and done.
Seems pretty strong still. Seems pretty strong.
Before anything else.
4 cards drawn for Cody. Technically at this moment, almost nothing left in hand for Victor. I think, yeah, nothing left in hand. Those cards not yet technically drawn.
Victor adores these game states. Let me tell you, yesterday I walked past him. He's playing a side event. I believe this was
Friday,
yes. Side events. I walked past him. He's playing a side event against relatively new player. His opponent's behind on life, behind on cards, has like 2 cards left in deck. Victor's at like 30 life, playing Count Your Blessings. I just walk by him. He just looks up at me and smiles.
Hey, it's working out for our friend at XNO, facing down Tiger Taming Kakara down to 20, playing Cody's 19, 22 minutes remaining, basically 23. It's turn 10, so getting close to the quote-unquote second cycle, but both players have shuffled at least once. Cody, quite a bit. 50th calling here at the World Tour. Both these players not out of it by any stretch of the imagination if they do lose this one. But both of these players can honestly probably lose 3, no? They could be maybe the 8th seed if they lose 3 after going X and O on the day.
If their last loss is somewhere around the final round, it's incredibly likely that you can top 8 at X3. You may not if you lose rounds 1, 2, and 3 and then went out from there. It could be
day 2, yeah.
Of day 1.
Oh.
Your last losses matter the most.
For sure. I just meant in these 2, yeah. In these two,
yeah. Even in day 2, yes, it could be even harder.
What's the follow-up here from Cody Williams? Even though there's a good chance both these players can make the top 8, neither of them wants to lose this game. Their odds increase dramatically with a win here.
Cody's hand a little bit awkward here, holding a Warmonger's Diplomacy, a Cosmic Awakening, a Wind Chakra that has found its way into the pitch zone, and this aspect of Tiger Body we see on the combat chain. He was left with 4 cards, but only capable of using 2 of them to present a total of 5 damage. Victor covering it up pretty cleanly with this levels and going over to his turn with 4 cards in the grip, a Hiss in arsenal, a Siren's Call in hand, a Double Trouble, and a Persuasive Prognosis. This turn promises to be punishing to Cody's hand, life total, and deck.
And we've seen Victor do a fair amount of blocking as soon as Cody goes a little wider. However, on this turn, because he wasn't able to present much, all of a sudden Victor comfortable to come in with some of these cards for their offensive and disruptive values, not simply use them to block 3 or block 4. Cody there, keeping the Cosmic Awakening in the arsenal, clearly establishing it or identifying it as a potential way to move forward and win this game. And luckily for him, it's a Siren's Call in the arsenal. or in the hand for Victor, and not at the moment, from what we can see, Arsenal Disruption. So hand disruption, not Arsenal Disruption, means that Cosmic Awakening might be safe for at least a turn.
Cody counting his opponent's remaining Siren's calls, possibly considering cashing in that Traverse the Universe. However, the longer he waits, the less time he has to close this game out.
A nice hand here for Cody Williams. Has the inner chi already. Can he find a way to make this Cosmic Awakening huge? Or is he too worried about what this Persuasive Prognosis represents? If you keep taking time to set up against New, there's only one Count Your Blessings left in the deck, which means these hands, you know, are sure to be more disruptive and threatening from here on out. Warmonger's Diplomacy going to be the block here.
Victor into play this hiss, coming over at the top of this Warmonger's Diplomacy, making the prognosis a bit more persuasive. However, Cody pushing it down by 1 with this, a drop in the ocean, not transcending, playing this card for 1 defense value, but Victor coming in with a Siren's Call in response, ripping that chi out of Cody's hand unless he pitches it to Zen right now. The prognosis looks grim for our Zen player on the other side of the table here.
Siren's Call here, going to grab that chi out of the hand unless Cody has a way to deal with it. He's just going to go ahead and activate Zen, create a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone. Can you fail to find with Zen? You can just... sorry. In the hand? Yeah, let's listen in.
So you'll shuffle your deck or something like that?
Just turning this Inner Chi into a Crouching Tiger, opting to fail to find. For the uninformed at home here, kind of what's going on here is that Cody is going to look through his deck and tell his opponent, I didn't find anything. Whether that's true or not, you are allowed to do this because your opponent doesn't actually know the contents of your deck and cannot force you to prove that there was no combo card. So he isn't taking a card out of his deck here since he wouldn't be allowed to use it. Card goes to banish and can only be played until the end of the turn. So opting not to remove a card from his deck for Victor, basically, since that's Victor's win condition here. Just creating the Crouching Tiger, shuffling his deck since he searched it, and going over to his turn.
Which is important because now every time that deck gets shuffled, it gets harder and harder for Cody to really set up something on the bottom. These Zen players, it might not be the main game plan nor strategy due to that hero ability, but that Tiger in the hand just can be played, just get out of there, has the Flex Claw still, put the onus back on Victor to still do some disruption. Right now, this is, he's finding that disruption. Here comes an attack for 4. Let's see perhaps what Victor is working with. Got the Hiss and the Art of Desire body, which means that Slither token actually going to be relatively relevant. The go again here, not only going to be able to, you know, is going to make that other card be able to be played on the same chain link, same combat chain.
Cody, however, considering that Victor has finally played all 3 Siren's Calls, we may see him kind of risk it for the biscuit, cash in that 6 armor he has, including the Traverse the Universe, on this Surgical Extraction to get that chi out of his deck, since Victor has fewer and fewer ways to remove it from his hand here.
He'll also be looking for the Hisses and the Venomous Bites, because if you block 6 on this attack, you're going to be taking 1. It will come over the top. One thing I am noticing, we haven't seen any Flick-Flacks out of Cody Williams. Not sure if it's in the list or just didn't bring it into the matchup. Have to imagine if it is in the list, would be coming in here.
Giving it a little bit of thought here. This is not an easy decision when you want to cash in your Traverse here to close this game.
This is
you
potentially
really don't want to lose the card you go get.
Look at this. We have a Transcend. We have the Ancestral Harmony. Like, this is the turn that Cody Williams has been looking for. He's maybe thinking, if I give the 6 block and still lose a card from hand, am I going to be able to still have a great turn? But he's just going to say no blocks. Allow Victor to take whatever card he wants here, because this attack is now coming in for 7. Slither is going to give go again. Cody's going down to 12. Art of Desire body is now going to be a real card, but let's take a look at the hand and see exactly. Ooh, and the grain that tips the scale off the top for the trigger. That's going to make a silver. Let's see what Victor wants to take here.
Looks like he's leaning towards that chi, turning off Zen's ability. However, if he leaves him with both Stir the Pot and Ancestral Harmony, he will still be able to generate a chi in his hand.
And what's nice for Cody about not blocking with the 6 armor here, keeping that Kasaya around, is if he is able to transcend with the Stir the Pot, that one resource goes perfectly into the Flex Claws on the turn, which might be part of what Victor's considering. If you take the Stir the Pot here, then the Kasaya can't make you that resource, and that Flex Claws becomes a lot more awkward.
Checking his opponent's graveyard, and banish is Victor here.
Maybe trying to sniff out what's in that arsenal. 15 minutes left.
Maybe trying to sniff out what remains in Cody's deck.
He's sniffing something.
Disgusting.
So, also importantly, Victor does still have that Art of Desire body, so we'll be going for the top of the deck and potentially banishing a card to gain a life and draw a new arsenal. And the random draws off the top for Victor have been perfect all game long. Let's see if he can continue that trend.
You're not a master of the first cycle pitch stack, Sam?
Who says I'm not?
Oh, okay.
Who says I'm not?
You just seemed unfamiliar with the tactic.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. You've come from my life, and I'm sure I appreciate it. Victor here having a real thought, because this does feel like kind of the turn of this game, right?
This is pivotal.
Cody had all of the options available to him, but the perfect kind of disruption for Victor to have all of the optionality to take exactly the card he wants.
I'll take Stir the Pot.
Choosing Stir the Pot, I think most likely because of the ability that Cody now no longer has to transcend and make that resource for the Flex Claws. I think that's a really nice pick. And then here comes the Art of Desire body, once again threatening a card off the top of the deck, threatening life, and threatening Cody 2 separate ways. Life total, top of deck, and an arsenal for Victor if the card off the top of the deck is red.
It also threatens Cody in a secret third way, in that if he banishes a red card, Victor's life total is going to get ever so slightly further out of reach of Cody's assault. Cody acknowledging, I am not in the best spot here. Chewing on his options, doesn't look none too pleased with the way this game is currently going.
All right, Cody having a real think. Once again, both players know this is the turn that will most likely decide this game. 13 minutes remaining. No blocks is the call. 3 damage comes over the top. Cody going to be down to 9. Let's see what the top of the deck reveals.
And it is a red and Command and Conquer.
Let's see if we can see what the random arsenal is. It is just going to be an Art of Desire Mind.
I believe that was a Bonds of Attraction blue. It's kind of okay. All of those 1-power assassin attacks look more or less exactly the same, and they have very similar effects. Those effects still astonishingly relevant in that they take cards out of Cody's deck, and for Victor to kill his opponent, they take cards out of his graveyard, giving Victor access to some of Cody's blue attacks to use against him. Cody following up his Tiger Taming Kakara for 2 here with a Flex Clause for 4. Victor really valuing shutting down the on-hit of this card. He knows that that Tiger it generates can be worth 1 or maybe more, letting him fire off a Chase the Tail if it were to connect here. He has blocked 4 on every single Flex Clause this game.
Grabbing 100 wins off the Zen activation. Here comes a Crouching Tiger for 1. Victor down to 21. Cody's at 9. That deck is so small. 12 minutes remaining at such a life deficit, and it looks like deck deficit. I think the Surgical Extraction on that last turn might have spelled the nail in the coffin, unless this Cosmic Awakening can do some crazy friggin' work. It is looking as though perhaps Cody will not be able to break through the defenses and the life gained from this new deck. Man, the Surgical Extraction grabbing that Stir the Pot on that last turn, just so massive. Look at, again, the kind of lack of efficacy that Cody was able to put together given what Victor did in Disruption.
Here comes a Beckoning Mistblade, the first we've seen in about 10 turns here. Victor holding on to a Grain that tips the scale, capable of transcending, as well as a Persuasive Prognosis, which will get +1 and go again from this Beckoning Mistblade if it connects with Cody's life total. And it being played will allow Victor to transcend and activate his Mask of Recurring Nightmares, forcibly ripping another card out of Cody's hand.
Cody's desperately trying to make that Cosmic Awakening he set in the arsenal a couple turns ago really sing. I'm foreseeing something sad on this turn if it comes to pass. I don't know if it will, but if this Mistblade hits and then the Prognosis comes in for 2, and Cody tries to just block with Traverse.
And the grain is tipped.
And the grain is tipped just over the top. It would be devastating for our Zen player here. He's got the Wind Chakra. He's got the Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. Here we go. No blocks. Beckoning Mistblade is going to connect. Cody's down to 8. Going to be the, Bonds of Attraction is going to be the use of the go again here.
Victor concealing this Persuasive Prognosis as long as possible here. Maybe we see the grain on the scale on this chain link into the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, giving Victor a little bit more options, giving him a few more options, a little bit more decision-making power.
Also has
by gaining more information and taking cards out of Cody's deck before sending an additional piece of disruption.
Also has the Tunic available after this to go into the Scale Peeler and make these attacks block for a little less, but the Traverse is going to be used here. Grabbing a Chi, this is it. This is like the final turn of this game virtually for both of these players. There are like 5 cards left in Cody Williams' deck, maybe total. 5 or, okay, there's a little more than 5, but there's not that many. And this Inner Chi is going to be what Cody is trying to utilize to really make this final turn sing.
There's one Chase the Tail remaining in Cody Williams' deck, and that deck is so small. The chances of Victor ripping it off the top with either of these cards, that banish cards out of Cody's deck, is getting increasingly likely.
Is the grain that tips the scale going to be used? No, it's just going to be the Persuasive Prognosis, so Cody now can stop this out with one of those pieces of equipment. The grain that tips the scale will not tip it over the top, but will create a banish from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares at the very least. Cody's got to give this one a real think. The Tunic also potentially could pump into the Arousing Wave, and there's actually still one floating, so that is why we're going to see both of these cards be given. Cody respecting whatever that final card could be.
As much as he can respect it. Giving it some thought.
This is a huge moment for our Zen player. What does he sniff out? What does he play around? If he makes the correct call, it could be the difference between victory and defeat.
We just saw Cody pray to some higher power that there is a way out of News clutches here.
If you only give one card, if you only give one of these pieces of equipment, Arousing Wave can push us over the top along with the grain that tips the scale, and then you're potentially losing 2 cards out of the hand on this turn that you are crafting. Do you just give the 2 pieces of equipment here? That's going to be the block. Just the 12-petal Kasaya. Grain that tips the scales, giving +1, and the Arousing Wave to go over the top.
This Chi card will transcend into an Inner Chi, activating Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
It's all blue in the hand for Cody Williams at the moment. If the card off the top is red, Persuasive Prognosis will not rip a card. But if the card off the top is red, there's nothing, maybe nothing left for Zen to grab. The Rock and the Hard Place both call for Cody Williams here.
Looks like he's going to give up this Wind Chakra. Or a Pouncing Chi. Or Chi Unleashed, I believe. Erroneously printed as Chi Unbound in a starter kit for those who are unaware. A little fab fun fact.
Fun fact.
You may not play both of them now.
I hate when things get erroneously printed.
I hate when things are erroneously
It's just a tough situation all around. 1 damage over the top. Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to buy the Chi Unleashed or Unbound, depending on what product you open it in. Let's see what the rip off the top is. It is an Inner Chi. It is blue, which means Victor gets his pick of the cards in the hand. It's going to be the Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. 6 minutes left in the round. Such a life deficit. Now 2 cards were just taken from Cody Williams on a turn that he needed to have all the power in the world. Unfortunately, not blocking with the Tiger Stripe Shuko, probably going to spell his doom in this game.
Cody not left with much to work with here. Pitching 3 cards to send a Cosmic Awakening for 15 is not where you want to be with this card. It's not even threatening Victor's entire life total. Cody's at 7, and I believe he has sub 10 cards remaining in his deck.
They banned my wizard.
Victor's saying they banned my wizards, so he was like, I want to play wizards. If I can't play wizards, I have to play this deck. I don't know what you want from me when I was talking about the list yesterday. Cody here on the turn, still able to turn these cards into 15 points of damage. However, you have to imagine it could have been something even more devastating if he was able to keep that sacred art in the hand.
Shout out in the background to Victor's cam here to Eric Keelback. I believe he was 4th seed going into day 2 on Viserai.
Shout out to everybody hanging out and watching at home. Such an exciting calling here. We've just got, honestly, a meta for the ages. I've just been talking with all of the players, hearing from people at home. People are stoked. It's a fun time to play Flesh and Blood. Many viable decks, many viable heroes, and as we've seen all weekend, great games to be enjoyed. 6 blocks, so Victor down 2-7. But with so little cards left in the deck, is Cody going to be able to string together something glorious here? Another Cosmic Awakening is still in the deck. Maybe that will be enough. Perhaps we've spoken too soon. But with 5 minutes elapsed and 5 minutes, remaining in the round, he's going to have to do it quickly.
Victor playing the path well traveled, giving this card go again and activating the Mask of Recurring Nightmares yet again. It looks like that Chase the Tail may leave Cody's deck without chasing anything.
No blocks, no reactions beyond the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. There goes the final Ancestral Harmony, which means 2 life is going to be gained as Victor grabs another blue card. 1 life will be gained, but the card will be able to trigger.
Yes, the wording of the card does make that seem like it would be the case, but a card has to have been banished for Bonds of Attraction to... I almost said Bonds of Ancestry. It'd be very concerning if anyone was presenting that card today.
Here comes 6 damage from a Command and Conquer. Victor's at 8. That's going to buy a block for 3, so Victor's going to take 3. Down to 5. Life totals are low for both players, but that doesn't tell the whole story.
Victor still has 1 blessing to count remaining in his deck with 5 in the graveyard.
Surgical Extraction here, just devastating. This means that we can pitch 2 Chi perhaps into that Cosmic Awakening in the arsenal.
However, you see a Chi enter the pitch zone to fire off the Surgical Extraction. It's likely he has another in the hand to activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Cody is stuck with 2 Chi in his hand and no way to fire off that Cosmic Awakening even to begin with.
That's just going to be a Tiger Taming Kakara now coming in for 2. That buys a block of the Bonds of Attraction. Activate Zen, make the Tiger so that he can at least come in for 1. Let me see. Fail to find 1 damage. That's going to buy a block. Way more cards for Victor to work with. Then Cody here draws the final hand, has the Cosmic Awakening. What can Victor do? You know that Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to be a potential option. Is there a Chi in the hand? Fate Foreseen is all that's left. So going to go ahead and crack a silver. Let's see what the rip off the top is. Levels of Enlightenment going to crack another silver. We're going digging. He has just got all these silvers to work with. Let's see what he can find. Codex of Frailty off the top. Look at this. Can just go ahead and grab what he needs. And all Cody can do is laugh. The bad beats continue for the player from the Runaways as here comes the Leave No Witnesses to once again threaten that Cosmic Awakening. Tough to see, but part of why these contract cards from Dynasty are so good in these scenarios. You can just continue to dig with your blues until you find what you need. Oh, it really seemed like he was going to have a chance. Oh my gosh.
I mean, Victor's hand was a blue and a Fate Foreseen. It looked like he had no disruption available to him, and Cody would get to send 20. That almost certainly spells Victor's doom with the amount of Chi in Mr. Mercado's deck on the other side of the table. But, I mean, he bought his way to enlightenment, pitching blues into these silvers over and over and over until he found the necessary Codex of Frailty to lock this game up. Can I say something controversial, Sam?
I mean, don't ask me. Ask Jesus. I'm kidding.
I love this deck. There was a lot of resistance, I think, to the Count Your Blessings kind of package, and it has been reined in some. I don't disagree with it being reined in some,
Yep.
but I think this card is just, I mean, it may as well have been a new specialization. It's so cool in this deck. These situations it creates, so fascinating, and what an amazing game we have here. Victor taking it over Cody, very expertly picking apart his deck, his life total, his hand, and at the end, that last card in his arsenal
going to just fall to that leave no witnesses, as Victor was able to count the blessings, and he now counts an additional win in the column there. You just saw Cody. All he could do is laugh as we went 1 draw, 2 draw, 3 draw codex, find the leave no witnesses. But honestly, huge shout outs to Cody. He navigated a position to potentially be able to win this game.
He really set himself up to finally be able to close it with that Cosmic Awakening, and there was just a little bit too much left in Victor's deck. And there could be a little bit too much left in your deck when we go to the world premiere of The Hunted in Prague, where you get your chance to play with and open some cards from this set that people will be playing with for the first time January 17th weekend to the 19th. And you can get your hands on this beautiful, I mean, this is one of my favorite pieces of Flesh and Blood art ever to see paper. This cold foil Arachne slipped through the cracks by Dominic Mayer. This is sold out. However, you can still get access to the fabled packages that get you into the Calling in Prague, which will also be a limited event. Also, one of the first opportunities to play with this new set, and you can choose. You don't choose. I believe it's random between the Path of the Ninja, including Art of the Dragon Blood, Art of the Dragon Claw, Fire, and Scale, or the Path of the Warrior, including this amazing Jagged Edge card. You want to beat Enigma as a warrior? This is where you need to start.
People are so stoked on this card.
Flurry Stance, Agility Stance, and Power Stance extended art promos to power up your daggers. And speaking of extended art promos, for the Calling, you will receive 1 random promo card with entry of either Blood Runs Deep, Long Whisker Loyalty, or Tarantula Toxin.
We've got also these battle-hardened promos for you as well. The Rainbow Foil Extended Art, man, they are really kind of upping their promo game. Please, I hope you will join us at the world premiere in Prague. We were both at the world premiere in Tampa. It was honestly a great time, and I hope you will join us because we got to see exactly what these Draconic and these Assassin cards can do.
And we will see what people can do in round 9. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. Round 9 is about to get underway, and we have got a battle between Light and Shadow. Solana's finest versus the Demonastery. Prism and Vynnset are down in the feature match area, ready to get rip, roaring, and ready for you.
Alrighty, we have Casey Russell and Zachary Wallach, both 6'2". Zachary Wallach has torn up the AGE scene in the past. He's on Prism, and Casey Russell on Vynnset. Classic showdown between Illusionist and Runeblade Light versus Shadow. Curious to see how this plays out. Prism is typically pretty good at preying on these slower, dirtlier decks, and we've seen some incredibly efficient play from Vynnset this weekend, but we don't necessarily know how effective she will be at clearing auras or a board Prism may try to present to her opponent in this matchup.
Both of these players very live for top 8, and Zachary Wallach, of course, known for many things, known mostly for Illusionist play at the highest level and at the AGE circuit in Los Angeles, the recent AGE Open champion, if I am not mistaken. But here taking not, the Illusionist of the month, not the most represented Illusionist here by any stretch of the imagination, back on Prism, the Awakener of Soul, and without Tome of Divinity as an option anymore for his list. From what I understand, he told me, I was like, dude, you're X1, this is great. He just looked at me and goes, 9 Wraths. So he is on 9 Angelic Wraths in this list, which, if you're not familiar, is the 0 cost making an attack with Herald or Angel in its name +3 or it's like +4, 3, or 2.
It is 4, 3, 2, red, yellow, blue.
Yeah, just a ridiculous attack reaction. It's technically an instant, but utilizing it to just probably prey on some of these aggro decks, because listen, when you're just throwing big old Heralds with Go Again, deck is still probably pretty good. The question is, will Vynnset and her unpreventable rune chant damage be enough to carve through those Angels with Ward 4? Because even if the Angel has Ward 4, if one rune chant is unpreventable, that Angel will fall, the wings will crumble, the feathers will descend to the Demonastery's heathenous ground. Let us see just how both of these players will attempt to take down the other.
An interesting question remains of whether or not there will even be any unpreventable arcane damage. When we saw Mara Ferris yesterday, her deck actually contains 0 shadow non-attack actions, so she was incapable of taking advantage of that part of Vynnset's text box. We'll see if Casey's deck is built in a similar way.
Here comes Prism and Vynnset. 40 plays 32, as Prism is, of course, just a little bit lower in life starting out than the remainder of classic constructed heroes, beyond, of course, Kano. But round 9 is about to get underway. Let us see just how Mr. Zachary Wallach wants to begin. Looks as though he is on the play. Got the Face Purgatory and the Vexing Quill hand available, plus that Dyadic Carapace and the Spellbound Creepers making our way to the other side of the table. We can see the Calming Gesture. That card that came out in Rosetta has just been doing so much work for all of these Illusionist heroes. And of course, the Empyrean Rapture. Such a powerful piece of equipment, but will be a little less effective if those rune chants become unpreventable. But as you mentioned, we'll have to see just the composition of Casey Russell's deck. First action here is going to be a War-Tune Herald, but a blue in the pitch means this one have Go Again.
Spending 1 on Phantasmal Footsteps' triggered ability as Widespread Annihilation destroys that attack with Phantasm, and another one hits the combat chain along with another War-Tune Herald, sending both players, both cards to the graveyard immediately.
Something to note here, Vynnset's got a lot of attacks with 6 or more power. All of those Deathly Wails, the Widespread series, they all are going to be able to be Phantasm Poppers. Interestingly, on that turn, Zachary didn't have Go Again, but the Phantasm trigger allowed for the Phantasmal Footsteps to be activated and gain another action point. So Zach was able to go a little wider, but Phantasm was still a problem both times. Rune Chant generated off the Deathly Delight. Wow.
Oh my
2
God.
red Malefic incantations to start off this game. If you are in Vynnset's seat, I don't know if there's something you could have drawn up better.
I imagine if you're in Prism's seat, you wish you had a cut through the facade right about now.
Card did some work yesterday, let me tell you. Figment of Rebirth in the pitch. Herald of Triumph on the combat chain here. This is going to make popping a little more difficult as attack action cards get -1 while defending this card.
Let's see Casey's response here.
Prism, of course, we haven't seen her on the scene in a minute, but this is going to buy a block for 7 with that brand new Haunting Rendition. Just an all-star in this Vynnset list.
Interestingly, Zach saying that's fine, opting to send another Herald here while holding an Angelic Wrath, perhaps valuing the on-hit of this Herald protection a little bit more than the Herald of Triumph.
Yellow in the pitch, so that first one had go again. This one's going to buy a Phantom Wraith, so that's the Phantasm.
However, he does not have an attack to follow with if he could pay into Footsteps this turn like the last. On what you were talking about on that turn, you said, interestingly, he gained an action point by popping it, but because of cards like Angelic Wrath, it seemed, considerably more attractive to Casey to just opt to pop those Phantasm attacks. So like Zach has opted to pop his Halo of Illumination here early in this game, putting a card into his soul, which will trigger Prism's ability since it has Herald in its name, searching his deck for a Figment, grabbing Figment of Triumph.
Grabbing Figment of Triumph to turn this attack from a 6-power attack into a 5-power attack, so Phantasm will no longer be a thing. We will get, if this attack now actually does get over the top and resolve, we'll get 2 Prism triggers. One from the War Tune Herald that we just saw, the Figment of Rebirth, and now that Herald is going to hit the soul, make a Spectral Shield, and trigger Prism again. Thanks to Empyrean Rapture, either of these Figments can also become a Herald. Fascinating use of the Halo of Illumination there, because you have to imagine Figment of Triumph is another great option, being able to turn a card in the Banish Zone face down, but because the Figment of Triumph allowed for the attack to hit, the Figment of Judgment was still available on the turn thanks to that Herald hitting. So Zachary still deciding, I'm going to turn a card face down. The only, kind of other option you really have with the Figment of Triumph and the Halo of Illumination, you can turn a card face down when they try to get go again. When they try to utilize a go again off of a card in Banish Zone, they play something like a Shadow Puppetry, you turn the card they were going to go again face down, no longer a legal target. You can really stuff a turn that way. Zach here, looking to get 2 Figments for the price of 1 with that Halo of Illumination activation.
This sort of tricky instant speed play is exactly why the Awakeners of Soul version of Prism starts at 32 life, in addition to the fact that all of these Figments can be converted into an Angel on their other side with both more effects and Ward 4. Casey Russell holding another popper in his hand, banishing a widespread ruin, sending it by rune gating it with the 2 chance he has, one from last turn's Vynnset trigger and one from this turn's Vynnset trigger, coming in for 2 arcane, 6 physical, and triggering 2 malefic incantations to leave a couple rune chants in the back pocket for the next turn.
I think Zach was maybe banking that Casey didn't have another 2-cost RuneGate card in the hand after blocking with those 3 cards. The Figment of Judgment there turning over the 2-cost meant that if it was something like one of the Widespread Destructions, another Annihilation, something that costs 3, Phantom Banshee, one of these type of cards, all of a sudden Casey would be in a tough situation of maybe having to pop the Vexing Quill hand to have a turn, and Casey really is incentivized to attack on this turn to get the Malefic incantations going, to get the Rune Chant train leaving the station, because now these 2 Rune Chants are going to make the subsequent turns so much smoother for the Vynnset player here. Unfortunately for Zach, Widespread Ruin was the final card in the hand, so not only is 8 damage being presented with only 1 card on this turn still left in the hand for Vynnset, those Rune Chants in the back are really the story of this turn. No damage yet across the table for Zach. Still at 32, giving this one a think. Casey, 35, round 9 here of our calling at the World Tour in Portland.
These rune chants present a complicated problem for these decks that generate ward like Prism's Angels, as their single damage pings can promise to break up ward that was hoping to get a little bit more defensive value. Breaking up 1 ward on the board here, that Spectral Shield soaking up 1 rune chant. Zach offering no other defensive options here, taking 1 arcane and 6 physical, and then being forced to banish the top card of his deck thanks to Widespread Ruins effect, hitting the most valuable figment in the deck, the Figment of Erudition, heading to the banished zone. This one, when flipped, when it enters, it makes a ponder, and when it's flipped, it's an angel that draws 2. It's the engine of Prism's gameplay, and it's the best possible hit for that Widespread Ruin.
That is devastating for Zach, seeing that Figment of Erudition off of the top into the banish zone. It is often how Prism has its most powerful turns, drawing 2 cards off of an attack for 4. That's basically uninteractable, no Phantasm. At the end of Casey's turn, however, Zach is going to use Prism's once per turn effect of Awakening an Angel so that he can awaken the Figment of Triumph, make it an angel that attacks for 4, banish that final Herald in the Soul, and now for the rest of the turn, attack action cards are going to have -1 until the start of Prism's next turn, so that's going to affect Vynnset's next turn as well, but importantly on this one, all attacks for 6 are no longer poppers. You can see why Zach wanted to make sure he utilized Prism's ability on that turn prior, just in case a Herald hits on this turn, and now Prism's ability to awaken a Figment is available for him on this turn as well.
Speaking of forcing through Herald effects, Zach is holding a nasty one in his hand, the Herald of Judgment. If he can force that to connect with Casey's life total, it will prevent Casey from playing cards from his banished zone on his next turn, completely neutralizing Vynnset's entire game plan.
How all in will Zach want to go? There's a yellow in the pitch, so that attack had go again. Now this Herald of Judgment also has go again. It's going to be coming in for 6. 7 or higher to pop.
Says Zach, reminding his opponent of the Victoria Archangel of Triumph static effect until the end of the turn. Casey rereading this one saying, oh my god, that's really what that says? This exists?
Yeah, Prism specialization. Herald of Judgment.
She may mete out judgment on the heathens of the Demonastery like Vynnset here. Casey lining up some blocks. Let's see what he's working with. I see a Revel in Runeblood, a Succumb to Temptation, a Deadwood Dirge, and a Deathly Whale. Not an easy 6 block, and I believe Zach's arsenal is still an Angelic Wrath.
Do any of these armor pieces join the fray here to try to stop this Herald of Judgment from hitting? Succumb to Temptation, blocking 3, Revel in Runeblood blocking 2.
Blocking 5, looking like he's going to take 1 here.
That means no cards from banished this turn. Prism Trigger. Let's see what Figment Zach wants to get here. Does have go again and can flip for free thanks to the Empyrean Rapture.
However, he is incapable of getting Figment of Erudition. You notice there was a little bit of a pump stop on Zach's side of the table where he said he reached for that arsenal and he said, any reactions? And Casey said no. So he all went ahead and took 1. I'm curious to see what his plan for this Herald of Triumph effect is. I want to know how he intends to play around not being able to cast cards from the banished zone when he's forced to put one there at the start of his turn.
Which will stack the yellow Wartune Herald back to the top of my deck.
Figment of Rebirth, as you heard, yellow Wartune Herald's going to go back to the top. May effect, and so Zach is electing to resolve the trigger. Get that card back on top. Casey, man after my own heart, just giving it a little tap.
Do you tap? Are you a tapper?
Yeah, I'm a tapper. I feel like tapper. If you're cheating against me, like you got more problems than me losing this game right now. So,
well, now I know who I can cheat against.
That's very true. That's why I always lose against you.
All
right, that's going to be Prism's activation here, free thanks to the Empyrean Rapture. That is going to make. Looks like we're going to flip over the Figment of Judgment.
Or is this all instant?
But, yeah, it's all instant, but I'm not
This
passing.
is Themis, I believe, the Archangel of Judgment, who can turn banished cards face down when she attacks by banishing a card from Zach's soul. Not the most universal use case kind of effect, but incredibly useful against exactly the Shadow Runeblade and Shadow Hero archetype here. Casey putting a Deathly Whale in his banished zone and playing Deadwood Dirge to make some rune chance. However, that whale may be doomed to its own demise, as if it goes back to Zach's turn, he can find a way to get a card in his soul. He's going to be able to neutralize that threat before it becomes one.
Yeah, very good point there. That Deathly Whale could just be bound to be face down like the other Deathly Delight that sits there in the banish zone. Here comes the Herald of Triumph. Wartune Herald that we put back on the top is the yellow pitch to power up the go again for this turn. Not sure if Zach had another one, so nice for him that he was able to grab that thanks to the Figment of Rebirth. And now these triumphant effects continue. The Herald of Triumph here having the same effect as the Archangel of Triumph.
This effect is gone. Because it's only until the start of my next turn.
Explaining to his opponent that I wish it lasted literally forever, but it's only until the start of my next turn.
When this attack action cards your opponent's control, just get -1.
They're just worse forever.
Forever, yeah.
All right, you lose.
When this attacks, grab a Sharpie, write -1. It persists until your next round.
Let's see what Casey's taking a look at here in this hand. We have an Envelop in Darkness, so he does have some Shadow non-attacks in this deck. A yellow Malefic Incantation, a beautiful extended art Widespread Destruction, and a yellow Deathly Whale. Finding their way onto this combat chain, he is holding he is sending this Face Purgatory effect, forcing Zach to discard a card, and he draws a card, but he's responding by clearing cards out of his hand, pitching into
Ward 1.
Empyrean Rapture's ability to gain Ward 1 to protect this card in his hand, and responding with Angelic Wrath to push this attack over the top.
Fantastic play here from Zach, the Wallach. He's going to go ahead and banish over the top, get a card in the soul. That Herald of Triumph going to create a trigger for Prism, and now also has 2 floating to attack with either of these angels. But the question is, how all in is he going to go? Because Zach knows as well as anyone, any Shadow non-attack, any life paid means that all the angels will fall to the Iron Maiden's gaze and grasp. Figment of War going to be the pick here, grabbing a Courage from its own effect.
Oh, he has 3 cards in Face Purgatory, draws a card. How ridiculous. I was going to say that Envelop in Darkness is so hard to cast since Vynnset forces you to banish, but he is replete with resources on his turn to power out that Shadow non-attack. However, Zach now has a card in soul to turn that Deathly Whale face down. Casey needs to find a way to force something to happen here, because he may just lose his only Rune Gate threat at the moment. Still holding a Widespread Destruction in hand, but he needs cards to pitch as well.
I'll swing Themis for 4, go again, using the effect, banish to turn Deathly Whale face down.
As you heard the wall say, gonna turn that Deathly Whale face down, attack for 4, technically has go again. And the Themis effect now, we've seen 2 different cards be placed face down in this game. Often, it's really a good feeling if you can get one.
So this all still
The Katsu days. They banish to their hero ability. You go, goodbye. Thinking if he wants to even block the 4 damage or go down to 23, 2 life below Zach, the Wallach, who has quite a bit of ward on the board, but what Casey has is a bit of a zap of unpreventable arcane damage, in addition to some preventable arcane damage, with 5 rune chants becoming 6 on the board at the start of his next turn. He has a reasonable response to this cadre of angels that have flown into play here.
Zach electing not to utilize the Empyrean Rapture, utilizing that card in soul instead to attack with Themis here and get the effect. The follow-up here from Casey, does he just play the Envelop in Darkness just to force that damage through? Has the Widespread Ruin. That means that the Deathly Whale actually not that relevant beyond the Blood Debt from the last turn. Here's the Envelop in Darkness. The next attack action card gets +3. That has been rune gated.
Do you think 1 life is worth 8 damage?
Yeah, I think 1 life is worth 8 every time, every day of the week.
Envelop in Darkness also giving his next rune-gated attack +3 here, paying 1 life to Vynnset's ability, and generating a rune chant, sending 7 arcane, 1 of which is completely unpreventable, followed by a massive smack of 9 physical, also promising to take a card off of both players' decks, giving Casey the opportunity to possibly draw cards if he were to banish a playable Blood Debt option, and possibly removing another incredibly powerful component of Zach's deck from the equation, like he neutralized that figment of erudition before it was ever capable of becoming a threat.
Tough, challenging questions here for Zach. Has to think about 15 damage, already down to 24, as that one unpreventable rune chant sliced through the angels, cut them from the sky,
and clipped their wings.
Always fun when you can see some of these more niche effects in a game of Flesh and Blood. Unpreventable rune chant damage into an illusionist. But, you know, it's cool when it happens at your armory, but it's always very exciting when you see it at round 9 of a calling worth quite a bit of money.
Both players are live for top 8.
Yeah. But all of a sudden, light and shadow talents being often made and meant to battle against each other, we're really getting to see exactly how it plays out in even the greatest level and highest competition Flesh and Blood has. Eloquent Eulogy off the top, like you said, that's basically a card drawn.
Casey glad to pay 1 life to the blood debt trigger of that Eloquent Eulogy in his end step to get a free card from it. And interestingly, on Zach's side of the table, this is the first Celestial Reprimand we've seen for Casey this game. He now has some extra information about just how capable Zach is of stopping him from popping his angels and heralds as they come in. Casey banishing a widespread annihilation. The blue 4-cost 6-power rune gate attack that banishes cards from players' hands if they've lost life, but he doesn't quite have the rune chance to play it. Never mind, he sings the Deadwood Dirge, summoning more rune chants from the depths of the Demonastery's power, creating a whopping 6 total after the effects of Vynnset. See, what happened here, you would expect him to go down a rune chant, but he's actually opted to destroy a Malefic incantation to get 1 extra damage on this turn rather than destroying a rune chant, playing a Machinations of Dominion. His plan for this turn is to play the Widespread Annihilation with Go Again, trigger the Malefic Incantation to create 1 rune chant, and follow it with the Eloquent Eulogy for 4 and 1. This is massive.
Going to be a huge turn here from Casey. Let's figure out just how much damage is going to come across. It's going to be 6 plus 4 to start, and let's be clear, this Widespread Annihilation has overpower, and when the combat chain closes, whoever's lost life this turn is going to banish a card from their hand. And I think because we played the Beseech the Demigod, the attack is actually going to be for 9 with overpower, and a life was paid, so one of these rune chants probably unpreventable.
And then block 3 on the white.
I do not believe he paid 1 life.
Didn't pay the life?
So that he does not have to banish a card from his own hand. The double-edged shadow blade that these rune blades wield is difficult to dance with.
I thought he had that card in Arsenal. It is the last card in his hand. The Deadwood Dirge was from Arsenal.
Yes.
Damage over the top here now.
A
lot of things going on.
Here.
Looks like the last card in the hand is a Succumb to Temptation. Don't need to have that here.
That card will find its way into the arsenal, giving Casey the opportunity to both gain action points and gain disruptive power over his opponent's hand by playing it at instant speed if his opponent has been dealt arcane damage and allowing him to look at their hand and make them discard a card. Coming in for another 5 here, playing the Succumb to Temptation, perhaps just to get it, to gain an action point, to swing his Flail of Agony for 1, paying 1 life, and on hit, generating a rune chant for him to work with for his next turn. He has all the tempo. He has all of the steam. He even has a freaking Eloquence token, which we could see used to give something like Read the Runes Go Again, powering up even more degenerate Demonastery Rune Gate shenanigans on his next turn with his next grip of 4 cards.
Love to see that valuation of the Succumb to Temptation there being something that he utilized just to gain the action point because he could play it at instant speed to come in with the Flail of Agony, even though that Succumb to Temptation promises some disruption on a future turn, valuing having the 1 rune chant on this turn from the Flail of Agony's effect. Zach was out of cards in hand, out of any way to block that damage, and as we might see on this turn, that 1 damage is going to be the difference between something like a Deathly Delight being able to be played off of the back of the simple Vynnset trigger and having to utilize extra resources like a Vexing Quillhand to actually have a turn. Showing Casey Russell he's 6-2. He knows how to play this deck. He knows how to value his cards at certain times at the right moments, showing why he's trying to fight for a spot in top 8.
We saw Mara's deck yesterday with a bit of a defensive candor to it. Casey clearly has some of these same cards in his deck, but it's capable of going so much wider, giving up some defensive power in exchange for every single time he's had 4 cards, he has presented a massive multiple chain links wide option when given the space.
2 Rune Chants, Deathly Delight, able to be played because of the Flail of Agony attack on the last turn. 19 plays 9, 30 minutes have elapsed so far in our round, or 30 minutes remaining. That is just going to be the end of the turn. Casey's just going to pass the turn there, keeping the Deathly Delight in Arsenal, looking like he's going to value going wider rather than just send this 8 damage on this turn. Zach, all of a sudden, some room to breathe, some life to work with, 5 cards in hand, and a Herald of Erudition on the combat chain. It's coming in for 6. I love the point you brought up about seeing that Celestial Reprimand in the Banished Zone, because now that's something that Casey has to think about. Because if he tries to pop this and there's something like a Reprimand, it will get through, and there is the Reprimand to make this attack become a less than 6 power attack. Now all of a sudden, the Herald of Erudition is going to get over the top, but will the Reduce to Rune Chant come in that we saw in the hand and actually stop this? Yes! Going to go ahead and be the play here, making a Rune Chant. Maybe also part of why Casey didn't actually send that attack. He didn't want to pitch into this Reduce the Rune Chant. He wanted to be for free, and look how much work it did on this turn.
Forcing Zach to use his last 2 cards to send another measly 7 here with this War Tune Herald cracking in for 7 with Phantasm, still forcing Casey to consider his defensive options here. He has blocking power, but he also has a 6 power attack. He has his pick of the litter when it comes to how he wants to deal with this offense.
Probably really wanting to keep cards out of Prism's Soul here. That Shadow non-attack, hard to force through that Rune Chant damage. Is the Deathly Wail more valuable as a popper or as an attack on the next turn? It is going to be an attack for the next turn, blocking for a total of 7 with that Haunting Rendition. Both of the Haunting Renditions just doing so much work with that extra point of defensive value. The block card, Mara Ferris said, it's part of what makes Vynnset insane. Casey is trying to prove her right. 4 and 6 from the Deathly Wail. Here's 10 damage after just presenting 1 card on the turn. 4 Rune Chants.
Giving up 4 resources to do some Arcane Barrier and putting another card in his pitch zone to play this Soul Shield, finding a way to get a little bit of energy in her Luminous Soul battery so that she may engage in more gameplay and have more response to what Casey is presenting here. Drawing up a hand. At least 1 card does not block here. The downside of playing all these instants. Banishing a blue Deathly Wail to his Vynnset ability at the start of his turn. Casey generates a Rune Chant. Still has an Eloquence on the board. Let's see what he's cooking here. Oh, never mind.
Vexing Quillhand going to be the play. A little get-out-of-jail-free card to get up to enough Rune Chants to play either of the attacks in his Banished Zone with that Rune Gate keyword. Shadow Puppetry. Pay a life. Next Rune Chant is unpreventable, and both of those cards in the Banished Zone now have both of their effects online, where both players have lost life, which means 2 different procs of their triggers. Let's see if these Spellbound Creepers are going to make this a very wide, very dangerous turn from our Vynnset player.
This Deathly Wail gaining Go Again and +1 from Shadow Puppetry. Interestingly, Casey paid 1 life, as you said, into making a Rune Chant unpreventable, but Deathly Delight basically refunds him that life since he gains 1 life for each player who has lost life. Just like this Deathly Wail will generate a Rune Chant for each player who has lost life. So when this hits, when this chain link is resolved, after the arcane damage is dealt, after this Deathly Wail has sung its last verse, he will close the combat chain, he will generate 2 Rune Chants and follow it up with a Deathly Delight, a 1 card 7. 9, really, he gains 2 life.
That attack is blocked by both of these Heralds. Like you mentioned, Casey can just close the combat chain here.
Soul Puppetry will not trigger.
Yeah, Shadow Puppetry not allowing the top card of the deck to be looked at. We're just going to pay a life here to come in for 1.
The Flail of Agony. On hit, it will generate a Rune Chant if Mr. The Wall does not wish to block. Looking at giving up his phantasmal footsteps here to the combat chain, paying 1 resource into it. Pretty heads up, if he expects more coming on this turn, that is a way to prevent him from dealing damage with a Rune Chant, activating his Spellbound Creepers, pitching a red reduced to Rune Chant into it, playing a Beseech the Demigod as an instant, though it is an instant. It has Go Again, funding him an action point, choosing an attack action card in his Banish Zone, breaking the combat chain, generating 2 Rune Chants with Deathly Wail's effect, and coming in for 2 and 8. More than enough to close this game.
Here comes the attack from the Banished Zone. Vynnset calls her Deathly Maidens, her Deathly Minions. 2 Rune Chants and 8 damage. Is that going to be enough? Yes, it is. The fist bump is extended, and KC Russell proves that today's Shadow reigns supreme. Moving on to 7 and 2. The Spellbound Creepers actually did come into play. I thought the Shadow Puppetry was all that was going to be necessary on that turn.
I did as well.
To go ahead and go wide enough, but being able to come in, make that extra Rune Chant, take that extra bit of damage with the Flail of Agony, and the Spellbound Creepers carrying Vynnset into the winner's column.
You know,
what?
We pretend to be unbiased spectators here.
Okay.
My allegiance was proven the whole time with this cool... I just got this cool Rune Chant tattoo.
Ah,
just wanted to show this off before we dove into the game, showing where I stand in the clash between Light and Shadow with Vynnset versus Prism. Congratulations to Casey, Russell, and Zach Wallach for both playing such an incredible game of Flesh and Blood. One of the most exciting we've had here on this stop in the World Tour in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, I love just the Celestial Reprimand. Oh, it's no longer a Pauper reduced to Rune Chant. Just good classic back and forth Flesh and Blood. And if you want to get into some good back and forth classic Flesh and Blood, let's check out how we can get involved with the Skirmish Season. Skirmish Season 10 happening from November 30th to December 15th. Going to be taking part this year. Not 1, not 2, but 3 formats for your enjoyment. We got Blitz, we got Living Legend, and we have got Rosetta Sealed on offer. Look at all the prizes you can win. That Extended Art Sigil of Aether, the Extended Arts of Fry and Harvest Season, Cold Foil Thunder Step, the channel that gives your action cards Go Again, and of course the Terra from the First Strike decks. You can get the Cold Foil of the Terra and the Redwood Hammer. And if you want to ask your opponents, is that all you got? And check out Victor Goldman before he clearly got some elective plastic surgery to look like the rich daddy's boy we all know today. You can get your That All You Got playmat as well. Well, we have got our next match coming up for you in just a moment. We have got 2 heroes that we have not seen yet. One long kind of maligned in the recent meta. We've got a Victor who is still live at XN2, and we have got a high octane Liss -IO ready to try to take him on. Will it be Mr. Goldmane, or will it be the one plugged into the mainframe? Stay with us and find out right after this.
Welcome back to the World Tour's Portland stop. The 50th calling is well underway, and we are about to dive straight into a matchup between Dash.io, played by Thaminda, a known Bolton player in the Washington State area, and Cameron Dalton from Vegas on Victor Goldmane, the high and mighty rich mama's boy he has always been.
Both players here looking to keep their run alive at this 50th calling. A loss here most likely knocks them out of contention. And these are two heroes we have not seen all weekend long, but these two players are piloting them to such a high level of skill that they have put themselves in a position to still be battling for the top 8. So, Ellie, walk me through a little bit about the matchup. Maybe, you know, what people might have expected pre-High Octane and what you're expecting in this matchup now.
What I believe people would have expected when High Octane was legal, that you would present Symbiosis Shot, stack up some counters on it, go quite wide, draw some free cards with your Cerebellum processors and some free action points from boosting under the effects of High Octane, and blow them up. None of that is possible anymore. You have to work a little harder for those action points. If you have a processor on board and you want to draw a card with it, you need to find an action point by cranking an item off the top or cashing in some boots, perhaps. Thaminda, however, is presenting Hanabi Blaster, a somewhat evasive weapon with overpower here, gaining a counter the third time you play a card with boost each turn. Not third time you boost. Twin Drive has no say here. The third time you play a card with boost, you put a steam counter on it, and functionally every other turn you get to shoot for 5 with overpower with it, as it costs 2 steam counters and 0 resources to attack for 5 with it, playing in that mechanologist space of cheap and effective weapons that you gotta do a little bit of setup for. We have the beautiful Marvel Hanabi Blaster. Victor Goldmane, however, has quite a bit to work with for stopping that overpowered damage with some armor and some block cards, and a little bit of proactive gameplay involving this Debilitate for 4, representing 2 floating. Could he have the pummel right here on the first turn of this game of Flesh and Blood?
Pummel on turn 0. I've seen crazier. Block for 9 is okay. No reactions is going to be the call. So 3 cards out of Thaminda's deck. Both players passing back the aggressive deck, always, most of the time, happy to go second here. So Thaminda's going to draw up his next 4 cards. Can see a Sink Below. Drawn 2 Sink Belows actually in the hand for Cameron Dalton here.
See if we can snipe what's on top. I believe that is a Fast and Furious, if the corner of that card is anything to go by, and if not, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it off of a single centimeter.
Yeah, it would be glory, and I would be impressed.
We'll pop off if it happens.
Okay, let's see. If it is the Fast and Furious, maybe we're going to see that backup protocol played, cranked, and then get that steam counter right back upon it if the Fast and Furious gets boosted here.
Already holding another Fast and Furious in the hand, as you said. I want to talk about the cards in the graveyard. Thaminda blocked with some gas immediately with a maximum velocity and a Pulse Wave Harpoon being paid off by this backup protocol. Banishing the Fast and Furious from the top, putting a steam counter on an item he controls with Crank with that backup protocol. Also, Sam is dancing in the booth right now. I just want you to know that for that, correct guess.
You said we're popping off if we hit it.
Yeah, he popped off.
Below is going to be the response. We are sinking a card, so the Fast and Furious is for 4 because a crank has occurred, and that steam counter goes right back on the backup protocol red. First card with boost played on the turn, so we need 2 more for this Hanabi Blaster to get that first bit of steam in the chamber,
which may not occur. We're seeing a Sprocket Rocket come in for 3, no, 4 with Go Again, gaining +1 as he banishes this backup protocol blue off the top of his deck. He is holding a blue in his hand that we may see used to cash in and get an item from the graveyard, or an attack from the graveyard, rather. We could even see him use this to grab the Pulse Wave Harpoon he blocked with turn 0 and get to see Cameron Dalton's remaining cards in hand and force him to block with one of them.
Nice for Cameron here. Did have the 2 Sink Belows to block these 2 breakpoint attacks. However, no Boom Grenade on the turn here, so maybe wish to see those Sink Belows just a little bit later in this first cycle. You might have made the call there, Ellie. Backup protocol going to be cashed in. Steam counter not relevant from the Fast and Furious.
Oh, don't worry. Yuki's traumatized me with this play pattern plenty of times.
Here comes the Pulse Wave Harpoon. 3 boosts, and importantly, first steam counter on the Hanabi Blaster. Let's look at the final 2 cards in the hand. It's a Cranial Crush and a Buckling Blow. Nothing too impactful, so that card's going to be blocked. First damage over the top. Cameron Dalton down to 39 as first blood has been spilled.
Both players noting down life total here. Cameron Dalton to 39, to Thaminda starting 36 here, if you were wondering what was up with the life totals. Thaminda did not randomly take 4 damage. Dash.io only has 36 to life to work with, her paying a little bit of life in exchange for the ability to rip some cards off the top. And Cameron is looking to rip some cards out of Dash.io's hand here with this weakest link attack, threatening to take cards without blocking power out of our Dio player Thaminda's hand here. He has 1, so he cannot disrespect this attack and allow his opponent to swing 2 cards by making him discard as he draws.
Oh, he's got 1, and it's a good one. That Cerebellum Processor may be the card that actually pushed High Octane out of Classic Construct. It's such a powerful draw engine effect. No block is an item. That weakest link would love to grab that card and grab a card for Cameron's arsenal, because that draw is an oft overlooked part of what makes weakest link so darn threatening. Thaminda does have a lot of armor to work with and a number of 3 blocks in the hand, as well as that BIOS update. Maybe they play his block with the 2 cards. No, we're pitching the Cerebellum Processor away to play a backup protocol here, 2 floating. That could even grab a card from the hand. All of a sudden, this weakest link, it ain't matter at all.
He does get to disrespect it here, but it comes at the cost of a card from his hand. However, he has 2 resources floating with which to cash in on this backup protocol red and put an attack action in his hand, going functionally card neutral here, dodging this weakest link effect, but he has to give up the Cerebellum Processor to do this. This card is the hallmark of Dash.io's most powerful turns. At Worlds, we saw Sam Sutherland do some frankly unholy things with this card in conjunction with the card system reset. High Octane no longer a part of this deck, but this card's power cannot be diminished. Giving it up here is no small cost.
Thaminda moving to take 6, down to 30. Show the hand. Nothing with 0 block remains. You can see the T-Bone, Zipper Hit, and that BIOS update.
BIOS update is a very interesting card to talk about here, because I think this card has come in the place of High Octane for a lot of these Dash.io players. This powerful red non-attack action card that is capable of generating card advantage. You can find items by boosting them, and you have good information on how you wish to play your BIOS updates out, because you can see the top card of your deck at all times.
Thaminda here most likely trying to make sure he gets those 3 boost cards played on the turn for the Hanabi Blaster.
Backup importantly, finding its way into the graveyard, the pitch zone finding its way to the bottom of Thaminda's deck, and we go over to his turn with 4 cards to work with here.
Importantly, though, that Cerebellum Processor did hit the bottom of the deck. Another really nice and powerful Dash specialization in Spark of Genius. Able to grab any item card as long as its requisite cost is paid into the ability there. So we might be seeing it come from the bottom of the deck at a near point in the future. BIOS update not deployed on this turn, maybe because Thaminda didn't see an item off the top of the deck, just saw that T-Bone. So here comes the Zipper Hit 4-5. Go again. First boost card played on the turn, and we know there's only 1 more in the hand here, so probably no Hanabi Blaster. We can see the Trounce. Test of Strength means that we are not going to be winning this Trounce.
Are we going to see Dash.io win? Enlightened Strike versus... Boom Grenade.
Boom Grenade. So Dash.io does not win, but unfortunately for Cameron, that also means that Test of Strength just headed to the bottom of the deck.
He's also fixed a Boom Grenade to the top of Thaminda's deck and not sufficiently blocked to play around it. He could be taking 4 for this whiff of a Trounce. He attempted to draw some extra cards and instead handed his opponent an extra card, an action point, and 4 damage on a freaking platter.
Wait, that was sick. The Trounce putting the first card to the bottom, both players seeing the boom grenade. Thaminda's eyes got a little wide. He was like, wait, I guess this card's just on top now. I'll grab the boom grenade off the top. I'll let it trigger and get my 4 damage over the top. What a massive swing and a devastating sequence of events for our Victor player here. They're meant to fix the fight. They're meant to fix the bets, but unfortunately the only gold available was that shield, and Cameron not willing to give it up, even if it meant taking a boom grenade to the dome.
Pulse Wave Harpoon. X is 1. Not boosting on this 1-for-4 attack that can gain go again by putting a Mechanologist card from the top of his deck into his banished zone. Cameron Dalton only has to show Thaminda 1 card here, so it's likely we will see him reveal the card he intends to present for blocks.
Looks like maybe the Oromega is going to be presented here.
And if no reactions?
Block 2, no reactions. Take the 2.
Pass party? Oh, sorry, reactions. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're good. Oh, okay. Just show me. And then.
Little bit of confusion here. I believe Cameron thought this was either an on-hit or reaction step effect. Pulse Wave Harpoon's ability triggers in the attack layer step when the attack resolves. Not actually a huge deal here, since its defense has to be less than or equal to X, and X was 1, so he cannot force him to block with this card anyways, so as long as it's revealed, I think all is well at home. Thaminda arsenaling a BIOS update and drawing into a hand with a fair bit of gas. We see an out Pache, a blue T-Bone, I believe a blue Zipper Hit, and a maximum velocity with some card filtering, perhaps via this Crown of Providence. We could see Thaminda find a way to rattle off this 10 power 2 cost attack that requires you to have boosted 3 times this turn.
Spinal Crush coming in for 9, threatening to take away go again if the Crush becomes active.
Gotta block 6 to prevent this from breaking your back.
Just a painful looking experience that we can see.
Something I like to ask people is, how many life points in terms of Flesh and Blood do you think you have? Mine is, I think I have like 8 or 9 because I'm not getting up from Spinal Crush. This is always the card I point to. I'm not getting up from this one. You may think yourself stronger, not me.
No, yeah, no. I'm definitely not getting up from a Spinal Crush.
Like Debilitate, I'm not a happy individual. I've lost a hand. You know, the art on Debilitate is someone losing their hand. Take 8, not crazy about it, but I think I live after some medical intervention. Spinal Crush,
crazy
it's
about
over for me.
Yeah.
I am cooked.
Yeah, you're cooked. I like how you're not crazy about it, but you're okay, you know? I'm not crazy about it, but I'll
I'm just
handle it.
thinking about it in like a Mortal Kombat kind of situation. And block 6 here, Thaminda will, taking 3 down to 27 to Cameron Dalton's 31. We saw that massive punch to his life total from that boom grenade off the top where Victor kind of trounced himself, took a bit of a fall to make his deathmatch arena campaign seem a little bit more convincing. He is still 4 life ahead of Dash.io here, thanks to her lower starting life total. Thaminda leading the turn, pitching a blue into Dash.io's ability, paying 1 extra to cast this boom grenade off the top of his deck, opting not to crank, staying at 1 action point, but holding onto this and playing out a BIOS update. I believe we may see an item boosted here, a Techno Core, this massive fount of resources that will give him 2 resources at the start of each turn for 2 coming turns by removing a steam counter from it at the beginning of his action phase, as well as attacking with this red outpace, or as I like to say, outpache, that cannot be defended by equipment.
Can't be defended by equipment, which is important here because we saw 1 test of strength shipped to the bottom, unfortunately, from the trounce that went wrong for Cameron Dalton. Now he might have to give a couple cards if he can't find another way to block 4. We've used 2 sync blows, and we've seen 1 test of strength head to the bottom, so might be having to give 2 cards just to stop this boom grenade from triggering. And let's be clear, it has the steam counter as well. Look at this. We're going to block for a number of cards here because, I forgot, the
BIOS
the
update
BIOS
has pushed
update is
this
giving
to
plus
7.
3. Yeah, it's not just an attack for 4. The BIOS update means 3 cards are being given from Cameron Dalton here. He's just going to pass to the end of the turn. The BIOS update and the Dash IO ability meaning so many more cards available to Thaminda than previously considered even possible. One off the top thanks to Dash IO's ability, and another one off the top thanks to the BIOS update. And really nice utilizing of the Dash IO ability. He was only going to boost once on the turn, but because of the BIOS update, still gets 2 items onto the field.
Some triggers at the start of Mr. Edirisooriya's turn here, considering his options and hand. I want to see if we can get a sneak peek of the top of his deck. I see a yellow 0 to 60 and a couple blues in that hand, and I believe a cerebellum processor on the left. So we are cooking with 3 blues here, not the kind of offensive density we want to see here. Yellow 0 to 60 coming out, banishing a blue throttle, coming in for 3, but threatening 3 more if this boom grenade connects. 2 floating resources to work with.
Can keep looking, keep boosting, try to find an item off the top to make the Cerebellum Processor able to just draw a card. Might be maximum velocity time if that is that card in the arsenal, plus a boom grenade. Those are often the way to get over the top.
I'll get a counter on this. It's 3 again.
Blue zipper hit coming in for 3. At least he doesn't have to pitch for it. Boosting away a Fast and Furious, putting a counter on that boom grenade. Its longevity increasing, sticking around a little bit longer. Another Cerebellum Processor finding its way into the pitch zone. 2 left over as this throttle comes in for 4. It may be blue, but it's still a break point here. And putting a counter on the Hanabi Blaster as it is his 3rd attack with boost this turn. And what Cameron Dalton does not know, but the viewers at home do, Thaminda's arsenal is maximum velocity. A 10 power attack that costs 2 that can crack in only if you boosted 3 times this turn. We may see that boom grenade issue forced by Thaminda.
Just kind of like an honest man's maximum velocity. Yellow into blue, but all the pitch necessary thanks to that Techlo core found from the BIOS update here. You'd have been much happier to see reds, but still just getting a maximum velocity off is so important in these Dash IO decks. Given that it's not always a given, Victor can have the pummel, can have the disruption, can have the way to make those turns not as consistent. So Thaminda here, not trying to get too fancy, not trying to utilize the Cerebellum Processor. He's happy sending both of the ones he's seen so far to the bottom of the deck, letting something like a Spark of Genius grab those cards later. Here, he's just going to go ahead and make this maximum velocity happen.
This is the power of Dash IO's notorious brain implant, is that it is also blue. It can be a resource card if you need it to be, and Thaminda has used it for this reason twice this game so far.
4 damage. Looks as though that's going to buy 4 block.
With armor.
No, thank you.
Opting not to sink a card from hand or arsenal on his Crown of Providence here. Now contending with a maximum velocity, he may not have the armor to cover this up at all without cashing in some expensive resources like his Fendel's Spring Tunic.
It would have to be something like an unmovable from Arsenal and a 3 block.
Looks like he is working with 2 3 blocks in hand here. A Cranial Crush and a Command and Conquer, taking 4 and then 3 in the resolution step from the yellow boom grenade on hit trigger.
Goes the dynamite indeed. 2 boom grenades triggered so far for this Dash IO player. 1 red, 1 yellow.
Cameron saying he felt that one in his bones, taking 7 off of a single attack after giving his full hand 2 blocks. Let it be known that the rumors of Dash IO's death have been greatly exaggerated.
And there are 2 counters now on this Hanabi Blaster, so at any point, 2 steam counters can be removed and 5 damage with overpower can be added to the end of any combat chain Thaminda so desires. He's got 2 resources from that Techlo core. He's got all the tempo. He's got 4 cards. No arsenal, but perhaps those 2 resources are going to act just like another card in hand's worth of value to power up this turn, starting things off with a zipper hit, 4-5, banishing away that blue 0 to 60. And I wonder if Cameron Dalton's life total has fallen so low that he can't even consider fatigue anymore from this angle. He can maybe block 12 every turn, but will Thaminda be able to consider and sculpt some powerful turns around those blocking decisions. Gonna have to give some cards here to the Zipper hit.
Speaking of removing steam counters, that Teklo core funded him 2 resources at the start of this turn, so despite him cashing out a little bit on his previous turn, the Mechanologist Pain Train is still heavy on steam. He has the dollars to spend to continue to smack Cameron Dalton upside the head, and that Teklo core really proving its mettle here in that he has drawn 4 reds, and his turn is just still within budget here. A penetration script coming off the top here, giving all his attacks +1 this turn. Not going to force the issue on this Zipper hit. However, it will force the issue on future attacks.
Yeah, look at this. Going to go ahead and now just coming with a Sprocket Rocket coming in for 4. No boost, keeping that heist in the arsenal. Trying to utilize the penetration script ability to make it a little more challenging for Cameron to block and actually make that heist have an on-hit effect, something that on this turn probably would have just bought some more blocks, but if it can go at the end of a wider chain, that heist can be pretty darn devastating. So Thaminda here setting up a bit, getting that penetration script off the top.
I'll do 7.
This is the proven ingenuity of the evolved inventor extraordinaire herself, Dash, creating and finding solutions to new and endemic problems. We ban Art of War, I build penetration script. I will find ways to push 1 damage over on every single attack I control, and we will find ways around high octane, leaving this game behind with Hanabi Blaster.
Trounce in the hand, drawn off the top for Cameron Dalton. 7 damage taken by Thaminda, down to 20, playing Cameron's 22 Victor. 2 life higher than Dash IO here, but Dash IO, even though she just took 7 to the dome. Penetration script online, heist in the arsenal, 4 cards in the hand, starting things off with an Underloop coming in for 4, threatening to go back to the bottom of the deck, and the 3rd Cerebellum processor of this game hits the pitch zone. Thaminda saying, I don't need to check in with my computer. I know what's up with just the cards in my hand. Here comes the Trounce and the Civic Steps. Time to clash twice. Last time didn't work out for Dalton. We've got a Debilitate and an Outpace. 1 win so far for Victor. Top of the deck shows 5 to a Teklo core, so Trounce is going to succeed. We're making a Gold, we're making a Might, we're making a Vigor if we're the Victor player, and thanks to the hero ability, first time this game, we're going to draw a card thanks to that gold token.
Civic Steps actually providing Thaminda some serious value here. Hanabi Blaster does not care about boost count. It cares about cards with boost. This Quicken will allow him to send an attack with Go Again without burning a card from his deck, letting him preserve an item or other desirable card on the top, or just keep a little bit of card still in the deck.
Thaminda here really getting rewarded by the top of his deck so far, able to find another Teklo core on top.
Yeah,
for his next
Cameron
turn.
Won that clash, unlike the first one, but he did still filter Thaminda into a desirable item off the top.
And even though there was no Boom Grenade, the threat of this Underloop headed to the bottom was enough of a risk for Cameron that he did commit that Civic Steps to fully block it out rather than just give the Trounce and let 2 damage leak over the top.
I want to see that Quicken token. Let's take a look. I believe it is in Japanese. It is a cool custom Quicken that Cameron Dalton has here, though.
Gorgeous looking.
A subway train. Here comes a Zipper hit for 5 with Go Again. No boost, thanks to that gorgeous custom Quicken that Mr. Dalton has presented on the other side of the table.
So thematic, I forgot it was a Victor's token. It looks like it could be Dash IO with all the neon there. Just happened to work out nicely for this game. 6 on offer, no Go Again, blocking 6, thanks to that Trounce effect. I'm sorry, yeah, no boost. Does have Go Again, thanks to the Quicken.
We talked about this.
No. I just misspoke. I meant no boost.
I'm just teasing you.
6 damage is going to be fully blocked by that Thunk and the Enlightened Strike.
I love the onomatopoeia cards from heavy hitters.
Yep.
Thunk, Wallop,
Let's
Thump from Tales of Aria,
Mm-hmm.
I believe. Here comes Heist, pitching a yellow 0 to 60, coming in for 6. No boost. Preserving 2 cards in deck here, really. Thanks to that Quicken.
There's 1 blue backup protocol in the banish zone.
Could be relevant. A little harder for backup protocol to be relevant when you have to pitch reds to get blues. However, Teklo Core could fund him an entire extra card here, and a Hanabi Blaster shot coming in thanks to this backup protocol blue entering the arena, cranking, giving him an action point and allowing him to shoot for 5 overpower, reducing Cameron Dalton, the Victor Gold main player himself's life total down to 11.
That was actually fascinating. I think Cameron a little less inclined to be scared of that backup protocol because there was no go again represented on the heist, but the crank when the backup protocol enters, getting the action point back for that Hanabi Blaster to do some real work.
No universe where Cameron was blocking there. Either way, though, he has an overrate return of his own thanks to the Vigor, Gold, and Might tokens he generated last turn. That trounce was instrumental in sending this Golden Sun. It paid for one of the 4, allowing him to play it with 2 cards. It pushed it to 11 and gave him the money he needed to pay to give this +3 and overpower, cracking in for 11. Over half of Thaminda's remaining life total.
Yeah, interesting seeing Cameron playing a proactive game with this Victor deck. Playing that Enlightened Strike a turn prior for 7, now making this 11 power Golden Sun, something Thaminda really has to think about if Cameron can find enough overrate, well-blocking cards in this Victor deck that can line it up in the right way if given the opportunity by the top of the deck. All of a sudden, Thaminda has to think about overpower, has to think about pummel, has to think about these cards that might just reduce his life total to 0 in a matchup that maybe others thought would end up in a fatigue-type scenario.
Thaminda taking a look at his hand here, considering his options and setting it down the moment we tried to take a little bit of a glimpse.
Thaminda hates us as we
mad at us?
Yeah, are you mad at us, dude? Did we say something? Can you hear us? Blink if you can hear us. Whoa, he blinked. Imagine now everybody thinks that, like, we're cheating. Conspiracy theories. Thaminda blinked, so clearly he could hear. Clearly they can hear us.
I believe he's holding a Boom Grenade, a Spark of Genius, a yellow 0 to 60, and another 0 to 60. I believe a blue or a red. Now I can look. Surely now I can look. A red!
Couple yellows, couple reds, but has to think about this overpower attack.
Also has a couple free resources on the board in the form of that Teklo Core, cashing in this adaptive plating, sacrificing his penetration script to get a little bit of extra block value. This was a bit of a reviled play pattern when it came to that Cerebellum processor with its whopping 2 steam counters in the high octane era, where you would get 2 to 3 draws out of this card and then get to cash it in for a little bit of life total. Thaminda, as Cameron Dalton passes the turn, knowing that his backup protocol's ability triggers at the start of turn where he does not have priority rather than the start of his action phase, pitching a yellow 0 to 60 to crack it and replace it with a blue from his graveyard. Starting the turn by removing a counter from Teklo Core, floating 2 resources to work with here. He has tempo. He has the advantage, and he has 4, just kidding, 5 cards as he rips a Boom Grenade off the top.
We talked about that backup protocol blue maybe not feeling as threatening, but when you draw a hand with no blue and a yellow, it actually just becomes a blue card on the turn that maybe you need it. Boom Grenade off the top, looking like not going to be cranked. Representing the damage taken from the overpowered Golden Sun. Here comes a 0 to 60. It's a break point. It's threatening. 3 more damage from the Boom Grenade. Can Cameron Dalton find the blocks? We still haven't seen an actual just straight up test of strength be played. And I think it's maybe 2 pummels in the hand for Cameron Dalton. Let's take a look. Yeah, 2 pummels showing up.
As a blue Macho Grande and a blue Buckling Blow. This hand only has a block value of 10 with a Boom Grenade on the board. This could be Victor Goldmane's final moments in the limelight.
Yeah, not too many blocking cards to work with. No card in the arsenal, so no worry, no threat of a defense reaction. 1 floating still from the Teklo Core. Thaminda really just playing this cleanly, finding the cards he needs at the right time. That heist play, though, so nice, getting the blue backup protocol, getting 5 extra damage off a Hanabi Blaster after Cameron had already declared no blocks, thinking the turn was most likely over. BIOS update.
A blue Throttle in hand, a yellow Boom Grenade, and a yellow spark of genius. He has the means to go quite wide on this turn. We're going to see him play the spark, and just cool guy Cameron Dalton from the other side of the table here goes, oh, it was the next one. I'm just gonna do this. Here you go. Take a look at this.
Play the spark, yeah, gets to play the backup protocol, crank it, most likely get the action point, and then just draw a card, turn the Spark of Genius into a card and a backup protocol red. When you have a bunch of blues in the hand, or at least the one blue, might be a knife to get over the top.
Cutting the deck and handing it back to Thaminda. We will see what Spark of Genius draws here. Thaminda forced to decide on cranking this backup protocol in the blind. We have to see what the gamble on the top is here. Let's take a look. A BIOS update.
That's a nice 3 points of offensive value and some potential upside as well.
We could see him use Tekla Foundry Heart for the first time this game, perhaps on this turn. BIOS update is a fair bit of offensive value and can cheat out an item. However, it is not a boost card for a counter on that Hanabi Blaster, and he has another item to work with. It's getting pretty difficult to imagine 3 boost attacks coming in this turn to allow that 5 overpower to really sing.
$11 to $12. Current life totals. Backup protocol getting cracked, pitching the blue into it.
Looks like he's most likely looking for some kind of red attack action card.
Got a lot of resources to work with. The gear shift as well as an option, bringing that heist back to the front.
Perhaps the heist was so nice he's going to do it twice.
Oh. Bars.
Dr. Seuss ass flow. I believe he is going to grab that heist. We may see it played in conjunction with this BIOS update to force a little bit of damage. Nope. On its own, coming in for 5 with Go Again, thanks to the boost. Are there any targets in Thaminda's Banished Zone? I believe at the moment it was cast the first time, the only target was the blue backup protocol, but while we can't take a look at his Banished Zone on our own, he will show us here with no targets. I am very curious what he is cooking. Maybe he simply chose the largest attack he could find, looking to send 5, force some cards out of Cameron Dalton's hand here, play that yellow boom grenade, no cranked, Arsenal, BIOS, update, and crack in for a massive life-ending turn on the next one. Cameron cashing in some armor here, perhaps valuing a little bit of a response by sending this blue into his pitch zone to swing the hammer for 4, pressuring his opponent. Casting this boom grenade from the hand, no crank, over to Cameron.
Yeah, that's looking like a big turn on the next one, and we've already bought all of the armor safe for the Tunic. If we are the Dash.io player here, a boom grenade gonna tick down, a boom grenade gonna tick down, a Teklo core gonna tick down, and 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Everything is looking like it's going Dash.io's way. Let's take a look. 4 damage on the combat chain from this Titan's Fist, threatening 1/3 of Thaminda's life total, but he has got so much to work with. That's a bunch of cards that attack 4 breakpoints and a T-bone to even grab the Tunic if he wants.
This 4 is nowhere near threatening Thaminda and forcing to block. However, he has perfect information on the card he will draw were he to cash in his Crown of Providence. He gets the option to upgrade his hand here with knowledge of what he will get. And block 2 while he's at it. Why not? Yuki always really likes to say that she thinks Crown of Providence is completely unreasonable when you have perfect information on the top of your deck. You're just playing Dash.io, you're just holding 5 cards. It feels like you're cheating. You just look at the top card and you go,
yeah, I want that one.
Yeah, okay, I want that
good
one. That's a pretty good one.
I'll put that
I would
one in the
actually
hand.
like that one to be in my hand a lot more than this one that's in my hands. So I think I'm going to do that. Do you mind?
Titan's Fist connecting. Thaminda down to 8. Both players walking life totals down. 20 minutes remaining left in the round. Both players 7 and 2. A loss will most likely knock them out of contention for the top 8. Is Thaminda going to be able to put together a fast and furious turn to close out this game of Flesh and Blood and continue fighting to make his top 8?
2 resources floated by the removal of the final steam counter from the Teklo core. A quicken on the board perhaps allowing him to save some cards in deck if he is not sending exactly maximum velocity on this turn. A BIOS update in the arsenal. He gets to dig for a little extra damage here. With 7 on the board, if anything connects whatsoever, Dalton with no armor left outside of this Aurum Aegis and a Tunic. This T-Bone is primed to be quite obnoxious.
Yeah, still has the Aegis. Forgot about that. The trusty shield. Here comes the Underloop, paying 1, breaking the Quicken, so no need to boost. 3 boost cards. Gotta be able to be played on this turn. Hanabi Blaster might be the way that this thing closes out, but a sink below, gonna sink a card away. Let's see what we grab off the top. It's another 3 blocks. We know 3 blocks in hand, 2 breakpoint blocking availability with the Tunic and the Aegis. But if something like another Autopache, as you described, comes forward and makes equipment unavailable to be blocked with, then we might be in for some danger from the victor's side. But let's be clear, there's danger regardless on this turn. Those 2 boom grenades are ready to just simply explode, blow up, and blow Victor out of the water. Foundry Heart going to go ahead, banish 2. There goes a Pulse Wave. There goes a 0 to 60. Up to 2 floating resources here.
Changing the top card of the deck as well, which Dio cares very much about, breaking the combat chain. T-Bone is so fantastic in these late game scenarios where your opponent has this armor they're trying to save for your breakpoints, and T-Bone he will, because it forces a little bit of inefficiency unless they have a 2-block, which Cameron does not. It will force him to functionally waste a point of armor on this attack that's only coming in for 3 with Go Again.
2 cards in hand?
2 cards in hand, 2 grenades.
This is very interesting to me. He's obviously prioritizing the Aurum Aegis' ability to juice up his defensive value with a test of strength more than he is valuing his Fendel's Spring Tunic's free resource.
I will close the chain.
May I have your attention?
Play BIOS updates. Then we will.
Little bit of humor occurring in the event hall for those unaware at home. There was a bit of a alarm occurring in the event hall. Somebody comes on the PA and goes, "May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please?"
And truly, it got so quiet in here. It was like
very, very somber tone and says, "Ah, it's just a false alarm. Don't worry about it." We're going to see this BIOS update steal a Teklo Pounder from the Teklo Vaults.
thanks to
Cracking in on a blue 0 to 60, coming in for 5, a little manufactured breakpoint thanks to BIOS updates plus 3 ability.
If that is an attack in the hand, which I believe it is, we might be looking at the end of this game. These 2 boom grenades in hand are on the arena are looking to close out this game. There are not enough defensive options here for Cameron Dalton because that Aurum Aegis can't stop this attack with just a single card from hand. Both of these cards are going to have to head to the blocks here. All Cameron can do is lay him on the combat chain, which means if this is an attack, which it is, 0 to 60, coming down, threatening 4 plus 3 plus 4, so a total of 11 damage, which is exactly the life total.
Aurum Aegis saving him, putting him down to 1, but this Hanabi Blaster has come calling. It is going to finish him off exactly. Both players exchange the fist bump. What an incredible game, Sam. Everyone at home was so concerned for this poor woman, this poor Dashiel. How could she ever overpower Victor and his insane blocking capabilities? But Thaminda showed his mastery of the deck and his mastery of this game, perfectly navigating. Little bit of luck on his side thanks to both those trounces flipping him into some powerful cards, and we are going to flip straight into a little bit of news we have for you about PAX Unplugged. December 6th weekend, 6th through 8th, we have some events for y'all. Please stop by, say hi, play a little bit of Flesh and Blood, and in all 3 of these events, the Classic Constructed ProQuest Plus on Friday, the Sealed ProQuest Plus on Saturday, and the Super Armory Blitz on Sunday, you can get your hands on Blaze the Fire Mind, an iconic new hero for the Blitz format that recently took down a ProQuest Plus Blitz for Battle-Hardened ProQuest Plus by Erica Forsloff.
I think it was Battle Hardened.
Battle-Hardened.
Full-on Battle Hardened, if I am not
by
mistaken.
Erica Forsloff.
Yeah. Couple more rounds remaining before we find out not only our top 8, but also get to look ahead into the Draconic Tome of Imperial Flame. Check out the Hunted and check out the hero text of the 2 Draconic heroes in the set. We have got a very exciting game for you coming out. We've got a Michael Feng in the feature match area, and we've got a Viserai, so don't go anywhere. That next round, second to last before the top 8, right after this. Rounds to go before the all-important top 8 here at the 50th calling during this World Tour stop in Portland. And we have got a couple heavy hitters, some top 8 competitors, and a Pro Tour champion down in the feature match for you. We have got Andrew Lorenz, Viserai Runeblood, top 8 at the most recent calling in Tampa Bay. It was a limited event. And Michael Feng, a recent battle-hardened champion on Enigma, this most likely precise list, and of course the Pro Tour champion of Pro Tour Baltimore. Just a couple heavy hitters here in the feature match area. Let's dive down into the action. Seeing that tunic on one from Michael Feng's side of the arena means he's on the play. Talk to me about the matchup, Ellie. We've got Viserai. First time we're seeing him on the coverage table this weekend, but clearly one of the big winners from Rosetta, one of the most represented decks here in the room, and one of the most intricate and challenging and powerful decks in the format.
This is kind of a classic 90-90 style matchup, you know, where both players think it's very, very, very good for them. It's a very explosive matchup. And I think Enigma is most likely trying to slam Enigma and slam Miragai. and close the game off of that. Another way that this game can go is because Enigma runs so many blues, because Viserai presents so much arcane damage, she has the out of attempting to take this to a fatigue scenario because she can block damage by pitching cards back into her deck. Viserai, I believe, is kind of forced into a little bit more of a chant stacking play pattern where he has to resolve some slower turns, set up a big glut of rune chants on the board to send one massive go that Enigma can't deal with all that well. I've seen some pretty interesting takes on this matchup, and I think it's one of those that really goes back and forth depending on how the list is built. Certain Enigma decks cannot stand up to an onslaught of pressure from the Arc Knight himself, but some Viserai decks are incapable of pushing through Enigma, forcing a fatigue scenario. Speaking of fatigue, we see Michael play exclusively defensively on turn 0, setting up some ward, arsenaling a card, and passing it over to Andrew, whose hand may not be all that powerful given he is forced to pitch a blue to hard cast, paying the full 3 for this rune flash, coming in for 4 with Go Again, and only 2 cards remaining in the hand.
Pressuring the Restless Coalescence, Michael could have tried to filter another card out of his own hand by pitching a card and attacking with the Restless Coalescence, but didn't want to filter Andrew at all, and clearly good he did not, because that looks like a mostly attack action hand, if not all attack action hand, so Andrew not able to do much whatsoever on the turn, just make a rune chant with the Grasp of the Arc Knight and come in with the Reaping Blade. So 1 Arcane and 3 physical on offer. Restless Coalescence did fall to the Rune Flash. Does Michael want to give anything up on defense here, given that this turn looking slightly anemic from our Viserai player?
Let's take a look at Michael's hand here. He's looking at a Homage to Ancestors, a Miraging Metamorph, a Levels of Enlightenment, and a blue Enigma Chimera. This hand is fantastic math on the offensive. It seems incredibly unlikely that he commits any cards to defense here, most likely making sure he is capable of using everything and properly planning his turn before committing to taking 4 here, as he is taking the 1 rune chant, 3 physical, down to 34 to Andrew Lorenz's 40.
Final card for Andrew heads to the Arsenal. 4 cards to be drawn from this point forward. Let's see what we got in there. Read the Runes.
Read the Runes, Swarming Gloomveil, and 2 Amplify the Arcanites. His deck does not appear to be firing on all cylinders, not drawing as smoothly as he might like it to.
Levels of Enlightenment going to be the play. Homage to Ancestors played in response. Enigma most likely going to be activated here. We've seen this play pattern many times over the course of Enigma's rise into relevance and near dominance in this metagame. Going to be able to select 2 modes now on this Levels of Enlightenment. Most likely Go Again, draw a card. But if Michael likes the cards in his hand, maybe he can be coming in for 5. Looks like that's going to be the call. That takes both of the Amplify the Arcanites.
Opting to just block and preserve his life total a little bit here. Since this hand doesn't do much, we are likely to see 3 cards committed to blocking, a Read the Runes played, and a pass from Andrew Lorenz. Punished here a little bit by blocking with both those amplifies, not having a popper for the Phantasm here. Pretty low punish on Miraging Metamorph's trigger, as it would only generate 1 Spectral Shield, easily higher value than, or easily lower value than generating 4 life by functionally blocking 7.
So Andrew here, we will work on getting these life totals updated. Looks like he took 2 from the Spectral Shield to 38 and then took 4 from the Metamorph, so down to 34.
Yes.
We'll see if those players update that for us, but for now, Andrew is at 34 to Michael Feng's 35. All cards blocked with, except for that Read the Runes played, so 3 rune chants made for Andrew, which means it's time for a Passover and a Preserved Tradition. It's a double Transcend. Passover is going to get rid of that Swarming Gloomveil. Preserved Tradition is going to put a Levels of Enlightenment back into the deck. So 1 card out of the graveyard into the Banish Zone, and 1 card out of the graveyard into the bottom of Michael Feng's deck in this double Transcend scenario. With truly some of, in my opinion, just the most beautiful cards Flesh and Blood has ever printed in these Marvel Chi cards. Another Spectral Shield made.
Which one's your favorite, Sam?
Oh, goodness.
I
don't know. Maybe Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Everyone likes that one. My favorite's Passover.
Passover's also quite
Love Passover. Another Spectral Shield, the +1/+1 counter on the board.
Looks like that was done at the end of Andrew Lorenz's turn, so that Enigma could be activated again on this turn. So here comes 2 with Go Again from the Spectral Shield. Andrew's just going to take this one down to 32. His hands have not been cooperating yet, so he's been doing a lot of blocking. Let's see if he finds something that he's happy to cook a little longer with. Michael Feng here got a Rage Spectre and Enlightened Strike. There's that inner chi. Rage Spectre gonna hit the pitch zone, so 2 more go again. No blocks, down to 30 goes Andrew Lorenz.
I suspect we may see another shield created and swung with here, paying 1 to attack for 2 with go again, thanks to its ward 1 plus the +1 counter on it. Enigma ability activated. Spectre shield coming in.
To go again, a little laugh there from Andrew, as it has been the same play pattern, same decision most of the time. Looks like they have represented the life total, so should be down to 28. And then the Enlightened Strike here. Let's see if the mode is 7 or draw a card.
Looks like 4-5. I expect him to draw a card.
Yeah, imagine.
Good name, go again.
Just goes go again, just for the, you know, the steez of it all. Nope. Going to be the card drawn for the Arsenal. 3 Spectral Shields remaining on the field. Andrew Lorenz already down to 23. Took everything for a Rattlebones, which means we can go ahead and banish an attack or non-attack action card. Going to go ahead and banish, just the attack action cards for the Rattlebone. So getting that Rune Flash now can be played this turn and free, thanks to those 3 Rune Chants. And finally, the first Viserai trigger of the game, getting to make a Rune Chant in the back end, thanks to having already played that non-attack action 4, go again, and 3 Rune Chants. That's got some Spectral Shields names upon each of them, trying to take care of those pieces of ward.
Passover astonishingly relevant in this matchup. It took a reasonable target for Rattlebones out of Andrew's graveyard, as he no longer had access to that Swarming Gloomveil he had blocked with earlier in the game. Rune Flash still a 0-4-4 with go again here. However, Swarming Gloomveil has extra text that can be incredibly important in this matchup, preventing the opponent from preventing any arcane damage he would send if it were to connect. And Andrew has made 3 auras on that same turn. Michael blocking with Phantasmal Footsteps, paying 1 into it to cover 1, and a Miraging Metamorph cleanly blocking 4. And Andrew slamming down Revel in Runeblood into Deadwood Dirge, generating a massive amount of Rune Chants into a 9th Blade of the Blood. Oh, this is why he cashed in that life total and went down to 23. He's cracking back for 18 damage here on the return following the Rattlebones and the Rune Flash. This is massive.
Michael Feng over there just took a little bit of a lean back as he took in the birthday cake that now sits on the combat chain. 9 Rune Chants, 9 physical. Andrew Lorenz's deck was being a little bit obnoxious, a little bit annoying, but now it's being a bit effective, coming in for so much physical and so much arcane damage. 3 of those Rune Chants going to eat up the Spectral Shields. You're not saving those anytime soon, buddy. 6 more arcane. Looks like it was taken, so Michael down to 29 so far. And then 9 physical going to be taken as well. So look at that. So 29 minus 9. So Michael should be down to 20 here. What a swing. What a difference. Michael's now less life than Andrew, something I did not expect to say at the start of this turn cycle.
That is the power of Viserai. His smaller hands do not scale that well. He has a lot of 2-card 6 kind of options. However, when he is left alone with multiple cards, they scale with each other exponentially. 4 to 5 card hands frequently turning into 30 or more damage presented to the opponent. Phantasmaclasm coming in. Sometimes people who play this card like to say, draw your hand face up, buddy. Send this one for 9. Take a look at your opponent's hand and force them to take a action card. No, just any card, not an action card. A card from it, put it on the bottom of their deck, and then they draw a card. Let's see if Andrew can rip the 6 power to destroy it with Phantasm. I believe he has drawn another Rune Rager Swarm.
Oh, I think it was a Read the Runes.
Read the Runes.
Yeah, barely peeking out the back there. That's maybe an attractive 1-card play for Andrew here. Block, preserve the life total. But if you do so, you do give Michael Feng another chance to set up with a 5-card hand, come at you with some offensive pressure, as well as potentially develop some defensive pieces in those ward cards and permanents.
Returning a 9-power attack of his own to Andrew's 9-power attack. Andrew seeing his opportunity to finally get some value out of this Face Purgatory. He may not get that opportunity again for the rest of this game. Blocking for 2 plus 3 plus 2. A whopping 7, forcing Michael to discard a card and drawing one of his own, finding a Blessing of Occult. Activating Grasp of the Arknight. with Tunic and the Blessing of the Cult to pay for it, playing Deadwood Dirge to generate 3 rune chance, and playing the Read the Runes to end the turn on 7 chance before passing back to Michael the Fungus Feng.
Interesting nickname.
I call him that because he's everywhere.
That's good. That's good. I wonder if he likes it or if he's like, yo, you got to find something. You got to find something.
I cleared it with him.
Okay, good.
Don't worry. I
Good.
pinged him on Discord and I said, can I call you Michael the Fungus Feng? And he said, would you believe that people called me that in middle school?
Oh, geez. Well, I think that was probably less nice than you're using it because he's such a prolific flesh and blood player. Coming in now, Spears of Seriality, the blue kind. So coming in 3 with Go Again. 2 floating resources. So Andrew just did set up, did some offensive pressure, but look here. Here's the Amplify the Arknight. Going to go ahead and pop it, but the Phantasmal Footsteps are here for that exact reason.
Not really getting any value out of triggering Phantasm here, given that's blocking 3 on 3 anyways. However, it does force Michael to spend 1 resource he may have wanted to use elsewhere in the turn on getting that action point back thanks to Phantasmal Footsteps. However, we see a Miraging Metamorph and a Phantasmaclasm in the hand and an Erase face. He actually couldn't use his whole hand. So the Phantasm trigger was not necessarily that punishing, as it actually allowed him to filter another card out. Blocking for only 5 on the Erase face. Taking 1, Andrew ceases to be a Rune Blade for the turn.
Andrew just going to pass priority once again, setting up for another big 5-card hand, and all of the onus is on Michael Feng to put the pressure back on. Pass priority is good, so 4 cards to be drawn up. Interestingly, back and forth this game is. These players both having to do a fair amount of blocking. Andrew, honestly, has really just had 1 huge turn and then otherwise been blocking and setting up just to try to make something happen here. Spectral Manifestations, though, going to create a big old 4-power Spectral Shield coming in immediately with Go Again, thanks to Enigma discounting that effect. So 4 damage now. Andrew down to 16.
We know Michael has a Phantasmaclasm in his arsenal. A Restless Coalescence cracking in here. After damage is dealt, he plays this, gives it a little bit of extra oomph by taking the counters off of the Spectral Shield that were bestowed by Spectral Manifestations, using the 1 floating to swing in for 5 with it, with Go Again. This is a massive amount of damage. Taking Andrew down to 11, he shipped no blocks here. I believe Michael is holding a red in his hand and cannot pay for that Phantasmaclasm. Using Tunic and pitching that red to pay for that Phantasmaclasm. Looking at Andrew's hand here, no popper here right now.
Looking at the hand here.
Checking the graveyard, seeing what he could have and how likely he is to draw that Phantasm Popper. As well as considering what his own options could be on the next turn.
I'm wondering, I'm looking at the combat chain here, and I'm wondering if that 1 resource that was floating in the pitch zone needed to be paid into the Restless Coalescence here. I think both players might have just made a mistake not realizing that that resource needed to be paid into the Restless Coalescence, because that would have meant only 2 resources possible on this turn when utilizing the Fyndal Spring Tunic. So this play technically would not have been possible with this Phantasmaclasm coming in here. However, both players just going to go ahead. Andrew now got to find a way to navigate through this. If it's not caught, play will continue on. If there's one thing we know about Michael Feng, it is that he is the most stand-up, honest flesh and blood player you could ask for. So I have to imagine completely honest little...
Everyone makes mistakes. We are all human. Let's see what Andrew Lorenz is thinking about over here with his hand. He has 2 Become the Arknights. Not super ideal, holding a Revel in Runeblood and Arsenal, a blue Rune Flash, and a Runic Reckoning. This turn is quite powerful with 7 damage stored on the board. He needs to make something happen as this Phantasmaclasm threatens to put him to 2 if he doesn't commit any blocks or armor. And Traverse still on the board for Mr. Feng on the other side of the table.
Bunch of transcending happened early in this game for that Traverse the Universe to help out with. Just going to block 2 off the Grasp of the Arknight and become the Arknight. So Arknight twice over, blocking for 5, taking 4. Andrew Lorenz down to 7 here.
I'm curious about something. Is that Grasp cold foil? I believe it is.
Oh my goodness. Well, that would be something pretty remarkable to see in our feature match area. Runic Reckoning free because of the Rune Chance. Here comes a Rune Flash coming in for free as well. So 7 and 2 with Go again. 2 physical 5, from the Runic Reckoning itself. It doesn't just come in, as a non-attack action for Viserai. It also has text, giving the next Runeblade attack action +3. So 5 physical and 7 Rune Chance on the turn. Coming in now, 12 total damage. Michael Fung's got to think about.
Blue attack action, maybe not exactly what you're looking for on this turn. However, he does get to play Revel in Runeblood to generate 4 Rune Chance, thanks to having played both an attack and a non-attack action. With 1 card left in hand, he can send Reaping Blade alongside those Rune Chance.
Michael's got to make some important blocking decisions here. Restless Coalescence, we saw it activated at the end of last turn and activated at the start of this turn to make Spectral Shields. Such a versatile and powerful effect on that Mist Veil Majestic.
I believe he is capable of threatening 20 whole damage on this turn between 7 Rune Chance, 5 physical here, and then Revel in Runeblood to generate 4 and 1 thanks to Viserai's ability, then coming in with the Reaping Blade for another 9.
Sheesh. Sheesh. This Viserai deck has such burst potential. We've seen some clunky hands. We've seen some blocking coming out of Andrew Lorenz's side, but then these 2 massive turns where he's able to string it all together. And once again, if he's able to push Michael Fung to be relatively defensive, then all of a sudden Andrew will have the tempo. Andrew will have the ability to try to push some more damage forward and maybe just close this thing out in a barrage and hail of Rune Chance.
Quite a bit of damage, and Michael has a board he may be invested in protecting as best he can, or using it to cash in a little bit of life total here. He probably at least wants to get 2 defensive value out of this Restless Coalescence, so we're seeing him Arcane Barrier a little bit. Let's see how he chooses to deal with the rest of this damage. 1 floating here is interesting. We likely will see him pay that into Phantasmal Footsteps for some block value.
Maybe hoping, like you mentioned, if it's Revel in Runeblood and the chain gets broken, he can go ahead and get more block out of that Phantasmal Footsteps. Just going to go ahead and ward with all of what he has there, the Restless Coalescence and the 3 Spectral Shields. So losing 1 point of defensive value on that ward too. Now 5 physical he has to think about. This is where the Traverse the Universe is going to hit the combat chain. Time to find a blue card from the hand. No arcane damage has yet been taken, which means if it was a Succumb to Temptation in the arsenal there, it wouldn't be able to be played as instant speed and grab that chi out of the hand.
Very, very curious what Michael has here. I want to see if he's using this Traverse just for a little bit of value, or if he has finally found the Mist Veil Mysterious Dragon himself, Miragai, and is attempting to manifest him. He is! We are going to see that hit the table here and come in. Andrew threatening a massive attack with these Rune Chants powering up the Reaping Blade here. However, it is not lethal. It's only 9. Michael's at 20. There's no chance this forces him to block with 4 cards in hand. This could be the end of the Arknight as we know him.
8 life left for Michael Fung after that Revel in Runeblood. Reaping Blade coming forward. Here comes... See, Michael, yeah, almost card in the pitch. Let's put the Inner Chi in there for the Manifestations of Miragai. That's a much better choice, my friend. This one comes in with 4 +1/+1 counters, which means it is attacking for a total of 8. Go again, 2 floating, and Michael's still got a card left to work with. This dragon is just about as strong as any individual card we have in our game at the moment. Michael Fung trying to use it to carry himself, to continue to fight for top 8. Enigma Chimera going to be the follow-up. This one's got Phantasm, but it's still an attack for 6. This is a lethal attack, and you can't just give that one block on the Grasp with the Arknight to cover this one up. And if you leave Michael Feng with the Manifestations of Miragai on the other side of the table, you are probably asking for a bruise in here.
A weapon that swings for 8, go again for 1 resource every turn is, as scholars have said, pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. Pretty good indeed. That's going to buy the full block. Andrew Lorenz just down to 4. Tunic comes up to 3. Let's see if he just uses it to swing the Reaping Blade and at least ask for 1 card out of Michael Feng. The answer is yes. What are we working with from the side of the Pro Tour champ?
We have a Command and Conquer, an Enigma Chimera, a Restless Coalescence, and a Drop in the Ocean. 2 cards that don't block will not be enough to see the dragon slain, as we are likely to see a blue-pitched Manifestation of Miragai swung for 8 and followed by a Command and Conquer in this hand, as well as we will see a Restless Coalescence hit the board or arsenal to generate a little bit extra defensive power. Andrew draws up his next hand, and he has two blocks. He could die before he even reaches the opportunity to block the Command and Conquer.
Command and Conquer coming out. Only 1 2-block left in the hand. He can block 2, 3, 4. Taking 2 over the top, down to 2, losing the Creeper. Still going to keep the Tunic around for a turn, but it's looking like perhaps a rote and foregone conclusion at this point. Miragai has swung 2 times. The age-old adage says if a Miragai swings twice, is it possible for Enigma to lose? So far, it seems as though a second swing from Miragai is often the difference maker, and we're on to number 3 here. 8 go again. So challenging to deal with that. It's going to take all 3 cards out of the hand. Anything else for Michael Feng? Restless Coalescence comes in with all the counters. Here comes the attack coming in over the top with the Tunic being added to the combat chain. But I think that's just going to do it. No fist bump yet, but that is going to be the game. Andrew Lorenz falls to Michael Feng, your Pro Tour Baltimore champion here. Moves on to 9-2. Very, very good chance here to make another calling top 8 for our Pro Tour champ.
What a game.
What a game.
What a game. What a dragon.
What a dragon.
What a dragon.
And what a fun final matchup we have for you in just a second. I'm not going to spoil it just yet because we have got some exciting information in that round. We need you to stay around for this upcoming win and in matchup.
Because stick around with me to finally see Fang and Cindra.
Yes, as well as if you are active in the chat during this next match, you are going to be automatically entered into our giveaway for the 50th celebrational calling package. Look at everything gorgeous you get here. You get the mat, you get the coins, you get those 2 cups, which are so sick. I love the cups. I'm a big cup guy, and I'm excited about these cups.
He actually has them on the table with him right now. He bought some to take home.
I already bought the cups. Here, should we see the cups?
You want to see the cups? You want to see the cool cups?
We'll show 1 cup because the other one's, covered in the wrapping. But look at these cups.
Look at this cool.
It matches the background. You can see got the heroes. I see Prism, Viserai, Bravo, KO, Azuri, Dromai, and we're back to Prism. This is the cup. There's another cup as well with the logo. You may.
Oh, I dropped. Oh,
you actually got me.
No.
I was like, no. We've got a win-in for you guys next round, and it is with our Ira player from yesterday's. Wyatt? Wyatt's his name?
Wyatt
Schmitt is our Ira player on a win-in versus Tariq Patel, a name you might recognize, a 2-time national champ for 2 different countries. It all comes down to this. One of those players very well likely going to make the top 8, so don't go anywhere. We've got Fang, we've got Cindra, we've got a win-in right after this. One round remains between our competitors out there in the Swiss rounds and the all-important top 8 here at the 50th calling during this world tour of Portland, Oregon. Sam O'Byrne and Ellie Bird are here to bring you the action. Those are our names. We've got some very exciting names in our feature match area, and we have got some very exciting news for you all right after this round. We have got Fang and Cindra, the new exciting heroes from Flesh and Blood's next set, The Hunted. We're finally going to get to see what the heck they do. We're going to get to see some hero text, and there is a giveaway happening right now in this very live streams chat. There are instructions stickied and pinned in there for how to enter, but you basically just got to hang out and here with us during a win and in. That's so tough. You got to hang out and talk about what you like about Flesh and Blood in the thing.
No.
And it's not a keyword entry. You don't have to spam cup. You can just write whatever you want. You can just say,
It is pretty
hey.
funny if you just spam cup, though.
Yeah, you could just spam cup and make our producer really happy. He loves just seeing cup over and over and over again. All right.
Cup.
You ready?
Cup.
Cup. Time for a win and in, folks. Let's dive down into the feature match area. We have got, we've got one of the new fan favorites. We got Wyatt Schmitt there on Ira, the Scarlet Revenger, versus a man who darn needs no introduction. Tariq Patel, the Doctor, two-time national champion of the neighboring countries in Canada and the Americas. Like you, Ellie Bird, he forsook America for the Canadian lands and is now residing way up north with that PCG Invasion shirt upon his back. And he is trying to take Enigma to the promised land, another top 8 of another calling for Mr. Tariq Patel. For Wyatt Schmitt, he has been on a tear this tournament, only lost 2 games all weekend long. Now here's the thing. There are going to be, it's like 3 X3s that are going to miss out on top 8. So these players, this is a definite win and in, and it's a potential lose and out. These 2 players might still make it into the top 8, but we know the winner of this game is going to be in our top 8. Potentially whoever loses might still be able to sneak in there, but nothing is guaranteed for our X and 3s.
Wielder of a million nicknames, Dr. Dice, TP10,
Okay.
Dr. Tariq Patel. Shuffling up, presenting decks soon. TM.
Couple of harmonized Kodachis. Looks like the loadout here for our Ira player. We've got the Pouncing Paws, the Tiger Stripe Shuko, the Mask of Momentum, of course, and that Fine Doll Spring Tunic. Similarly, a pretty standard loadout suite for Enigma here. Players have presented their decks. They've shuffled it up. This is the final round of Swiss, folks. Before the top 8 players have drawn up their hands, it's time to get down into it. Once again, you can always tell who's going first if you have a tunic on the board. Tariq's got that tunic on one. He is on the play here. Let's see how he wants to begin this game.
Holding 2 instants capable of transcension, as my co-caster compatriot likes to say. However, one of them requires a target on the combat chain, requiring Tariq to put multiple cards out of his hand, and then he would be left with multiple chi, not capable of arsenaling it, opting instead to put Rising Sun, Setting Moon in his arsenal and put the onus of starting this game on Mr. Schmitt on the other side of the table, holding 4 cards, deciding what to do with them. Leading off with 100 wins for 1. This is no Mystic Ninja. This is a blue attack for 1.
I'm going to drop it.
Okay.
Opting to give this -1 with a drop in the ocean and likely play another Transcend instant, saying, hey, wait a second. Sorry, I need to play this one first, if you don't mind. Rising Sun, Setting Moon before the drop in the ocean. So the way this interaction works is you transcend, drop in the ocean. As you have played another blue card this turn, you resolve Rising Sun, Setting Moon, drawing a card and giving you the option to put the other chi now in your hand on the bottom of your deck before transcending Rising Sun, Setting Moon itself. This 100 wins, now with 0 power, is resolved, cleared, and sent to the graveyard. Wyatt making a good, I like to call it a good hygiene kind of move here, breaking the combat chain where the combat chain does not matter to deny his Mystic opponent targets on the combat chain with which to target, with Transcend Instance relevant, as Tariq was holding a path well traveled before sinking it to Rising Sun, Setting Moon. Coming in with a Bittering Thorns 4/4 here.
It'll be 5 thanks to that Ira hero ability. We broke the chain, but Ira still just cares about attacks on the turn. Coming in for 5, looks like no block, so the next attack is going to get +1. A nice little sequencing here, so Ira is going to see 2 attacks getting +1. The Bittering Thorn giving this Harmonized Kodachi +1 as well, so Wyatt just looking to put some consistent damage. The queen of the floor. Ira Scarlet Revenger is new to Classic Constructed, and Wyatt Schmitt might be new to the national scene of Flesh and Blood coverage, but both are trying to make a top 8 here at this calling in Portland. 2 damage is the offer on the combat chain here.
I didn't know she had moves like that. You keep calling her the queen of the floor?
Yeah, she's a dancer, dog. She
well, that's
goes
actually
crazy.
true. We have Flick Flack that does depict her.
Oh, yeah.
She's moving.
She's moving. I would even say that she's a maniac.
Okay.
A maniac on the floor.
Old person joke. This Kodachi 4-2 buying the block of a Rage Spectre 4-3. Not the most efficient block ever, but Tariq opting to give up 1 value that could have blocked on a Bittering Thorns and instead wait for there to be some meaningful on-hit, reading that his opponent is likely arsenaling his last card, blocking 2 instead of the next Kodachi 4-1 with it, and letting him pass the turn. Enigma activation for the first time this game. Spectre Shield with +1 coming down and coming in hot onto the combat chain 4-2.
Spectral Shield coming in here for 2. Everybody excited? Everything's fine?
Don't think too hard about it.
Don't think too hard.
Just don't worry about it.
2 damage from the Spectral Shield on the combat chain.
No blocks.
Looks like Wyatt loudly and proudly announces no blocks. Either happy to wait for another on-hit or happy to keep all 5 cards he has to push some damage against the Ledger of Ancestry. Another Chi hitting the pitch zone, pumping this Spectral Shield by +3 counters.
5 total damage.
Pushing it to 5 total damage. It has 4 counters on it. Wyatt saying, all right, you have an attack reaction. I have a defense reaction. Here is a sink below, opting to take 1 instead of the prior number of 2 by blocking 4 on this now 5 power Spectral Shield. Going to 39 to the Doctor's 34.
Say something like scary, like
Still has 4 cards in hand after filtering with the sink below's text a little bit. Tariq still with cards in hand, cracking in with a Restless Coalescence for 4 plus the 2 ward base power it has, paying 1 to swing 6. Now that's math.
That means there will be another Spectral Shield coming in after this, which can attack thanks to that 1 floating.
Why is there a Spectral Shield coming in, Sam?
He can remove a +1 counter from it to create a token, Ellie. That's what Restless Coalescence says. Maybe he won't do it, but have to imagine with that 1 floating, an attack for 1 is pretty darn enticing on this combat chain. And you get some more prevention for the next turn. It's a once per turn instance. If you do it on this turn, you can do it on the next turn as well.
I don't know why you expected me to read Illusionist cards.
That's on me.
That's on you.
And that's on me.
Yeah, it is your bad.
He's coming in for 6 thanks to those 4 +1 counters.
Wyatt considering some blocks. 6 is a big hit to take. However, if you do not just take it on the chin, you will not be able to clear the board as effectively as you might like on the next turn. Enigma presenting this kind of winless situation where you either have to take damage to clear the board or let the auras stick around and punish you a little longer. Just as you predicted, the tea leaves and winds you read. A Spectre Shield is created, and 1 is paid to swing for 1 with it, taking Wyatt Schmitt down to 35. We see an aspect of Tiger Mind and a Command and Conquer in Wyatt's hand here. I suspect we may see a little bit of a Kodachi into CNC 4-7 play, making sure he takes his tunic before doing anything else.
A lot of wards still on the board for Tariq, though, if that CNC comes down. Looking for a scrap, actually going to be the beginning of the turn. So coming in for 5, threatening that ward quite a bit, getting rid of the pouncing chi that was just blocked with. Nice little move here from Wyatt. I love the inclusion of looking for a scrap in the list, a way to get some more damage across. CNC will be 4-7, so 12 points of damage and value out of these 3 cards.
no blocks.
But a CNC,
3 card 12. Getting the Sync below in here looks like he is most likely giving up a Spectral Shield either via a counter from the Restless Coalescence or one of the ones already on the board. Maybe not knowing it, but dodging the CNC for 7's obnoxious effect that prevents the defense of defense reactions
now
quite well.
It's interesting because there is no arsenal for Tariq here, so is Wyatt going to just put this out for damage or try to spread out these attacks on the combat chains to threaten the Restless Coalescence? If you just attack with the Kodachis, however, this one would be for 2, so might buy some defense, but the Restless Coalescence here can just make some Spectral Shields to deal with these Kodachis. It actually does look like that is going to be the play here from our Ira player, just going ahead and trying to spread damage out across the combat chain rather than put it all in the CNC while Tariq's arsenal is not present, and the CNC is significantly less threatening than otherwise. So just going to be coming in Kodachi for 2 into Kodachi for 1, relatively face up, and as we discussed, one Spectral Shield going to be created with this Restless Coalescence, warding the 2, and then here comes the 1. Any further blocks from our Ledger of Ancestry, or is this Restless Coalescence finally going to get stopped?
Looks like we're going to see Phantasmal Footsteps blocked with and their tax paid, covering up the 1 threatened by the Harmonized Kodachi. The 2 remaining used to efficiently cast this Waxing Spectre, a 3 ward aura that gets a +1 counter if you have pitched a blue card this turn.
Tunic is available, so can attack with either of these, but also just has the blue in hand and is not interested in arsenaling that Truce. A card that's pretty good on the turn 0, but otherwise mostly is going to be there for this exact reason, to pitch or to block. Restless Coalescence coming in, no blocks, but a reaction. Fate Foreseen going to leave a card on top. Here comes the Waxing Spectre, so another 4, and there's another 4 defense. Fate Foreseen into Sync Below. We saw what was on top, and so we'd like to grab that with the Sync Below now.
Looks like he chose to keep a blue Winds of Eternity, a weakest link, and he held it up to the camera again.
Right as you pull it to the side of our look in, Wyatt giving us a nice little show, a nice little look over.
Kodachi for 1. He has both a CNC and a weakest link available to him. The Kodachis from the previous turn kind of diminished the offensive power of the Restless Coalescence and took it from a 6 to a 4, allowing it to be more cleanly covered up with a defense reaction. That ebb and flow of what these 2 heroes do in this matchup is actually just so fascinating to me. Here comes the Kodachi for 2. I believe we're going to see Tunic cashed in to pay for a CNC for 6.
Tariq moving some of the ward to one side of the table. Got to deal with 2 damage here.
Players in the 130 full box team trios. Your seatings for build are available in your Fab TCG profile and will be going up on the Perry's board by waypoint B.
Tunic,
Yep.
weakest link for 6.
Note that these will be pushed to your primary player.
Weakest link. Got to be considered here. Looks as though this one's going to take an Essence of Ancestry Mind, Find All Spring Tunic. Does have some more to deal with this, and the Traverse the Universe being committed here means Tariq's got big plans for his next turn.
most likely looking to resolve a dragon. Let's take a peek into that hand. We see instead a Sacred Art Immortal Lunar Shrine, a Rage Spectre, and a Levels of Enlightenment. Not quite the manifestation of Mirror one might expect. However, a big value play where he is going to get 3 blue cards in his pitch zone before the levels even resolves, allowing him to choose all 3 modes on it.
One thing's for darn sure, he doesn't want this weakest link connecting. He's got a lot of cards in that hand with no base defense, which would mean a card discarded for him and a card drawn for our Ira player. On the left side of your screen, Restless Coalescence is going to make another Spectral Shield in response to the weakest link. So blocking 3, 4, 5, and 6 from the Spectral Shield, covering up the weakest link. Traverse the Universe has now been used. That's something that Wyatt doesn't have to think about, but he does have to consider and think about just what it means for him on this turn and what that inner chi is going to represent as Enigma looks to just maybe put the pressure on with her own Sacred Art. Levels of Enlightenment, holding the priority here before the Levels of Enlightenment resolves. Inner Chi into the Sacred Art Immortal Lunar Shrine. 2 more Spectral Shields. Going to go ahead and put counters on all of the auras. So now that Waxing Spectre gets a counter as well. All 3 of the Spectral Shields coming in for an additional point of value, and the Immortal Lunar Shrine will be transcending as well into an Inner Chi itself.
And it will be pitched, most likely, into Enigma's ability, generating another Spectral Shield with a +1 counter on it, and giving Levels of Enlightenment the fuel it needs to be 5. Go again. Draw a card with 2 floating for the Doctor.
Pretty impressive there. 5, go again, draw a card, and has 2 floating to come in with some more of these auras. Two floating left over. 5 damage that Wyatt has to think about, but more importantly, such a huge board that now must be considered.
Lining up some blocks, considering giving up this Command and Conquer.
No blocks.
Opting instead not to block. Going down to 29.
29,
2 for free from Enigma.
34
No blocks.
for the good doctor. 2 more coming in, go again. This one's free. 27, Wyatt might be taking a good bit of this if he's got a way to go wider on this combat chain. Waxing Spectre now. This is an attack for 5 with go again, thanks to the +1 counters.
3, take 2.
Blocking 3, taking 2 to the Command and Conquer.
2.
No
Another
block.
shield cracking in here. 4-2. Let's see what the last card in Tariq's hand ends up doing. It may find its way to the arsenal.
Looks as though that is the play for Tariq Patel.
Opting to block with the Pouncing Paws to preserve 1 life, since it seems likely he is going to need to use that on this following turn to make things work for him. Tariq's board is massive. Threatening the Shuko trigger could absolutely be a way to clear this up. However, without a surefire way to clear this up, this is just an insane amount of board presence. There's so much value. Each one of these swings for 2 and then blocks for 1 on the back end. And this Waxing Spectre swings for 5 and blocks 3 right now. He has so much work to get done here. And we're going to see him start to chip away at this mountain of protection that we have here. Kodachi coming in for 1. Tariq seeing that he has a no block in his hand and committing this Inner Chi as a blue to block with Phantasmal Footsteps to shut down this Kodachi coming in for 1. Crouching Tiger coming in for 0, or so it seems.
And importantly, the Tiger Stripe Shuko has some super relevant text on this turn. Damage can't be prevented on the next attack that is 2 or less base power. If somehow Wyatt Schmitt is able to get the next attack with 2 or less base power through unblocked without a defense reaction, not blocked by actual cards with the defensive value. Every single piece of ward that you see on this combat chain will be wiped away thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko just tearing through all the defenses. Here, one Spectral Shield is going to be lost to the Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, you're good. How many cards in hand?
3 cards in hand left for the good doctor.
This is something I love seeing Ira do with the Pouncing Paws, where you just kind of make an attack for 1 with it by using her hero text to give the Crouching Tiger +1. Now this Kadachi comes in for another obnoxious 1, threatening to take some shields off the board for each point of 1 ward Tariq has on the board. Wyatt has an attack for 1, saying, would you like to waste an entire card so that I can push through something larger later in the turn?
Chain has not been broken. Can't utilize those Phantasmal Footsteps again until it is so. 1 floating left for Wyatt after this. Still got a number of cards left in the hand.
Moving those Pouncing Paws to the graveyard where they belong, since there are Mystic Heroes in the game now. You can't very well leave your equipment face down, as it could be cloaked. Here comes a Bittering Thorns for 4 with Go Again. If it were to connect, which it is literally incapable of, since there is more than 4 ward on the board, it would give Wyatt's next attack +1. However, here it is just an obnoxious breakpoint for the Doctor to deal with.
We know it's, I believe, that CNC still in the arsenal for Wyatt. Here comes a Waning Vengeance. This will create a Spectral Shield upon destruction thanks to that inner chi in the pitch zone. Starting to see even more why that Phantasmal Footstep block was placed. And a Restless Coalescence. We can move as many counters as we'd like. Looks like maybe all are headed to the Restless Coalescence here.
Yeah.
Leaving 1 on the Waxing Spectre, hedging his bets that he may be capable of protecting at least that between the shields he has on the board and the Restless Coalescence's ability. Waning Vengeance leaving the board and leaving a Spectral Shield behind as it does so.
100 wins for 2 unpreventable.
100 wins for 2? That is incapable of being prevented by the Tiger Stripe Shuko's effect. However, Tariq just has a card with which to block, denying the ability to break this board up. He gets to go back to his turn with, while he has no cards in hand, he has protected this colossal board, making a Spectral Shield with Restless's ability. And using his last resource to stick a Waning Vengeance from Arsenal. That blue did some serious lifting.
That blue did some crazy work on the turn. Made a Spectral Shield thanks to the Waning Vengeance, blocked with the Phantasmal Footsteps, and then the final floating to just play another Waning Vengeance. Why not? And thanks to Enigma, here's an attack for 1. That is for free. No Go Again. Wyatt's down to 23, and it's up to him to once again try to claw through this board that just gets ever larger, ever present. Here comes another Spectral Shield. We've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ward currently on the board. Here's the thing about this Ira deck. Without some of the more wide-leaning pieces, or we haven't seen a Razor Reflex or similar effect yet be played, maybe a little bit too honest, when Enigma is going a little bit beyond what one might consider in the realms of fairness.
Kadachi for 1. Kadachi for 2. Let's see what Tariq has to say about that.
No blocks, any reactions? No.
Says no blocks, no reactions, gives up 2 Spectral Shields, and a Command and Conquer for 6 comes in. Wyatt still with 2 cards in hand. Maybe not as capable of converting as he would have liked, as he is holding a Weakest Link and a Censor, both red cards without Go Again.
This one might be a pretty easy 6 block for Tariq Patel. He's utilized the Spectral Shields to keep his more important ward pieces around. 2 of them have +1 counter, so they can have Go Again. Continue to just put the pressure on his Ira opponent. No Arsenal. This Command & Conquer is desperately trying to clear some ward pieces.
This game is kind of slipping away from Wyatt here. He's not quite capable of breaking this board up, and it just keeps getting a little bit more complicated. The knot that Enigma is weaving just keeps getting more and more tangled, and it's starting to lash out at the Scarlet Revenger here. This Waxing Spectre coming in for 4 with Go Again, sure to be followed by the Restless Coalescence and perhaps even this Waning Vengeance. Tunic is up. He could swing with almost everything on the board.
Reminder for those of you, if you're looking at these gorgeous mats like I am and thinking, how can I get me one of those? Just go ahead and enter into the giveaway currently happening in this live stream's chat. It'll be the first thing we do after this game is pull our winner. You get one of the mats you see on your screen. You get 2 limited edition Legend Story Studios, I believe event exclusive, gorgeous little cups, as well as the commemorative coin. And, you know, another little thing, we are revealing Fang and Cindra after this, so I suggest you continue to hang out. All of these attacks have come through now. Wyatt's down to 13. This is the uncomfortable position Enigma puts you in. Do you want to take damage to try to clear my ward pieces? And if you can't, I'm just going to do it all over again. Let's see what Wyatt has here. Last turn, the hand wasn't super efficient in going wide. 2 spinning wheel kicks, though. That's going to be a little better for Wyatt here on this turn.
Spinning wheel kick coming in for 4, sure to be followed by a spinning wheel kick for 6, thanks to Ira's hero ability and the +1 from spinning wheel kick's combo effect. Tariq cleanly covering up this breakpoint with a sink below, filtering his hand a little bit. Let's see the rip. He's holding Manifestation of Mirai, a Ripple Away, and a Rage Spectre. 4 blues, 9 block available in the hand.
Spinning wheel kick now coming down, like you said, for 6. 2 different +1 effects affecting this whirling ninja action.
Tariq chewing on his blocking decisions, blocking 6 on 6. Here comes the weakest link for another 6, threatening the board.
Threatening the board and threatening that Manifestations of Mirai as well. That's going to just block for 3, but he does have some ward left over. Blocking 3 and utilizing the ward 3 from one of those 2 pieces most likely. Let's see what the call is.
I suspect we may see the Waning Vengeance leave despite not generating any value, because that Waxing Spectre's go again is a little too valuable to say goodbye to at this stage of the game. Tariq keeping 1 card and using his Tunic to cash in a swing for 4 from this Waxing Spectre rather than pitching this Mirai to swing with more than 1 aura. He's cashing in for 4 here off his Tunic counter, arsenaling Mirai and hoping to use it to slam the door despite having already traversed.
Can't quite tell. Can't quite tell precisely what's in the hand there for Wyatt. Not sure if he's got a blue to really power up this turn. Nice use of the Tunic for Tariq here, making this Waxing Spectre. And seeing this block for 3 as Wyatt goes down to 12 here does maybe lead me to believe that there is a world in which not a blue was drawn. We saw this in a couple of his hands against New yesterday. Wyatt at 9-2, one of the most successful players in this entire 400-person calling, 379-person calling. So listen, it is not as though this dude has not been killing people all weekend long. The question is, can he overcome the 2-time national champ? Fate Foreseen going to come up, cleanly block this Bittering Thorns.
Sensor for 6.
Here comes a pitch of a red Mauling Chi into a sensor for 6. Looking to come after the board, but Tariq all too happy to block with 2 Command and Conquers, covering 6 on 6 here, holding a card in his hand. His tempo advantage here just gets larger and larger. The saving grace for Mr. the young Schmitt over here is that Tariq only has a red with which to swing his auras, swinging only 4 into 1, at least keeping him safe from the swing of a Restless Coalescence for another 3 damage.
Rushing River blocking 3, 1 over, 1 from the Spectral Shield, looking like that's going to be taken as well. So Wyatt down to 9 to Tariq's 34. Still got a bunch of ward, but keeping 3 cards. Does he have a blue here to power up these Kodachis and really try to finally take care of the Waxing Spectre or the Restless Coalescence? There's another Rushing River, this time hitting the pitch zone. Harmonized Kodachi for 1 coming on.
Let's see what Wyatt's cooking with here, yeah? Tariq gives up a Spectral Shield. Wyatt is holding a Double Strike and a Winds of Eternity. This turn could go wide enough to break up this board, but it may just be too late. Tariq has a 25-point life lead on the young ninja here.
Double strike for 1.
Double strike for 1. The double strike for 2 that follows this will be unpreventable thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko. It can just be blocked with the card in hand, and unless Tariq drew a hand of real chaff, he will most likely be able to block this. Yeah, 3 cards in that hand that block.
All 3 of which block for 3. That is 9 defensive value. Giving up a Spectral Shield on the first double strike swing, and then looking to give a card on the swing for 2 with the Shuko trigger, I imagine.
And then the 100 winds, or excuse me, the Winds of Eternity will just be coming in for 2 as well. Wonder if that most likely just takes another card from hand, and the onslaught from the Waxing Spectre and the Restless Coalescence can continue. Not sure what that arsenal is for Tariq. 3 block from the Truce, taking care of that double strike.
The Winds of Eternity for 2.
Winds coming in for 2. Tariq forced to make a decision here on whether he wants to establish the Mira guy in his arsenal or just pitch a blue to keep swinging with this board. I believe he has a Ripple Away and an Astral Etchings. He could swing an attack and put some counters on it after the attack, but he does not control a Spectral Shield. However, he can use Calming Gesture to generate a Spectral Shield as an instant to make that Astral Etchings capable of being played as an instant, threatening near lethal damage in reaction speed.
Both players taking a real think. 9 plays 34 here. Turn 8 of our final round of Swiss. 12 grueling rounds of Classic Constructed. These competitors have battled throughout all weekend long, but only 8 players can stand looking out across the fields from the mountaintop and battle for not only the title of Calling Champion, but the lion's share of that cash and the extended art gold foil Crown of Providence, a true jewel in any player or collector's collection. Looks as though this is just going to take the Waxing Spectre here. Of all the options coming forth from the Doctor here, I didn't expect that to be the answer he selected, but the Waxing Spectre is going to eat up the ward, so the only piece remaining is this Restless Coalescence. Wyatt's done a nice job of working through the board here, but let's see what's next.
We're going to see Tariq swing this Restless Coalescence for 2, and unbeknownst to the Scarlet Revenger, what lies in wait is in the reaction step. We are going to see Calming Gesture activated to generate a Spectral Shield. Astral Etchings played as an instant, targeting the Spectral Manifest, or the Restless Coalescence, and giving it 3+1/+1 counters, giving the attack go again, and generating more Spectral Shields with which to continue his onslaught. Thankfully, Wyatt has drawn a sink below here to stanch the bleeding, but this is still so much overwhelming pressure to deal with.
1 damage over, 1 damage on the combat chain in that Spectral Shield.
Looks like Wyatt is going to 7.
Down to 7 here. Make another Spectral Shield with the Restless Coalescence effect. That card has just put in insane amounts of work over the last, 5 turns, man. It's just been crazy to watch. Counters hit the thing. Counters leave the thing. Spectral Shields created. Spectral Shield used for defense. Here comes a spinning wheel kick. This one's coming in for 5. Still just trying to threaten that board.
Something I very much recall from doing some testing for this particular format after Worlds was with my buddy Nia Tran, also a teammate of the Dr. Patel on the other side of the table here, is that Restless Coalescence is the key to this matchup. Nobody could really quite figure out how to deal with Enigma's, to deal with Ira's offense, breaking up Enigma's board so efficiently until I think they kind of started working around this Restless Coalescence strategy. They started playing towards it. They started running Calming Gesture in the matchup to allow these Astral Etchings instant speed plays to just cover everything up and let you just ride on this Coalescence. Keep powering it up, powering it down, generating this kind of self-defending threat and coming in over and over and over with this same card. And when you have 3 in your deck, it becomes so smothering for Ira to deal with.
And look at this. Tariq has just made such devastating use of his Tunic counter over these last number of turn cycles, just continuously able to utilize it, come in with an attack with Go again, now make another Spectral Shield. That's going to buy the Mask of Momentum block. I believe Wyatt is down to 6 after taking 1 from that other Spectral Shield attack. Here comes a Harmonized Kodachi coming in, threatening another Spectral Shield. We've seen this movie before, and we will see just how this movie ends with one of these players at the minimum making it into our top 8. At the moment, it is looking as though it will be our 2-time national champ, Tariq Patel, making its way into that slot. But finally, saving grace, down goes the Restless Coalescence to the Harmonized Kodachi. But when you're seeing Tariq Patel just look to take all this damage, perhaps he's looking to slam the door. We know what's in the arsenal.
All too late. This progress comes as Wyatt here is finally breaking through, but he doesn't have the Mask of Momentum anymore to make this Rowdy Locals do some extra work. And Tariq's hand contains the Levels of Enlightenment and 2 Transcend instants. We're going to see that levels come down, and most importantly, we're going to see Tariq Transcend, give this attack go again, give it +2, draw a card, present 5, go again into what, Sam? What's Tariq's arsenal? It's Manifestation of Mirai. We're going to see it hit the board and crack in for another 8 following this, and Tariq will still have 2 cards in hand and a resource floating.
Looks as though Tariq drew a card and said 5 here.
Again, to go again from Path Well Traveled.
That was the Transcend card. I was like, what on earth is happening? No.
Between Grain That Tips the Scale and Path Well Traveled, they're my 2 favorite ways to kind of achieve 3 modes on Levels of Enlightenment without truly achieving 3 modes on it.
That buys the Fate Foreseen block. Oh my goodness, another Levels of Enlightenment. This one can be 3 and go again here. And he's still got to be thinking about that. Manifestations of Mirai on the other side of the table.
This one coming in for 3 go again, as it did not have the Path Well Traveled to boost it up. Wyatt blocking with a Warmonger's Diplomacy, 2 cards left in hand, and he's down to 5. This Mirai is knocking on the coffin.
This is finally going to take the Tiger Stripe Shuko. 3, 6, and 8 is going to be the block. Any follow-up here from Tariq? He's probably done enough damage. We've seen it once. We've seen it again.
The 3rd.
The Restless Coalescence can just come in with that final card, with that final counter. I was like, there's probably not going to be follow-up. Not only was there a follow-up, it was the play that brings Tariq Patel to 10-2 on the weekend. The man, the myth, the legend is moving on into the top 8 of this calling. I had actually been speaking to some people around Tariq and the team, and he said, I don't like my deck. I just keep losing.
I remember this.
Yeah, he was like, I don't like this deck. Like, I'll just see what happens. And it turns out if you don't like the deck, maybe it is just the key to bring you forth into the top 8. Because Tariq certainly, maybe if he was losing in testing before this weekend, he did not do a lot of losing these last 2 days. Only 2 losses to his name, and now he moves into the top 8.
Actually, fun fact,
Yep.
I was very aggressively encouraging Tariq to take Aurora, as is my want.
Yep.
We played a few games, and actually that night, he played a bunch of Aurora. He won some games. He played some Enigma into Aurora. He lost to the Arc Flicker kind of combo setup.
Yep.
And then I texted him my deck list. I was like, hey, here's this, some sideboard notes if you need anything. If you need any help or cards tomorrow, just let me know. And then he responds to me, and he said, I'm actually locking in Enigma, despite knowing that it is the worst of 2 choices. And here we see him in top 8. But I just want to say, what a bad guy.
Oh,
I
yeah?
can't believe he did that to a kid.
Oh, yeah,
That
true,
was
true.
awful.
That
That was awful.
Well, let's celebrate the top 8 with a giveaway here. We are giving away this 50th Calling Celebration set. Anyone who left a comment in the chat during that last round is eligible for the giveaway. So, I mean, without further ado, let us place a little drum roll upon the table. Show me the winner, Alex G. Wyatt doesn't talk till he hears the bell. You are gosh darn
That's a good
right.
one. That's a really good
You
one.
are gosh darn right. The kid is a fighter. The kid went XN3 at a calling. What an unbelievable record. Now, Alex, you will get some information there in the chat about how to claim your giveaway, but congratulations, and thank you all for hanging out with us. But looking ahead and moving forward, we have got our top 8, and we have got our reveal of the 2 Draconic heroes from the Hunted, Fang and Cindra. We are going to be looking at it for the first time along with you, so please don't go anywhere. We've got a short break, and then we've got some spicy reveals from the Hunted in the top 8, and we will see you in just a second. time, folks. Tab in, tab on over. It is time to reveal the hero texts from some of the most highly anticipated heroes in quite some time. We are returning to Volcor, returning to the Draconic talent. Let us waste no time. Fire the tape!
The guilty cannot hide from us. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
The hunter becomes the hunted as these two heroes look to exactly what Cindra has in that name, retribution for the loss of their emperor. Look at the border. Oh my gosh. Look at the border on this card. Royal Draconic Ninja Hero. The golden frame as Cindra looks to take down Arachne if, of course, they or their many different, I don't even know, agents can be found. So, Ellie, what are you thinking when you're seeing Cindra for the first time?
I love that first line of text. I think when we saw the marked tokens and the fealty tokens for the first time, which are used to make your attacks draconic, we were kind of thinking, okay, well, A, what's my payoff for being draconic? What's my incentive to be playing these things? And B, why should I be marking people? And, of course, there's already the in-talent payoffs for Draconic. You have Phi's whole shtick where he wants to get a Phoenix Flame for playing Draconic Chain Links. You have cards that care about Draconic Chain Links like Rising Resentment, Mounting Anger. They're both guy getting angrier, so I was struggling with that a little bit. Rising Resentment, Mounting Anger, Soaring Strike, these kind of effects that reward you for having Draconic Chain Links, and Cindra herself is no different. She's going to be destroying her daggers as she attacks with them with cards like Blood Runs Deep, the Draconic Ninja attack action that is discounted for how many Draconic Chain Links you control, just like her ability that gets one cheaper for each Draconic Chain Link you control, allowing you to recycle whatever daggers you have thrown into your marked target, never to miss.
The dagger surrounding Cindra look to rise like the Phoenix Flames of another Draconic Ninja we know and love. Let's go ahead and take a look at Fang, the Drakai of Blades. Similar line of first text. Whenever you hit a marked hero, create a fealty token, and if you control 3 or more fealty tokens, dagger attacks cost you 1 less to activate. Fealty tokens stick around if you have just played a Draconic card, so you can have a bunch of fealty tokens. You can show your fealty to your land, to your fallen emperor over and over again, and Fang looks to be wanting to stack these fealty tokens so that the dagger attacks just come in for free. Eat your heart out, Kasai. My attacks are going to be free every single day of the week.
All right, let's do my favorite thing, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about Bolt.
Okay.
Fang on the face reminds me a fair bit of Bolton. He is this talented warrior. The first time we've seen a talented warrior since Flesh and Blood's 4th set in 2021 with Monarch. This is a talented warrior who is likely going to care about attack actions. He has access to fealty, which makes your attack actions draconic. Is it attacks or attack actions, Sam?
The next card you play
The next card you play is... So he's going to make your attack actions draconic. You are going to be playing Blaze Headlong. You are going to be playing Lava Burst. And you have cards available to you like Quicksilver Dagger, a 1-cost weapon that will cost 0 if you have proven your loyalty to the deceased Emperor. His flames will fuel you from the beyond to allow you to swing your weapons for free. So you're going to prove your fealty. You're going to have a bit of a ramp-up time, like putting cards in your soul. It really gives me shades of that. And then once you have ramped up, once you have these resources available to you, you can draw on the royal coffers to supply your combat chain with extra attacks to make slam dunking cards like lava burst onto your opponent and breaking point on your opponent. These rupture effects that Draconic is known and loved for, all that much easier.
What I'm excited to see is just how much of the synergy and how much exciting possibilities there are in the cards that allow for marking and when there's other additional effects as well. And it's fascinating to me that these fealty tokens just affect any card. They can turn any card in the game draconic, generic, other warrior cards, other ninja cards, things that aren't talented all of a sudden will become draconic to fuel all of these decks and all of these playstyles. Honestly, it sounds pretty intricate, sounds pretty fascinating.
I can finally play... So there's so many Draconic head jabs. I can finally play Draconic head jab.
You absolutely can. And we soon will know just what lies in the shadows. The countdown to chaos begins December 17th. What the heck is up with all these arachnes? I don't understand it. I really want to know. The arts are so cool. These guys are crazy looking. What is the answer? Who are all of these assassins? The answers will become finally slightly more clear once the countdown to chaos begins December 17th. Just a matter of weeks away, my friends, until the hunted picture becomes ever clearer. And it's time. You talk about it. Do you want to talk about things getting clear?
I want to talk about things getting clear.
And let's look at the top 8, because finally we have our answers looking ahead here. Wow, buddy boy, I'm seeing some Mistveil heroes as well as a single Azalea and a single Dash.io. Thaminda did make it in to the top 8 alongside a lot of the heroes from Part the Mistveil. What do you see,
I'm seeing here is Victor Mercado.
Yep.
Remains first seed after being undefeated day 1. Our other undefeated also in second seed, so both of them really carried their torch. You know, they really found their way into those first and second seeds. They converted that first day performance into a top 8. So shout out to them and shout out to everybody in this top 8, which we love to see. The first game we have here is New versus Enigma. This one is a little bit interesting. We typically see, you know, Enigma slam dunk New, but apparently Victor played David Brunner in Swiss and won. So that one may be a bit of a reversal. So and then, following that, we have Jude Cornett. Actually, if you would believe it, we saw him on stream. Beard, everything. He is 16 years old.
Wow.
From this area. So awesome to see him in the top 8 playing against Jacob Kissel, one of the few non-Mistveil heroes in the top 8 on Azalea. I'm curious to see how that matchup has shifted post Art of War ban, because that matchup was typically actually not that great for Azalea. Zen was explosive enough that he would find that turn and you could just lose everything you had worked so hard to do against Zen.
And that will be our feature match, because of course it will. We've got an Azalea in there, and I don't want to spoil it just yet, but I think we maybe have a spicy choice in the weapon zone for Jacob. So we're going to be diving into that feature match in just a moment, looking down the list ever so briefly, because we do have players shuffled up and ready to go. We've got, of course, Michael Feng and a Dash.io looking to try to take down Enigma without High Octane. I wonder if it will be possible, because these Enigma decks, boy, they've been fatiguing these Dash.ios. And then bottom of your screen, we've got a couple mainstays of the competitive circuit. Cody, Tariq, we know those two. We'll look towards the quarterfinals or the semifinals and see which one of them was able to take it out. But in our feature match area, we have got Jude and Jacob, Zen and Azalea. It is time to dive into the quarterfinals here of our 50th Calling in Flesh and Blood's lore. It is time to begin the top 8.
Seriously, look at Jude. Do you believe he's 16? This is like borderline controversial.
Beginning the game here is our Zen player on the right side of your screen, playing the levels of Enlightenment, going to go ahead and resolve the Rising Sun, Setting Moon, transcending And then getting a resource from the 12-petal Kasaya. Time to activate Zen most likely in response here, though we are on turn 0, so this is about, if you're going to have to face down a multi-mode levels, maybe this is not, the most devastating levels of Enlightenment we've ever seen.
And there is that Sand Scour Greatbow in Azalea's weapon zone. Very interesting. This New Horizon deck is a little more focused on the disruption than some other approaches from Azalea decks. From what I understand, it's less about going tall, being super efficient, and dealing a million damage, and more about creating a vice grip on your opponent and locking them out of the game for as long as you can possibly muster, which, as far as I'm aware, Zen doesn't really like when that happens to him.
Absolutely. Sandscour Greatbow, some great new cards in the Azalea Armory deck that love aim counters. So there are some great new options like the Stone Rain, a card that when it has an aim counter, just gets Dominate without needing the ability of Azalea, and then has this Rhinar-like intimidation effect of banishing a card face down upon hitting that the player will then get back at the end of their next turn. It's a beautiful little 0/4 arrow with nice amounts of upside.
Does Stone Rain really have Dominate if it has an aim counter?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever noticed that text on that card.
Yeah. It super does.
I've never, ever noticed that in my entire life. We are going... It sure does. Look at that. Thank you, Ethan. We are seeing this Infecting Shot block 3 on this Levels of Enlightenment, and this is a big upside this Sandscour Azalea deck likes to bring on its side of the board, which is that it has so many more 3 blocks and blues than your normal Azalea pile. We're going to see Jacob opt that it probably isn't worth an entire card to block for 1 here. Heads up here, since there is a Tiger Swipe coming in for 5 with a Tiger Stripe Shuko trigger on it immediately following. Let's see what the block is.
Damn, this is a really good start for Jude. He got to transcend. He's gotten to take 2 cards out of the hand. He's already gotten a damage across from that Crouching Tiger, and now the Tiger Swipe threatens to make the Mauling Chi even more dangerous. If he blocks here, he still has to eat the 5 from the Mauling Chi. The question is, does he even have 2/3 blocks? These Azalea decks can often have a couple 2 blocks, as we see in that Lace with Bloodrot. Looks like we are going to be blocking 5, Lace with Bloodrot, and knock the Death Whistle. So this Mauling Chi comes in for 5, and instead of having the Crouching Tiger to turn it into an attack for ostensibly 6, just going to be 5. So for Jude, took all the cards out of the hand, and even though it's turn 1, got the opponent down to 35, maybe even 34, yeah, after the Crouching Tiger. And transcend available Chi in the deck for that Traverse the Universe.
However, Jacob is Azalea with a full 4-card grip. Here we see a Dead Eye, we see a blue Murkmire Grapnel, we see a Remorseless, and a Release the Tension. Activating Sandscour Greatbow, looking at the top card, and he may load it if it is an arrow, and if not, he may put one from his hand into his arsenal. If it comes from the top of the deck, it gets an aim counter, including when Azalea is activated. Remorseless put into the arsenal zone here. 2 floating. Jacob considering his options. Looks like he is spending 1 to play out this Deadeye. No aim counter, so no effect that looks at your opponent's hand and forces them to discard a card. However, this Remorseless is for 8 and was put into the arsenal face up, so defense reactions cannot be played from arsenal to Remorseless's Chain Link.
1 card left in hand for Jacob. You can see the New Horizons over there in the equipment zone. I love seeing that card in these Azalea lists. They kind of operate on this little engine. They want to have 1 card face up, 1 card face down with the Sandscour Greatbow, thanks to that New Horizon working sometimes off of 6 card hands in an Azalea list. Not something you often hear or expect to see. A very, honestly, fun deck to play. A lot of interesting play lines, interesting decisions, and still the classic Azalea disruption we have come to expect. I'd say know and love. I know if you play, when I play the deck, I love the disruption. When I play against the deck, I
don't
can't
love it.
I can't call it love is the feeling that I
get behind it.
I wouldn't say that love is the feeling that I feel in those moments, but
it does not inspire affection.
It does not inspire affection. Look at this. Are we
my
about
God.
to see a Traverse the Universe block already?
Just kidding. Oh, maybe. We're seeing 4 armor come down. Are we going to see him cash in a Zen state, this Traverse the Universe? Or is he just getting 2 armor here and where he can?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, blocking with the Kasai here without actually stopping an on-hit effect often means that we're going to make a Zen stake. Ah, there's the flick flack. It's not in Arsenal, so it can be played from the hand, so that will cover up all of the damage. And the Remorseless triggers means that Remorseless not hitting means that Remorseless won't be triggering every time an action card is played on Jude's turn. But now, for Jacob, he doesn't have to think about that Traverse the Universe anymore for the rest of the game.
Checking out Azalea's graveyard, maybe seeing her codex targets, or considering a target for a pass over. There's a bit of a judge question here, so we are going to skip past this since we had about a 4-minute. Oh, I was so far down in my chair, I didn't know.
We're locked in. We're locked in.
I was locked in. I was in the gamer posture.
Yeah, so was I. Dive us in. Dive us in.
Judge call resolved. Back to Jude Cornett's priority and turn. Let's take a look at what he's cooking with here in the hand. He has a Passover coming out of the arsenal, targeting a Lace with Bloodrot, most likely followed by a Transcend Instant, and it follows by the most powerful Transcend Instant you could probably hope to find when you want to deal some real punishment to your opponent. Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain. Since Jude has played a blue card this turn, he gets to create 2 Crouching Tigers in his hand, give his Crouching Tigers +1 this turn, and transcend, giving him a chi to pitch into Zen Tamer of Purpose's hero ability, generating another Crouching Tiger with +1, and searching his deck for a card with combo.
It's generating another Tiger with +1.
I just can't believe how much this card does.
Coming in for a Tiger Taming Kakara here, 2 with Go again, not activating Zen as of yet.
This card is blue. Staff 4-2. Next Tiger gets +1 and +1.
Coming in for 2 with the Go again here.
I love the usage of the dice to clearly convey information to the opponent, saying, hey, I have +1 on my Tigers this turn, and I have +1 from the staff. I've actually considered getting a little token made by commission an artist to make a token that represents my Jade Tiger Domain +1, since the card itself ends up in your pitch zone after being used, and to confer a turn-wide buff. We're going to see that Chase the Tail come out to chase this Crouching Tiger's tail, as we have seen so many times this tournament. Just easily the most efficient combo card that you could ever hope to tutor, as long as you have the ability to supply it the 2 little kitty friends it desires.
1 resource floating goes right into the Chase the Tails. Here comes 4 more with the Go again, and plenty of Tigers remain for Jude, given that this was, of course, the turn of the Jade Tiger's Domain expansion.
Can you say that?
Yeah. For sure. The Domain. 4 damage with Go again on offer.
To 26 goes Jacob Kissel. Jude with some completely unconscionable amount of cards and Tigers in his hand at this moment. I believe 3 cards remain, despite having played so many on this turn.
Tiger for 5 and a Tiger Swipe. This is as relevant a Tiger Swipe as I've ever seen with the Jade Tiger Domain currently active. You're going to need to block this one for 4. You can't let more Tigers come out. And then a big ol' Enlightened Strike. Going to follow this up. Let's see if the choice is 7 or drawing a card. Looks like it's going to be 5 and a card drawn for the Arsenal. What a turn here from Jude Cornett. Already has his opponent down to 26, facing down an attack for 5. For Azalea, how much disruption will Jacob be able to put together? It looks like he's willing to take some licks, go down to basically half the life total of Jude Cornett, and then attempt to start stringing together disruptive pieces.
Interestingly, we only see 2 Tigers on the combat chain. 2 were generated in the hand by Jade Tiger Domain, and 1 was generated in the hand by the Tamer of Purpose's ability. So we know that Jude put a Crouching Tiger into his deck. He is looking to end this game quickly before the ramifications of drawing that Tiger can come back to bite or even maul him.
Look at this. Release the tension the first play, and then a Sand Scour Grateful activation with the Eye of Ophidia. So
sweet.
You can actually just opt both of those cards to the bottom and then resolve the Sand Scour Grateful. Bo, look at the top. Looks like he's going to leave it on top. Let's see what card gets loaded in here. It's going to be a Battering Bolt from the hand, so no aim counter as a result of the top of the deck. A little bit tough for Jacob here. You'd love to find cards off the top of the deck to get those aim counter synergies. Battering Bolt, though, with a take aim and a release the tension. This is going to be a huge huge arrow for 12 and threaten to take everything except action cards out of the hand. So those Transcend cards, those Chi cards, those would all get discarded to the Battering Bolt's ability.
We're going to see this blind Azalea, not blind, he saw it with the Sandscour Greatbow after opting to. We are going to see a Codex of Frailty off the top, getting, what are we getting? We're taking a look at the graveyard. Getting a Battering Bolt.
Just grabbing the Battering Bolt. Looks like that one was one that was blocked with on a previous turn. But coming in here for so much, truly so much, and made a Ponder and made a Frailty as a result. Again, if it hits the hero, they reveal their hand and discard all cards other than action cards.
And he may not play defense reactions from his arsenal this turn. Walking 3 with Mauling Chi, this card does not have Dominate.
I will play a sync below. I will pass on it. Take 5. Yep. 35.
Blocking for a total of 7, 5 over the top, trigger the Battering Bolt, revealing the hand and showing 2 actions, an E-Strike that can just be for 7 easily. If you're recognizing Jacob Kissel on the left side of your screen, this is his second calling top 8 with this Sandscour Greatbow list. He was a member of the top 8 of the calling in Baltimore with the Sandscour list. And I was like, why do I recognize this guy? It's because I watched his deck tech. Because I was interested in the Sandscour list.
This is Mr. Sandscour.
This is Mr. Sand and Mr. Scour himself.
This is something that's very interesting to me about this Sandscour Greatbow deck, Sam, which is typically with these Death Dealer Azalea decks that try to just run the value game on you and get this implicit value by denying you converting your cards with red in the ledger. The mantra for those Death Dealer decks is when they have the Enlightened Strike after you have disrupted them, you typically do not win those games. However, this deck plays defense reactions. This deck plays many 3 blocks, many blues. This deck is happy to just block if it has to. He will get the value he needs. He is capable of getting some extra cards via the bow and via New Horizons. He does not mind shutting down this E-Strike for 7. He may be 19 life behind here, but he is swinging. He is happy to fight for it, and he is happy to try and make up this life deficit.
Fate foreseen here, opting 1. This is the moment of Jacob deciding if that card is going to be on the top or on the bottom. Looks like he's leaving it on top, and Enlightened Strike for 7, a nice follow-up to that Battering Bolt. Frailty going back to the other side. Going to bring in that Seek and Destroy, activate the Greatbow. We have an extra zone with the
foreseen on the top there.
Seek and Destroy now into red and the ledger. So we talked about that disruption. It's going to have an aim counter, or no, excuse me. I mean, I guess the Seek and Destroy would have had an aim counter if it was an arrow. It's every arrow that comes in from the deck gets the aim counter. Here, this is just a red in the ledger for 8. Something that Jude does have to think about, because if there's one thing Zen wants to do, it's play a bunch of actions. Do much more than just the one thing.
And Zen is also not known for blocking that well. He is holding 2 blocking cards and a Flick Flack, and a card that kind of threatens some pretty serious blowouts in this matchup, a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Jude is going to fully block out, actually overblocking by a little bit, blocking a full 10 on this red in the ledger with the Seek and Destroy behind it, most likely going to his turn, hoping to ask his opponent the question when it comes to these A plus B decks. War or peace. Depending on which one you choose, it determines which kind of actions you may take on your turn. And for these decks, like these Rune Blades, like the Ace in the Hole herself, you are looking to play a mixture of attacks and non-attacks, and this denies her that option entirely. She cannot use her hero ability to get cards from the top of the deck. She may activate her bow, as it is a weapon. She may utilize Long Draw Half Glove, but she may not play any of her buffs like this Deadeye we're seeing enter the pitch zone here.
The compact has been signed, and both players choose violence. Here comes a Heat Seeker coming in with an aim counter. The first time that we've seen an aim counter on an arrow yet this game, but unfortunately it's off the back of a Warmonger's turn, where all of the synergies that those aim counters represent not going to be possible on the Heat Seeker here.
a Codex of Frailty, a Barbed Undertow, and a Fate Foreseen. So no buffs here are getting denied, but we are getting denied a Codex of Frailty usage by this Warmonger's Diplomacy. We're going to see 2 cards find their way to the bottom of the deck with this long draw half glove activation, but this is functionally vanilla damage when it comes to threatening your opponent. This is for 9. Jude actually giving up some blocks here and generating a crouching tiger. Maybe his hand did not convert as well as he might have liked it to.
Really interesting from Jude here, you know, recognizing the value of of allowing Jacob to get the engine online. The long draw half drop, it's why it's there. Jacob was prepared for the Warmonger's Diplomacy, but Jude here really understanding the threat of that on-hit effect of the Heat Seeker, because that would mean a card face up. New Horizons sees a card face up. Second Arsenal Zone for that final card. Jude does not want to see Jacob with a 6-card hand available to him, so here comes the Crouching Tiger. This was created from the Tiger's Eye Reflex, a card we haven't seen too much of, coming in for 1, thanks to the Tiger taming Kakara here.
What's very interesting is he kind of opted to take this 1-card 4 line with the blue swinging the staff, or 1-card 3 line swinging the staff into the Tiger for 1. He had the option to cash in his Pouncing, pause his block value there, and make the Chase the Tail in his hand work, or even play the Wind Chakra, Transcend, and play out a Chase the Tail. And like you said, he is just focusing on denying Jacob the ability to get more disruption going. And you want to hear something really crazy? Not only...
Look at this!
Okay, never mind, this can wait.
Judge, Jury, Executioner off the top. We opted once, bottom. Opted twice, bottom. To activate the Great Bow with just having to see what's on top. And the Judge, Jury, and Executioner has come calling. This is a card that doesn't need a non-attack to get synergy with the aim counter. We can just go ahead and load it in. Now Judge, Jury, Executioner's text is active. And the Codex of Frailty can come in and bring another card into the arsenal as well. Get a Ponder, get a Frailty. My goodness. My goodness, what a turn. Red in the Ledger is going to be the play here from Jacob Kissel, just trying to utilize all of the different buffs of this Read the Glide Path, because listen, the Judge, Jury, Executioner, it's still just going to keep that aim counter. Aim counters don't fall off at the end of a turn. This is just a big ol' attack for 11 that Jude's got to think about.
Jude considering some blocks, blocking for 9. These combo-oriented ninja decks are considerably more capable of blocking than you might expect. Over to Jude's turn. He has 1 action and 2 cards to work with. Azalea still at 15 life. We're going to see a Stir the Pot pitch to crack in with a Tiger Taming Kakara for 1 with Go Again.
1 Go Again. Not that threatening here. Jude just looking to take some licks, outlast some of this disruption, and then eventually move forward in a big combo turn once he gets a little bit of breathing room. Looks like he's prepared to take whatever is going to be on offer from Jacob on the turn. He is just blocking, keeping the life total high. He's got a 20-point life lead. It looks like he's going to utilize that life buffer on a turn that he needs to. This is going to be an Azalea activation. Get rid of the card, the Blind Ponder, from the last turn. Grab an Infecting Shot. It now also has an aim counter, and that card, let me tell you, it cares about having aim counters. It now is an attack for 4 instead of an attack for 3. Premeditate here, +3 to the next arrow. Lace with Inertia, +3 to the next arrow as well.
2 more cards in Jacob's hand.
Tunic on 3 as well for this Judge, Jury, Executioner. Going to save the Tunic and just come on in for another big ol' attack for 11. This one, though, no dominate. So once again, Jude can just block 3 cards and keep a card in the hand. John Jacob and Jingleheimer and Schmitt are in this game.
We have, yet again, 12 blocking value in Jude's hand here. This Judge, Jury, Executioner is looking to mete out its final judgment on Jude's hand, leaving him with only 1 card of his own choosing here. However, the Lace with Inertia effect will threaten whatever he keeps.
Go for it.
Technically, that Infecting Shot does have Dominate until the end of the turn.
11 damage is the offer here. Jude can go ahead and give all of the cards to block. Another important part of this consideration, the inertia token and the premeditate, creating a ponder to give some optionality to that final card. We're seeing what's possible for Jacob. Yeah, he's just going to give all 4 cards to block.
Holding the hand.
Tunic is going to go into here. A Razor Reflex going to pump over the top for 2. Razor Reflex is not what I expected to see. That creates the ponder, that creates the inertia, and that's going to break apart the math. You can almost see even a little smile on Jude's face. No one expected that card to hit the combat chain.
The last time I got Razor Reflexed by an Azalea, it was in the finals of a PQ.
Wow.
It was on a Remorseless that then put me to 1, and all I needed to do was play Illumina Ascension.
You got.
You get got. Sometimes you get got by Razor freaking Reflex in Azalea.
Jude here looks like going to be maybe getting got. Let's see if that card in the arsenal is something that he can play if he doesn't want to just lose it to the inertia token here.
You're going to see an Ancestral Harmony.
Boom! The 100 wins does still get 2 points of value off of the Harmony, but you can see probably why he was just protecting the hand, wanting to use that Ancestral Harmony for a big turn later, but still just gets to convert it to 2 points of damage. Jacob's got to think about this because when all is said and done, Jude has just been slowly losing a little bit of life. Jacob hasn't been able to find Dominate. He's found some aim counters. He's found, you know, putting some non-attacks on these big arrows, but without the evasive damage, Jude's just been happy to place his cards in front of them to block, maintain this huge life lead. Jacob's got to be careful if he takes a little bit too much damage. The wrong combo turn could put him in the ground. Some more lore we were given.
Yes.
Some more Jude lore.
Cornett is not only 16, he apparently only got to come play this calling because he is on summer break right
Thanksgiving
now.
break.
Thanksgiving
It's
break.
fully November.
It is fully November.
Yeah, for sure. Memorial Ground here going to finally put a card on the top of the deck, so this Azalea activation with this Deadeye is about to look pretty gnarly. Memorial Ground is most likely going to grab the Judge, Jury, Executioner, and here comes an interaction. You want to see some disruption. Dominate means you can only block with 1 card. Judge, Jury, Executioner says, please discard all cards in your hand +1. And then Deadeye says, please discard a card on hit. And yes, my friends, you can layer those triggers in exactly the way you think you can. First, however, let's look at the Sandscale Grateful. Load a red in the ledger in the hand. Why not? However, with the Deadeye here and the Dominate off the Judge, Jury, Executioner, is this where we're finally going to see some evasive damage with the ability to just delete the whole turn from Jude, allowing Jacob to maybe turn the corner and start stringing together some disruption like that red in the ledger represents.
Still has 3 points of armor on the board, but without the ability to block 5 with a single card, he may not be able to meaningfully cover this full attack up. Realizing this, despite the fact that he has a Flick Flack here, 8 Dominate is 1 point too many for him to just shove the armor and keep going here. I believe this is going to connect. Unless he has a trick. Does he have a drop in the ocean, perhaps?
He does! A drop in the ocean is going to mean that this Flick Flack is going to come block for 4, and then the drop of the ocean is going to knock this attack down from 8 to 7, perfectly block it out. It takes all the armor, but at least Jude Cornett's get to keep a couple cards here.
Where's Razor Reflex when you need it?
Yeah. Well, that was sick.
That was pretty sick.
And a Command and Conquer. What a perfect 4 cards that Jude Cornett was able to draw. Threatened both of those cards in the arsenal. Slowed down Jacob Kissel just a little bit. As we've seen, though, good amount of 3 blocks in this Azalea deck.
They are working with
draw many on this turn. This might be where we see those Perch Grapplers come and join the combat chain for exactly what they're meant to do. Block out a Command and Conquer.
Well, you can always just block with the New Horizon.
You could, and then just be like, you know, I won't destroy my cards in my arsenal thanks to your Command and Conquer. I'm going to do it on my own turn.
That's my job.
No defense reactions, of course.
Can you believe it is November?
No, not really.
What a year.
Tell me about it. Yeah, we got so much more flesh and blood to crown out this calendar year. We've got the Calling in Chicago and Kuala Lumpur coming up for you all at home. Looks like we're going to get the Tunic, the Grapplers, and Remorseless here to block out this Command and Conquer. Jude Cornett once again will be without an arsenal, but both heroes here looking ever so battered and bruised. One piece of equipment on either side of the arena. The New Horizons and the Pouncing Paws, all that remains from Zen and Azalea as they look to finally finish this game. Jude has been clinging to this life lead. Let's see if he can continue to use it and turn the corner, put himself in the victor's column.
Do you remember when Zens were playing just double Zephyr Needle into almost every matchup?
Yeah.
One of my favorite things, it reminds me of what this board state looks like right now with just Pouncing Paws on one side and New Horizon on the other, where you would end up with just a hero token on the board.
Yeah.
You'd be completely naked, all your armor having fallen off due to the wear of battle, and your Zephyr Needles having shattered upon your opponent's defenses in your graveyard.
Those were the days, weren't those? Those were the days.
So funny.
Yeah.
I do think it really cracks me up. People maybe didn't love that meta all that much. I will abstain from commenting. I thought it was so freaking funny to I just have a hero on the board.
Read the guide path here, giving 3 to the next air attack. Lace with Inertia, Premeditate, and now just coming in with, once again, red in the ledger. No Dominate, but this one's 14.
This is the Azalea Classic. Ah, shucks, I can't find Dominate. I'll just go so tall you're not allowed to block it to begin with. Let's see what Jude's cooking with on the defense here. We have an Ancestral Harmony. We have a Chase the Tail, and we have a Pouncing Chi here. It looks like Jude is considering just blocking 9 and sending a good old head jab for 3 since he is otherwise incapable of stopping this attack. And any cards he would keep would be lost forever to the depths of the bottom of his deck. Thanks to that Inertia token.
2 damage over the top means a Ponder for Jacob. He's going to get another card in the arsenal. And as we've seen with the Sandscour list, that often just means a blind Azalea. Let's just grab a card, an extra card for the hand. If it's an arrow, it'll get a name counter. If it's a non-attack, we can play it on the turn. Jacob, once again, still has that life lead, waiting for a bit of a stumble from Jacob to put some pressure on. He's bought that life lead so that when there's one turn where he's able to put some real pressure on, he might be able to buy some blocks. And just like we've seen, it's a blind Azalea to start things off. We drew a non-attack action in that Lace with Inertia. And there's the maybe final red in the ledger from hand. Seek and Destroy, Lace with Inertia. And a Release the Tension means red in the ledger once again is just coming over the top. And we're probably just going to see Jude say, all right, dude, here's my 4 cards.
Here's my
Do it again.
cards. Show me you can do it again. Jude is counting red in the ledgers and, I imagine, counting Codex of Frailty since that card can be red in the ledger if you need or want it to be. Taking stock of what Azalea has left, maybe not expecting to have played a semi-fatigue angle where he waits for his opponent to run out of these meaningful threats, but it's the way this game has gone. He has a 17-point life lead, and oh my god, is he... Oh, defense reaction, defense reaction, defense reaction. I was like, oh my god, is he blocking 3 and taking 11? Let's see what remains in his hand here. Is he holding just a glut of defense reactions? No. He has Command.
Command and Conquer does not look like there will be an arsenal for Jacob, so he's just kind of threatening half of Jacob's life total here. Jude's just going to put down this 6 damage and say, listen, you got to give me some cards or I'm taking half your life away. For our Azalea player, Jude is down to 22. That life lead is getting less and less. Still a significant difference, however, and this Command and Conquer is relatively threatening. If this takes some cards out of Jacob, his turn might be pretty unfortunate as well, though that Memorial Ground means a card can get dominated, and a red in the ledger dominated off the top might feel pretty good just about now.
However, this is the downsides you get by giving up Death Dealer, kind of baring their teeth a little bit here. Jacob does not have a buff in this hand and no way to dig deeper for one without utilizing his Azalea activation that this Memorial Ground is clearly meant for, holding 2 blue Spire snipings and a Memorial Ground with which to put a disruptive piece on the top of the deck. He's found a blue Murkmire Grapnel, but it doesn't really help outside of giving him an arsenal. He's grabbing a red in the ledger that we will see invariably come in for 5 with Dominate. Not the biggest attack here. If Jude has another CNC or E-Strike with which to fire back, this could be pretty meaningless.
Unfortunately for Jude, even though this is only an attack for 5, 5 with Dominate looks like it's going to get the job done here, given that, once again, the armor has been broken. Zen is battered by these arrows and has no help to bulwark against this effect. Let's see just precisely the blocks he wants to present, what the one action he will be able to play on the turn. No Seek and Destroy nor Inertia, so Jude will be able to set up with an arsenal, but the onus will once again remain on Jacob to continue the onslaught of disruption because the life totals are very low for our Azalea player, down to sub 10. If there is a single turn of stumbling from here on out, it will be difficult for Jacob to resist the onslaught that Zen is wont to produce.
But as you said, he is continuing to cling to this life lead. He is 10 above Jacob here, 9 to 19, but that deck is looking pretty thin. We're going to see a Levels of Enlightenment come in for likely 5 here. His one action for the turn, still yet again threatening half of Jacob's life total, taking 2 after blocking with a Battering Bolt, down to 7. Let's see what Jacob has available to show his opponent. He has found that Eye of Ophidia yet again. He's holding a Knock the Death Whistle and has a Seek and Destroy as his last card in hand. So he has the buff, he has the tutor, and he has the blue with which to find an arrow to dominate. But there are no more red in the ledgers in the deck for him to search for. This knock is not really finding the target that it's typically going to go find.
Judge, Jury, Executioner gone. I'm pretty darn sure we're out of red in the ledgers unless one was recurred with the Codex of Frailty. There might be one left. Let's see if we can take a look. As he looks through the deck, Battering Bolt is a good option. Barbed Undertow, Immobilizing Shot. I saw one blocked with Immobilizing Shot is like a little pseudo red in the ledger. You can only play one attack and one non-attack action on the turn.
Battering Bolt is a bit of a gamble here, hoping that Jude simply has things for it to discard. I'm hoping to see if we can find out.
Might have to wait and wonder in suspense. This is a big moment for Jacob here to decide exactly what the target is. If this attack is not disruptive enough, Jude might be able to mount such an impressive volley that it could turn the tide of battle. Just masterful play here from both parties, but Jude really just showing an excellent amount of patience, really working through the threats, working through the disruption in this Azalea deck, not getting greedy, not getting impatient, saying, until you prove to me that you can keep doing this every time, I will block, I will keep my life total high, and then once you stumble just a little bit, I will finish you off.
Taking a look at the top 2, thanks to the second coming of this Eye of Ophidia. This is the second time we've seen it show up in this game, and he is grabbing a Barbed Undertow here, playing a Seek and Destroy, and sending this Battering Bolt across for 9 with Dominate. And Jude is holding at least one non-action card, the Preserve Tradition.
Yeah, that will take the Preserve Tradition, so this will basically be an attack for 10 with Dominate and take the final card out of the hand, or there will be no cards left in hand or arsenal at the end of the turn because of the Seek and Destroy effect. How impressive will the return fire be from Jude? You can see the Command and Conquer. That's not a bad start when there will at least be one arrow in the arsenal. We can see it in that Barbed Undertow.
Jude opting to take 9 here, down to 10, cashing in this Preserved Tradition with the Battering Bolt trigger on the stack, not transcending, but putting an action card on the bottom of Mr. Cornett's deck so that it is not discarded to Battering Bolt's effect and one life is not lost. However, what Jude has here is a blue, a Command and Conquer, as you said, and a Pouncing Chi with Pouncing Paws on the board. He can send both lethal damage and a Command and Conquer on this turn. Here comes the Tiger Taming Kakara.
Coming in for 2. Gonna give the next Tiger +1. What's that arsenal?
Is his arsenal a Transcend instant? No.
It was from the turn that he blocked with the 100 wins, and he was able to keep one turn. It was the Dominate red in the ledger turn. He was able to keep that card, place it in the arsenal.
I'm very curious.
Jacob's gonna take this, go down to 5. Jude, however, down to 10. One big Dominate might be the end of the game for him. Here comes the Crouching Tiger for 1. No blocks, so now Jacob down to 4.
Oh,
Tiger swipe. 4 and go again. thanks to the Crouching Tiger coming in. This is now a lethal attack, and with one floating, Command and Conquer can be the follow-up. What a perfect response here in the face of that battering bolt. This is the moment we've been talking about all game. Jude's been blocking 12, blocking 9, blocking 12, just waiting for the moment he gets a little window. The life lead he bought in those early turns, Jacob took so much damage to try to string together enough disruption, but eventually the wheels started to tumble, started to tip, and perhaps the scales are being weighed towards our Mystic Ninja.
This is the classic way for this matchup to slip through Azalea's fingers. You have them locked out. They can't get much done, but they keep having these somewhat efficient one-action plays. They have these Command and Conquers. They have these Enlightened Strikes. They slowly kind of run you out of steam, and even if they're close to fatigue, even if they're low on life totals, they find their moment. Azalea needs you to stay pinned. This is her classic ninja problem. You just get one turn, and her house of cards comes tumbling down. Tiger coming in for 0 with go again. Little cheeky attack into a Command and Conquer for 6. 3 cards remaining in Jacob's hand. He can block with the New Horizon, but he loses his arsenal if he does so, and is forced to give up some cards from hand here, else he meet his demise. He is holding at least one non-blocking card.
Oh my goodness, he gave up the 3 block on the Tiger Swipe because he had to stay alive, but now he only has 2 blocks left in the hand. This Command and Conquer will hit unless he gives the New Horizon here. Bad break from Jacob for Jacob Kissel here, drawing the Memorial Ground on the turn that he needed to try to protect his arsenal and his life.
All is not lost, however, since Sandscour Greatbow can load an arrow off the top if one exists. Even if he is forced to give up his arsenal via blocking with New Horizons, he can find a way out of this.
I have me on 3, you on 10? Yes.
3 to 10, the players confirm. A 7-life lead for Jude. He found that early momentum and has never, ever allowed Mr. Kissel to wrest it from his stone-cold grip.
4 damage currently over the top. Azalea, she is the ace in the hole, trying to find the answers to this problem that Jude is presenting.
Grasping
meditate.
at straws. Going to 1.
Locking for an additional 2.
This does seem like the highest value proposition you can find here. He's keeping a resource card and a Codex of Frailty. We will likely see a Sandscour Greatbow activation to float 1 resource, then play the Codex of Frailty and grab a 1-cost arrow to fire back with. But the cost of that is immense. Jacob has to go to 1 to make this happen.
Okay. Box, go to 1.
Blocks 4, takes 2, down to 1. Command 2 different triggers, Command and Conquer and New Horizon. That arsenal is gone. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. 4 cards drawn up for Zen. 2 cards remaining for Jacob. It's going to be looking like a pitch into the Sandscour Greatbow to get a resource floating.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Does anyone in chat know how many freaking red in the ledgers have been played this game? Because I suspect we may be looking at another
Red in the ledger.
on this turn.
Grabbing red in the ledger off the Codex of Frailty, going to ask for 2 cards from Jude Cornett, or be forced into only 1 play. The Frailty important.
Let's take a look at what Jude has here. 2 instants, a Tiger Eye Reflex and a Biting Breeze, but the Codex lets Jude replace one of these cards with an attack action in his arsenal. It will be debuffed by the Frailty, but this card is not always a discard for your opponent. Sometimes it has a bit of a Pyrrhic cost to it, where you get to take a card out of their hand, but in this case, Jude couldn't, and probably didn't want those cards anyways. He couldn't use them to block. He just needs to find 1 point of damage. Life totals are not updated, but to be clear, Jacob Kissel is at 1. Jude just needs a little bit of steam left to close this game.
A double, a triple, a quadruple check of the graveyards, trying to figure out just what threats remain for both players here, battling for a spot in the semifinals. A top 4 of a calling is a landmark, monumental achievement for most Flesh and Blood players. Jacob's been here before. Jude just going to go ahead and grab that Enlightened Strike.
Let's see the discard. Most likely one of these Transcend instants. An interesting choice here. Path well traveled can give Enlightened Strike go again. But we also see a Grain that tips the scale. Jacob blocking with just the Tiger Eye Reflex and taking 2. He is riddled with holes. Get it? Like riddle, red. All right, yeah.
So he's got, let's see, he's got card in hand and the other card is Grain that tips the scales, huh?
Yes, so he's going to send Enlightened Strike, wait for the blocks,
and then
hopefully tip the scales.
If that's the card, that could go ahead and clean this thing out because this is coming in for 6. It's a very easy block 6 for Jacob Kissel. But the Grain that tips the scales might do just that. Push the damage over the top. Looks like maybe going to go ahead and look through his own graveyard, see what he's got.
Jacob does play defense reactions. We've seen
that is
Fate
true.
Foreseen
That is
in
true.
this deck.
But this is a winning type of play for Jude. Jacob, you know, he has to be thinking of Grain that tips the scales, but otherwise, the other type of attack reactions that are most likely not played in these Zen decks. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
41 minutes into this nail-biter of a game. Both of these players have navigated the situations they've been put in so incredibly well. I mean, both of these people are clearly masters of their deck. Jacob having proven it before on the stage at Baltimore, making top 8 of that calling. Jude hearing the call to his first calling top 8 in this amazing game that we've seen so far. He is under Red in the Ledger. That was an impactful 2-card play from Jacob. He is not going out without a fight. He is attempting to wrest tempo from Jude's hands here, and he blocks 6. Does he have the defense reaction?
Grain that tips the scales, go over the top.
He comes over for 1.
The fist bump has been extended, and Jude Cornett with the Grain that has tipped the scales in his favor. He moves on into the semi-finals. The art depicts the little goblin grabbing the little piece of rice, but here Jude Cornett has wrested control of this game, grabbed that victory, and now moves on into the semi-finals here at the Calling in Portland. Oh, that's pretty sick.
That was
Grain that tips the scales to win a quarterfinal match in the Calling. I mean, dude, he has got something to tell his class when he gets back to school after Thanksgiving break. Just be like, yo, you guys, I hit him with the Grain that tips the scales. They're going to be like, what?
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What is that? What's a Grain?
What a game there, Ellie. So now we've got Zen moving on into the semifinals. We're going to be looking at the bracket in just a second, but let's go ahead and look at all of the ways that you at home can get involved in this world tour. So $1.5 million US on the line. You can see Viserai and Aurora, both of our purple rune blades. They want you to come and hang out. Don't you want to come and hang out with Rune Chants and Embodiments of Lightning at all of these various events? We've got the World Championship returning to the US of A later this year in 2025. Of course, the Pro Tour will be gracing London and some mystery location in APAC, as well as 60 planned Battle Hardens, 22 planned callings, and the 50 planned national championships coming up in just a few short months. Of course, we do still have the Player of the Year to discuss, a brand new offering from the overlords at Legend Story Studios, the kings and queens and people, card game overlords up at LSS. They are gracing us with a brand new title to fight for, the Player of the Year. Listen, Jude Cornett is now in pole position to really go ahead and claim some points that are awarded at all of the various World Tour events, the Battle Hardens, the Callings, the Pro Tours, Worlds. And if you can earn the most points over the next calendar year, probably leading up right up into World, you can be one of the 3 Players of the Year. 1 from the Americas region, 1 from Europe, and 1 from APAC. It's a lot of cash being handed out for the Players of the Year. And of course, so many events to look forward to. We have got the Battle Hardened in Geneva coming up in just a short week's time. And then, of course, the Calling comes to Kuala Lumpur. I know there's a lot of excitement for that one. We've got Blitz and Classic Constructed on offer. Looking ahead at some Battle Hardens in Wellington and Houston, and then the Living Legend Calling in Chicago, a premier event on this World Tour stage. Among premier events, Living Legend on offer at both of these events, and then some Battle Hardens in the first part of January. Hong Kong, Atlanta, and Toronto. But when you look towards the 50th calling here, Portland, Oregon, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. One game still remains. Victor Mercado and David Bruner. Their game is very close and coming down to the wire. We did see Jude win their game. Michael Feng did take it down over Thaminda, and that means that Tariq Patel will be his opponent as Tariq took it over Cody Williams. We've got an Enigma mirror. Oh my goodness. We've got an Enigma mirror in the bottom part of your screen.
Mirror.
We are going to be looking ahead at Jude and Victor after this. The Enigma mirror, it's already underway because, let's be clear, it's probably going to take a while. We're going to let them take their time, unless somebody just hits an early mirror guy, and maybe that just ends the game 40-0.
We have locked in a 4 Mistvale hero top 4 here
That's
at
true.
the 50th calling.
What's up, Rosetta? What's up, Rosetta?
What's up, Rosetta?
What's up, Rosetta? Where are my Auroras at? You were the
Where are
most
my rune
representative.
blades?
Where are my rune blades
I thought
at?
we were sick of Rune
Come
Blade. I thought
on.
that class was broken.
No, I thought it would come on. Where's
thought that was
Viserai?
broken.
Show me Florian. No, we've got to let Mistville heroes back into the sun. They've been kept back for too long. They've
What,
been
like a
kept
month?
They've been kept out of relevance so long. These Mistvale heroes, they're just so
been
underwhelming.
languishing
I
since their
know,
release.
so
How
underwhelming. But
tragic.
good to see them in the sunshine, and I will be interested to see if this Count Your Blessings deck can reach the promised land for another big premier event in a row. We're going to go take a quick break before the next round of the semifinals. We will be looking just once again back at the Fang and Cindra reveals, and then we'll be at about a 10-minute break before the semifinals here at the Calling in Portland. See you in a sec.
The guilty cannot hide from us. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Semifinals are gearing up and about to get underway here at the 50th calling during this World Tour stop in Portland. Let's take a look at this updated bracket because it has all come down to this. We've got 4 more players here battling for a shot in the finals. Our feature match is going to be Victor Mercado versus Jude Cornett. And at the bottom side of your screen, already battling it out in the much maligned Enigma mirror, we've got 2 very recognizable names, Feng and Tariq Patel, meaning one of them is once again going to be in the finals of a calling. But looking up again to the top side of your screen, we have got that Count Your Blessings new deck in the hands of Victor Mercado, a friend of my co-caster over here, Ellie Bird, and Jude Cornett, currently on Thanksgiving break from what's either sophomore or junior year of high school, trying to take down this new deck. Looking at the top 8, we do see mostly Mistveil heroes. Both of the heroes outside of Mysteria did fall to their opponents in Jacob Kissel and Thaminda Edirisooriya. So, looking ahead to these semifinals, I don't know how to feel about this matchup. You telling me, Ellie, that they actually met in an event here at this 50th calling, not actually in the calling, though.
Yes, Jude is feeling confident from what I understand. I spoke to him a little. He was fired up. He was ready to go. A friend of his, a fab player by the name of Aurora, not someone who plays Aurora, came by and was talking to Jude a little bit. And he said, I played Victor in a side event and I won. I am ready to run it back.
Well,
they're ready to go.
Ready to go, ready to run it back, and ready to roll. We have got Canada versus the United States. It's Victor versus Jude, and New looking to take down another Zen on her path to the finals of this calling. Count your blessings.
Victor in the left corner, Mr. Victor Antonio Mercado is texting his parents right now. That was him on his phone to say, oh my God, Mom and Dad, please watch. I'm on TV. And I can only imagine Jude's parents are also on the sidelines like, oh my God. Victor's the one that looks 16 between these two.
Oh, you think so?
He's like 25.
You're just out here to, give your friend some grief. That's what I think.
I'm setting the record straight.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit. Victor as a player. We've heard him actually say on coverage, like, they took my wizard from me. Why do you think I'm playing this deck? So what's he like as a player? How has he been finding this deck, and how do you think he's going to approach the matchup?
Victor likes the most annoying and or busted thing he can ever do in a given format. When Oldhim was the best deck, do you remember that really, really gross Oldhim deck that never, ever swung an attack? It just played Healing Balms. It played Blessing of Patience.
Yes, we cast that calling.
Yes. Victor played that deck. He would, on road trips, boot up a certain website online, Tawashar, where people play Flesh and Blood online. He would just sit there and, as he calls it, boom people's time by just playing this deck. He loves to find that, and when he cannot do that, he is playing whatever combo deck he can get his hands on. He was a Kano player for the longest time. I casted a match at this year's Canadian Nationals tournament where he ever so nearly almost beat Tariq Patel. He needed any spell off the top to find lethal. He activates Kano and hits Eye of Ophidia, losing in spectacular fashion. And in this matchup, I think his goal is obviously going to be to exhaust Jude of threats. We saw him play the same matchup earlier today, and he heavily prioritized deck damage over anything else. We just saw him beat an Enigma at the end of the top 4, not on stream, but in person, by running the Ledger of Ancestry entirely out of cards, a thing many people think to be impossible.
Victor, you're saying, likes to, play games, play these long, stally, fatigue style decks, boom people's time, as you say, playing the comboiest Kano deck. So what you're telling me and what I'm hearing, super fun at parties.
Yeah. Incredibly fun at parties.
Cool. Now,
he won his top 4 game. I went in for a hug just now, and he literally jumped on me and clung to me, which was very funny. Carry on.
Jude, now other side of the bracket, we got Feng, we got Tariq Patel. Tariq Patel lives in Canada, but not in the quote-unquote Pacific Northwest. I don't know, right? He's not.
No.
He's not on this side.
He lives in the same city as Victor, Toronto.
Okay, so the last bastion of hope then for the Pacific Northwest to take down this calling, as they have done in all of the premier events in this region. It all actually lies now on Jude Cornett. You can actually, if you wanted to see Dr. Tariq Patel, you can see him ever so briefly on those sleeves before they were flipped around. Otherwise, it is looking as though the players are presenting their equipment, the decks shuffled and ready. Victor's first seed, so he gets to decide who goes first and who goes second. All will be revealed in but a moment. The semifinals are getting underway. Victor Mercado, your first seed. Count your blessings new. Jude Cornett on Thanksgiving break here, trying to take down the first seed and punch his ticket into the finals of the calling in Portland.
This is a pretty interesting turn order decision for Victor because he prioritizes deck damage so heavily. It's curious to see whether or not he will go first to get cards out of Jude's deck or force Jude to go first to give Victor the tempo advantage. The choice is between the first 5-card hand of the game and the first full, true damage, as the blocks are not free, as you do not refill your hand. And it does look like Victor has chosen to go second for the tempo advantage.
2 red cards in the pitch. Tiger taming Kakara. The beginning of the actions here for Jude. Victor also does have some nice plays he can make on the quote turn 0 if he does find a count your blessings in these first 4 cards. Oh, and it looks like maybe...
I believe he has.
Maybe he has. Yes. The first count your blessings coming in, gaining 3 life. So Victor's going to start this game at 43. A good place to be, especially on the first turn of the game, the turn 0, as many Flesh and Blood players call it. Nice amount of value he was able to gain.
Jude's turn 0, starting the same way it did last game with the staff, but seeming a fair bit less explosive than it was into Azalea, where he got some damage over the top. Instead, pitching 2 reds, swinging, and passing, not only giving Victor the opportunity to filter, but not threatening all that much damage. Victor also drawing quite a few reds here, drawing a Fate Foreseen, a red Hiss, a Command and Conquer, and another red, pitching 2 cards to play a Command and Conquer.
I think it's a sink below left in the hands. A nice little defense reaction for the arsenal there of the 0 for 4 variety. 3 block from the Reflex, and the Enlightened Strike makes a Tiger in the Banish Zone. I love this inclusion in these new Bonds of Ancestry-less Zen decks. The Tiger Eye Reflex doing a lot of work, just getting you that Tiger to power up a turn. Here comes a Kakara. Now that Tiger is guaranteed for at least 1 point of damage. Victor
going all the way down to 41 here. 1 point above his starting life total. Tiger coming in for 1, threatening to put Victor down to 40 as well.
Looks like that's just going to be the turn here for Jude, just keeping a card in hand. Wasn't able to utilize that one. No value for Victor off of the sink below, and 1 good Command and Conquer deserves another. And there's a Siren's Call in that hand as well. So Victor's got options. He can either play the Siren's Call or pitch that Siren's Call into a Count Your Blessings as well. Once again, threatening the arsenal. Jude played patient on the last turn. Let's see if he does so again.
Siren's Call is so nasty against decks like this, where you get to present a Command and Conquer, and if they block, you get to force them to, in this case, he gets to kind of completely throw the guessing game out the window and play a Count Your Blessings, opting to gain some life after taking cards out of Jude's hand with a Disruptive on hit to begin with, and a point of armor off the board. That is some serious progress for the endgame New is trying to achieve.
Totally important also for Victor here, able to get these 2 Count Your Blessings played so early, kind of removing the density of Count Your Blessings from the deck, making them ever so slightly less, meaning there are going to be more and more threats and more disruption and attack reactions he's going to be finding instead of those Count Your Blessings as the game moves towards its mid to late conclusion.
I believe he has found a 3rd Count Your Blessings in this hand, a yellow one, alongside a Command and Conquer, a Codex of Frailty, which can be a Command and Conquer, a Surgical Extraction, and a Persuasive Prognosis. Looking at his blocking options on this attack for 1, he is back at 43. He may be feeling incentivized not to interact at all as Jude searches his deck.
Going to be a Mauling Chi off of the Zen search here. Resource gained from the Kakara. This is going to be 1 and go again, thanks to the, from the Kasaya, not the Kakara. This is going to be a Tiger Stripe Shuko, buffing up this Crouching Tiger. So 1 go again. Victor's happy to take this one as well. All the way down to 42 on the turn. And then the Mauling Chi utilizing that floating resource, coming in for 5, threatening 6 if it does hit.
Getting a piece of armor in there along with that sink below. We saw him arsenal on his first active turn, opting to sink no cards, happy with the 4 he is presently holding.
3 cards in hand?
Yeah, 4.
4 cards in hand. Yeah, just
4 cards in hand means there is certainly some danger heading Jude Cornett's way. Surgical Extraction going to be the beginning of the turn here.
1 floating, Tunic up. Count your blessings in hand. He can wait for Jude to commit here and then choose whether or not he is cashing in something like his Stilettos or a Rousing Wave to get into that, to get his hit effects live, or to present Codex of Frailty, or if he will be satisfied with the amount of tempo he takes away from Jude and just gain some life and move on. Flick Flack from Arsenal is a fantastic response here.
Count your blessings, gain 4.
Yes.
And that's just going to be a Count Your Blessings to gain 4 more life up to 46. I say just to Count Your Blessings, but we're on like the 3rd turn of this game, and 3 Count Your Blessings have been found already. It means that every other Count Your Blessings from here is so much more impactful. And like we've been talking about, they're less in the deck now. He just found another one? What's going on?
We talked about the first cycle pitch stack jokingly earlier, but things could not be lining up better for him in terms of these Count Your Blessings.
Filthy stuff.
Filthy.
From our new player here. 2 damage down to 44. Pouncing Paws going to be cracked, making a Tiger. Coming in for 1 now, thanks to the Kakara.
Take 1.
Take 1, down to 43.
43. We can count.
Jude is fighting so desperately to even get Victor below his starting life total, which I don't think he's achieved this whole game so far. Victor finally returning to where the starting line at 40 here.
Aspect of Tiger Body is going to make a Crouching Tiger after seeing the Pouncing Chi. 3 more with go again here. Finally getting a little bit of damage across. 1 card is left in the hand for Jude. If it's a Mauling Chi, it would be a nice use of all of the cards and the resources here without a Zen ability. That Flick Flack from the arsenal was perfect here. Here comes a Mauling Chi. It's coming in for 1 thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko. 1 floating. Is there a follow-up from Jude?
4 go.
Just going to be a Pouncing Chi, getting that arsenal, leaving that arsenal open and untouched so that any disruptive effects will be a little less threatening. He saw.
However,
Yeah, block.
Block 3.
Victor has arsenaled a Codex of Frailty here as Jude has cleared his arsenal.
Yeah, that was my question. I was like, he saw, wait, did he pitch the Codex or is it in the arsenal? So I guess he did keep it around for another turn. So that arsenal, while it is going to be, safe from any Leave No Witnesses that are just played on the combat chain, it won't be safe from Codex of Frailty and Count Your Blessings numero 4.
We're seeing Victor intentionally pitch a red first and then a blue under that or over that to fulfill the cost of Count Your Blessings while having some resources floating, intentionally inefficiently pitching here as he plays this Codex of Frailty to dodge the discard effect and have 2 resources available to him with which to send a Command and Conquer out of his arsenal that the Codex of Frailty has fetched him, generating a Frailty token under Jude's control, a Ponder token under Victor's control, and Victor's returned yet again to 40 life.
My goodness. How much has it been already? It's been 3, 6, 9, 11 plus, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. No, 1 plus 2 plus 3.
You want to talk about booming people's time? We're nearly 10 minutes into this match, and Victor's at 40.
40 Command and Conquer there. Looks like it was blocked out because that arsenal is sticking around. Here just comes the E-Strike. Draw a card. So refreshing a card in the arsenal and just threatening the 4 damage.
When it replaces itself, 4 is a little less sad than it could be thanks to the Frailty. You've basically played a Wounding Blow.
Take 1.
1 card block with the Bonds of Agony, taking 1 down to 39. Jude still at 40 here as well. he has been blocking Victor's on hits pretty aggressively. It's possible that it's time for the tempo to switch a little bit. He maybe needs to cash in some life total on an attack like this with a less meaningful point of interaction if he can, to find some space here.
Art of Desire body going to be the beginning of the turn at the minimum. Hiss is going to give this go again. Thanks to the blue in the pitch and that slither.
+3 as well, coming over for 6 damage. That is an upside down 9, but do not be fooled.
Do not be fooled.
6 damage to Jude's life total and a point of deck damage, banishing a blue, so Victor will be gaining no life and drawing no cards, forced instead of gambling to swing this scale peeler for 1, but if it hits, Jude's armor will be a fair bit more anemic on these next blocks.
What's the random ponder off of the Codex last turn? Imagine if it's a Codex or a Leave No Witnesses after this scale peeler comes across. 33 plays 39. You heard our players say they will have that represented sooner or later, but what a grab off the top from Victor. That's the random ponder from the Codex of Frailty last turn, and it's a perfect response on this turn after the scale peeler to make this arsenal threatened once again. My goodness.
They call this pro player luck.
Yeah.
2-card block, including the Traverse being cashed in. Perhaps Jude smells a little bit of blood in the water. And by a little bit, I mean exactly 1 point of blood in the water. With Victor at 39, he has quite a mountain to climb, but this may be the best window he gets. All game new is so dense with disruptive effects that he sees this opportunity to crack in where Victor has no way to punish him for cashing in this Traverse here. And he gets to protect his arsenal with the block value of that hat. He has 5 cards to work with here. Let's see what he can put together.
And importantly, he traded his Traverse on a turn that Victor is without an arsenal, so there's no chance of like a D-react from the arsenal or some kind of defensive piece to counteract the offensive pressure that Jude is going to try to present to get over the defensive of such a defensive and disruptive deck. You need to find the right window, and Jude just deciding, I got the right cards in hand, I've got the right window, I can block this Leave No Witnesses, I'm going to block with my hat anyway, I might as well just utilize this 3 block, make sure I can keep this arsenal. Let's see if it's enough for Jude here.
Like a perfectly trained ninja striking pressure points, Jude is striking where Victor's defenses seem to be the thinnest as his arsenal is clear. Here comes a Tiger for 1 and some cards left to work with, along with an aspect of Tiger body in the banish. It makes you think he has a Chase the Tail to work with here, coming in for 4 with Go Again, promising more pain in the future. A block for 3 from Victor with the levels of Enlightenment, taking 1 to 35. Victor prioritizing blocking as much as he can on the Traverse pop-off here.
Makes a Tiger in the banish. Card in hand, card in arsenal. That Tiger will be for 4, thanks to the Shuko and the Chase the Tail.
Good old head jab action here. Blocked for 3 with a just a nick.
4 go again. Still got that card in hand and card in arsenal. Victor's just going to be doing a lot of blocking. That last card in hand after this is going to be a Codex of Frailty. Let's see if he just wants to preserve it to try to put some pressure back and put some disruption. Tiger swipe. 4 go again.
1 still in hand for Jude here. Threatening to put Victor down to 30. Both players having a little bit of fun there. Tiger's swipe hitting, Victor taking it down to 30. Jude generating some Tigers that don't do much on this turn, and then playing both of them going, Tiger for 0. Victor's like, okay, no blocks. Tiger for 0. Okay, no blocks. Okay, your turn.
This turn, however, Jude does have an arsenal, so if this Codex of Frailty comes out, it's not going to rip a card. It is just going to grab that Leave No Witnesses for Victor here, which will once again threaten the arsenal. Let's see if there's something like a Flick Flack that could make this a 1-card block without having to utilize any armor for Jude. That Ponder, though, will be important on Victor's side. '30 plays 33, 13 minutes. The lap so far changing to 14 just now. Jude has already worked through 4 Count Your Blessings and only has his opponent down to 30. That's going to buy the Kaseya here, so that is no longer an option for the rest of the game. No resources upon transcending, and that does change the math on those turns. Frailty Token is going to have something to say about the weapon and the arsenal here.
Victor still working with 13 points of life gain with the 2 remaining yellow Count Your Blessings in his deck here. Jude getting across for 1 with his 100 wins. Then in resolution step, after damage is dealt, targeting it with his own Drop in the Ocean, which we saw played without transcending to great effect in his previous game against Azalea. Now transcending, promising to be more valuable later in this turn as it will be used to search Jude's deck. He's hammering in with a Kakara for 1, diminished by the Frailty, pitching the Chi to Zen's ability, generating a Tiger in hand, and searching his deck for a card with combo. Let's see what he has here, and let's find out what that arsenal is.
Couple different ways to transcend in Victor's hand. You can see he's got the Stir of the Pot, he's got the Passover, Sink Below, and Levels of Enlightenment. Don't know what the random ponder was from that Codex of Frailty last turn.
Bit of an interesting situation for Victor here. His hand doesn't block that well, while it presents something pretty reasonable by pitching a blue, playing Levels of Enlightenment, and transcending in response to it, doing the classic thing. New doesn't play into that play pattern quite as well. I'm sure Victor wants to be blocking as best he can on a turn like this, and his life total is finally starting to show a little bit of wear. He may not be as happy with his hand as he possibly could be, despite the value on it being reasonably good.
Make the Tiger pouncing key. Aspect of Tiger pouncing key.
Seems like there's a bit of a graveyard discrepancy occurring here.
Thank you for looking out.
Yeah.
Thanks to our judge staff for being on top of things as always.
I took the
You
one.
took 1 and then 1, so that makes sense that you would have taken these 2,
Yes.
right? Okay, great.
Making sure life totals are agreed upon.
Then for mauling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zen searched a Mauling Chi, which was nearly missed in all that commotion. Checking Victor's graveyard, seeing what options he has left to him, and outside of only having 2 Count Your Blessings left, he is rife with defensive options here still. Crouching Tiger coming across for 2, putting Victor to 26 to Jude's 33, and the Mauling Chi comes in. A Rousing Wave meets it on the combat chain, and a defense reaction from Arsenal covers that up cleanly, while giving Victor a little bit of selection for the top of his deck for when he inevitably draws a card with this Levels of Enlightenment.
Dude, these random ponders off the top for Victor Mercado just could not be more impressive. He is just getting given all of the goods by the top of his deck. Those ponder tokens from the Codex of Frailties. The first one was a Leave No Witnesses perfectly at the end of a combat chain. This one is a Fate Foreseen to stop a Mauling Chi.
What have you been saying all weekend, Sam? Better lucky than good.
And in these players' cases, they're both quite good. Sitting here in the semifinals of a calling, the 50th calling here in Portland. And a little bit of luck goes a long way when you and your opponent both have quite a bit of skill. I'm curious what that arsenal is. It was the final card arsenaled on that big Traverse the Universe turn. Not utilized on that turn, not utilized on this turn. I wonder what it's going to be for Jude there.
This is an interesting decision point. Jude has to decide if he wants to block this Mist Blade. Victor almost certainly following it with some amount of disruption. However, what Victor knows that Jude doesn't is that he's holding a Levels of Enlightenment. This hitting has given this Levels +1 and Go Again, functionally giving Victor all 3 modes with only 1 blue in the pitch. This is 1 cost, 4 power, Go Again, draw a card.
Ridiculous. 4, Go Again, card drawn. Let's see what it is off the top.
He's presented functionally a 1-card 5 with Go Again at blue here.
And the card off the top is the Leave No Witnesses.
Oh my goodness.
And the blue has already been played, so that Transcend card in the hand can banish another card with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Look at this, we do find the Sink Below. Stir the Pot and Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to be the follow-up, so another card will be taken out of the hand thanks to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Let's see which card is going to be lost to this powerful, mystic, legendary assassin headpiece.
We did talk a little bit about luck, but Victor is masterfully pulling apart every single hand Jude looks to keep, using his life total as a resource. And speaking of pulling apart everything Jude tries to keep, he's cashing in this arousing wave to make a Fang strike and push this Leave No Witnesses over the top. He banishes a card out of Jude's hand with the mask and is seeing his moment. He says he wants to protect this arsenal. I'm taking it from him. He's cashing in this equipment. His one use of it to get rid of this card in arsenal. Let's see if it was worth it.
Looks like holding with the one over the top. Does Jude have another defensive piece?
If only he had a drop in the ocean yet again.
27.
Okay.
Taking one.
The one and then banish the arsenal.
The snake has slithered its way through, and its venom has taken Jude's agency away from him. He is holding 2 chi instants. He gets to double transcend here, but to what end with only 2 blues in hand, even if they are chi?
Grain that tips the scale
It's nice that the
and
Passover-
preserve tradition.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll take it.
Jude here happy seeing the Passover in the pitch because that preserved tradition, if responded to with the Passover, banish the card that preserved tradition targets, fizzles the card, which means no chi and no transcending.
27 plays 20.
But here, because that Passover is in the pitch, both of these cards are going to head back to the hand.
I'm ready to go to my
2 chi in hand. Looks like it's over to Jude's turn. Victor cleaning up the combat chain here.
There's this in there.
Jude picking up Victor's graveyard before he gets the opportunity to put everything from the combat chain in it. He is quite studious about making sure what options his opponents still have. I really appreciate this approach he's taking to Zen. We've seen him do this multiple times this weekend where he kind of just like waits for his opponents to run out of options.
Are there any mauling cheese left in the deck? That would be the most likely target for the Zen activation here on this turn.
I believe there is one.
Yeah, I think there should be one left. What I will say, there it is, right at the bottom. What I will say is a couple things. 2 red cards from the Leave No Witnesses there, 2 silver. We saw how devastating those silvers could be earlier in the day against Cody Williams. Here for Victor and Jude in this matchup, still a fair amount of cards left in Jude's deck. He's not close to fatigue. He has got so much to go still. This Kakara is going to make the Tiger come in for 1. I'm curious if Jude is going to be able to string together enough threats. 5 becomes 6 on hit here.
Victor blocking with a sink below from Arsenal, filtering his hand a little bit. Drawing another sink below here. He's holding a Venomous Bite, a Just a Nick, and a blue attack. He has some options, but it's maybe not exactly what he's looking for. Taking 2 rather than covering it up with a second defense reaction. Really valuing getting the most value he possibly can out of every single card he has available to him.
Art of Desire Mind, the beginning of the turn here, looks like trying to get the value out of that Just a Nick. You draw some cards. That's going to be a Tiger's Eye Reflex. That here is not going to be able to get banished, but the Just a Nick will get over the top. Tiger's Eye going to save a little bit of life. 3 damage over.
Does Jude have a defense reaction?
3 coming over. This would mean 2 banishes. Yeah, the sink below is going to stop, but the Venomous Bite is going to be played here. Victor's really trying to make sure that this trigger gets over.
Turning the 6 around to show him 9. Cracks me up.
You take 2, you're 25.
2 coming over. Hit triggers happening. A blue card and a red card. Victor gaining 1 to 22. Drawing a card and taking a red combo card out of Jude's deck along with the opportunity to transcend.
Just a massive difference in exchange there. Gain a card, gain a life, rip a blue card, rip a combo card. One of those red threats that Jude is going to need. We're looking to be about midway through the deck here. A lot of cards in the graveyard, but Jude still has a fair amount to work with. Does he have enough threats to push through 22 points of life and all the disruption and defense that Victor is sure to present? 0, go again.
Wonder if we may see... Oh, Enlightened Strike. Sure.
Yeah, you can draw.
I guess clearing the Crouching Tiger from the hand so that it can't get stuck in the deck or arsenal. If he intended to draw with this Enlightened Strike, that makes a lot of sense. Victor staring down a 4-card hand he may not be infatuated with. I see a Transcend instant, a blue attack, a Siren's Call, I believe, Persuasive Prognosis, Art of Desire, Body, Homage to Ancestors, and a Siren's Call in this hand. It certainly functions, but he may wish to commit some amount of cards to blocking, especially as his life total does get a little bit lower here. He's almost at 20, and I believe he is going to 20 here. He has 13 life gain remaining in the deck in the last 2 yellow Count Your Blessings, but he has to find them before Jude can mount enough of an assault to get through. The problem being that Jude has cashed in his Traverse the Universe.
Yeah, that means there is far less optionality for Jude about when he finds that chi and decides to just go for the big turn. It was a pretty big turn, a good classic chase the tail, Art of Desire body turn, and he kept that. I think it was a spinning wheel kick in the arsenal that did eventually finally get banished to the arousing wave. But here comes Pawns of Agony, and this is a tough card to be facing across the table in any matchup, let alone the semifinals of the 50th calling.
This card is tough. It almost always steals your turn with what it represents by being on the chain. We see 2 here, but if you can play 3 defense reactions, it will give itself +3, and if it connects, you search their hand, deck, and graveyard and banish up to 3 cards with the same name as the chosen card. This card, we talk about control decks being a little lower variance. This card has the opportunity to do very little or completely blow your opponent out of the water. Sometimes if they have 2 cards with the same name in their hand, it can be all the more devastating. And taking key cards out of your opponent's deck can be game-ending in its own right. What Jude doesn't know is that Victor is holding onto a Siren's Call and a Transcend instant, likely to take a card out of his hand in the reaction step with the Mask of Recurring and Nightmares' effect to begin with, and Siren's Call also likely to take a card out of Jude's hand. Victor is prioritizing these disruptive effects so much more than he is prioritizing the damage on cards like this, taking this Winds of Eternity away from him, as well as forcing it into Jude's banished zone because this attack has stealth.
Now the flick-flack there, you could see as Victor, he's like, oh, draw a card, hold on, because now that flick-flack means if you try to go too far over the top, flick-flack means that the defense can be possible on this Bonds of Agony, but here just getting the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, asking for another card to be banished. This is going to be a turn that Jude is going to do very, very little. And then that's where you start to wonder. You've pushed some disruption through. Your opponent in Zen is not able to do what they want to do. You're going to draw another 4 whole new cards. Can you find that other yellow Count Your Blessings, one of the 2 final remaining in the deck? And that is where potentially the game can start to become out of reach for the Zen player on the right side of your screen.
The Mystic Ninja has been lured into this succubus's gaze. He is in a vice grip, sending nothing on his turn and passing back to Victor in complete control. He is in the driver's seat of this game.
Surgical Extraction here coming in for 4. Jude here has an opportunity for some nice defensive plays. He kept that flick-flack around. He blocks with a 3-block. He blocks with a flick-flack. And then his next attack on the turn will also get +2 from the combo. There's the flick-flack that both players knew about. Here's the hiss that's new in the hand. Does Jude have a way to stop this one? 3+, Slither created, Slither played. So currently this is now a 7-power attack with Go Again. Wax On is the follow-up, so that does block for 7 here.
Let's see if Victor has another answer to that. Tunic on 3.
Fair amount of defense reactions in this deck. The answer is no. That passes through reactions, so Jude able to stop the Surgical Extraction here. A little bit of respite.
Art of Desire Mind as in, do you mind me drawing some cards and gaining some life? And the answer is no. Victor is allowed, ripping an inner chi off the top of Jude's deck, gaining 1 life to 22 and drawing a card.
Actually massive there. The card draw not relevant, but the inner chi certainly is. That's 1 less chi for Jude to draw. It would have been in his very next hand.
E-Strike cracking in. Oh, almost messed up.
Okay, yeah,
missed the bottom card of his deck when picking it up to put the card on the bottom with Enlightened Strike. I believe they're going to call a judge about this just for hygiene purposes, as I like to call it, just to make sure everything is in order.
Making sure the right card is on the bottom. The answer is yes. Here comes an attack for 7 now. No count your blessings in the hand there for Victor. Victor's looking at his deck like, all right, where they at? Where they at, though? I saw them all early. I'd like to see the next couple.
Once again, shout out to our lovely judge staff. We could not run these events without them. We would be the Wild West without someone to keep the peace. You got any local judges you want to shout out while we're here?
Oh, my friend Connor.
Connor
Brinsman, I think.
Shout out to my local judge where I live now in Vancouver, Eric Lehrer. Grumpy old man. I would call him a nice guy, but I would be lying. And from my hometown, Stephen Coker. Nice guy. Really appreciate everyone who accommodates these events and makes things happen while we take care of counting our decks like our blessings here in Portland, Oregon. This stop of the World Tour in the top 4 match here. Both of these players, as the saying goes, dotting their T's and crossing their I's.
Yes, it does. That is
hear everyone
exactly
really
how the saying goes.
I hear everyone really likes hearing that one.
Think it was 26 cards in Victor's deck.
Victor holding on to a Double Trouble, another Bonds of Agony, I believe a Just a Nick, and a Command and Conquer. Those Undertow Stilettos still on the board. If he opts not to block this turn, could promise quite a bit of pain. That is not a Just a Nick, is it? That is Just a Nick. Taking 1 to 21. Looking like Victor is going to send Command and Conquer on his coming turn for 6.
Classic play, CNC coming in and threatening that arsenal. Let's take a look at what Jude's got. He's got a Command and Conquer of his own and a couple cards that are going to block a little less than perhaps he might want. Can't quite tell what the arsenal is, and this is going to be a challenging proposition. Breed Anger, Pouncing Chi. Oh, Breed Anger blocks 3. We're big chillin'. What am I talking about? I thought Breed Anger blocked 2.
Big?
We're big chillin'. No, we're big chillin', you guys. It's all good.
We're bing chilling.
Question is, block the Command and Conquer for 6. You send your own Command and Conquer for 6. Do we think that puts, for Jude here, ourselves in enough of a position to survive whatever further disruption comes on the following turn cycle and then maybe finally have an opportunity to do another big one? Siren's Call is going to be the follow-up, playing the Homage to Ancestors in response just to gain a life and make sure that there's no card drawn here off of the Siren's Call. Very important, very impressive from Jude to just throw that out because now there's no arsenal here for Victor, but because of there's no blue in the hand to power up the CNC, it might just be a pass of the turn for Jude, and then that arsenal card not being there is not nearly as relevant because Victor's just got the full grip, all the tempo. What can he do with it?
Here comes a Bonds of Memory for 1, promising some amount of shenanigans. There's no universe where a 1-card, 1-attack play is what happens when you have 4 cards, especially when it's blue. There could at least be a dagger. Victor holding on to 2 Transcend instants, a Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Path Well Traveled, promising to give this go again. Double Transcend, activate the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, perhaps turn this Chi into another card, and a Leave No Witnesses. Victor shuffling his hand so his opponent can't tell what he has. Let's find out what he ripped. It's a blue Double Trouble. Victor, considering what to put on the bottom, seems likely to be the Inner Chi. Shipping it off. Resolving the Transcend ability of Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and that card is going to find its way into Mr. Mercado's pitch zone this turn to the ability of Mask of Recurring Nightmares. And this Bonds of Memory making its way through here. Though it isn't doing any disruptive effects, this card can gain life, and most importantly, this card takes cards off the top of Jude's deck.
Another Inner Chi off the top with one of these 1-power Mystic new attack actions. That's the second Inner Chi that's just been grabbed off the top of the deck. just bad breaks for our Zen player here. I feel like it's though we've been saying when we watched Victor's match earlier. Top of the deck, not being kind to Jude, being quite kind to Victor here with those random ponders earlier in this game, finding Leave No Witnesses, finding defense reactions, and finding Chi on the top of Jude's deck.
Interestingly, Victor opting not to swing either dagger here, which is going to allow Jude to cash in this armor if he so pleases on this Leave No Witnesses. Arsenaling a blue double trouble, possibly hoping to line it up with some attack reactions to take some cards out of Jude's deck. Jude with 2 cards to work with here, playing just a Command and Conquer, pitching a Stir the Pot. Victor pretty quickly lining up a 6 block as he has a Transcend instant that will give +1 and Activate Mask and find its way into his pitch zone. So now that there's a blue in his pitch zone, Tunic, Venomous Bite. Oh!
Things are starting to come up new here as the double trouble hits the combat chain from the Arsenal. 35 minutes elapsed. 21 is playing 23, but the decks are now starting to get pretty thin. The advantage bar perhaps slightly tilting further and further in Victor Mercado's favor, blocking 3.
Grains, Mask. Give me another card, sir.
Jude really needs just one moment, one turn. We are coming up to the next 2 turns before there are going to be fully in second cycle. These Count Your Blessings are coming in another turn or so. Here comes the Venomous Bite, and here comes the Fang Strike alongside it.
2 attack reactions, fulfilling the condition on double trouble, pushing this to 8 damage.
5 damage over the top. Jude down to 18. Double Trouble's effect is now live. 2 cards off the top, red and a blue, mauling Chi.
There goes the 3rd one.
And the Wind Chakra. Jude down to 18, but that deck is really starting to look thin, folks. New doing what New does, disrupting, gaining life, being defensive. There is the second to last Count Your Blessings. We're probably going to see the other one in the very next hand. We are like right up onto the bottom of this first cycle.
Jude counting cards yet again. Comparing Victor's deck to his graveyard. Victor's deck also looking somewhat thin, but like you said earlier in our previous new game on stream, those contract effects count up.
17 for each player here.
Victor slightly ahead on cards as he has 4 in hand to Jude's 3. Command and Conquer coming in, but with no arsenal to speak of for Victor, this is just vanilla damage.
Vanilla damage, but a no block and a Fate Foreseen that can't be used on the turn.
Not what you're looking for here.
No blocks. Victor just going to take this down to 15, but the Count Your Blessings is going to change that math in just an instant or so.
I suspect we may see a dagger swung here.
Dagger swung, that Siren's Call does work on these daggers to refresh the hand for Victor and rip it apart from Jude. Siren's Call, once again, looking at the hand. Cosmic Awakening, the only target there.
Victor drawing a card here after taking stock of what Jude has to offer him.
Card drawn is a Venomous Bite.
A red is not going to allow him to cast this Count Your Blessings in his hand without going off arsenal here. I'm sure he was looking for a blue. He's still going to pitch 2 reds into it, but that Fate Foreseen may be dearly missed. This should gain him 6 life to 21.
All the damage he took from that Command and Conquer.
Gone.
Gone. That Cosmic Awakening hitting the graveyard. Not what Jude wants to see. It's one of the first ones, if not the first one we've seen. We're at the... Jude's been shuffling a bunch, so what am I talking about? But we're looking... I was going to say we're at the end of the first cycle, but not for Jude. He's been shuffling all the time with that Zen ability. 2 damage now, pitching the 2 reds in the 100 Winds and the Chase the Tail.
Victor down to 19. There are no lightning heroes in this top 8, but the damage Victor took on that previous turn is gone in a flash, thanks to Count Your Blessings. And I believe he has found the last one in this hand, along with 2 blue block 3s and the dreaded Codex of Frailty. Majestic. Jude sending Staff into Tiger Swipe here, threatening only 4 damage with this hand. He doesn't have a blue to make things tick. Arsenaling a card and sending it back to Victor, who's going to swing a dagger, gain 7 life to 24, and play a Codex of Frailty into Command and Conquer.
And both players know that the card in Jude's arsenal is the Flick Flack, the last card revealed to that Siren's Call, so the Command and Conquer will be devastating. Jude would love to throw that Flick Flack in front of something like a Leave No Witnesses, but instead just going to have it be threatened by the Codex of Frailty. If Jude can sniff it out and play the Flick Flack on this random little Beckoning Mistblade, he'd get the buff for whatever is used on the Codex of Frailty, but then he loses a card to the discard. It's so tough, these positions he's being put in. Drawn 4 cards, or I guess 3 cards, so he's 14 cards in deck now. Beckoning Mistblade is taken. Both players at 17.
I believe it was 4 cards. He pitched 2 reds, swung the staff, sent Tiger Swipe, and Arsenal.
Ah, yes. Correct.
Gaining his last blessing. Up to 24 life here. All 6 Count Your Blessings played. Victor removes them from being set aside from the graveyard, since it is clear that he is done with them, as I think we would have a pretty big question about how he got this far if he had any blues in his deck. Codex of Frailty hitting the table, generating its namesake Frailty token on the other side of the board.
That's going to buy 6 block now. Random Ponder once again for Victor. What is the disruption that New is going to be able to present on this turn? This is going to be an important turn in this game. If Victor is not able to find the right disruption, and Jude is able to keep 4 cards, because we know one of them in there is a Flick Black that's not going to do anything on offense, that push enough pressure, Victor might start to block, and if Jude can get basically 2 good turns, maybe that's enough. But the question is, truly, what are the threats left for the Tamer of Purpose? We saw him pitch 2 reds just a turn ago to try to preserve some of that threat density. The question is just how many threats truly remain.
I'll take a game action in just a moment.
Yeah, you're good.
Seven life lead on Victor's side of the board in top 4 of this Calling World Tour Portland. This game is getting a bit long in the tooth. Staff coming in for 1 is really not where Jude Cornett wishes to be. Into 100 wins for 3. We know that Flick Flack is stranded in Arsenal, so this is the best he can do to threaten Victor's life total, but it gives Victor the opportunity to block with cards that all they do is block and convert his hand how he wishes to. Victor holding on to a pass over, I believe, sending a Persuasive Prognosis.
Random Ponder off the top for Victor once again, giving him what he needs. Some disruption here in the form of this Persuasive Prognosis. The question is, will the Flick Flack in Arsenal be enough? But the Persuasive Prognosis now is a chain link for that Mask of Recurring Nightmares to start doing some major work. Rip apart the hand, whether Jude has any say in it or not.
This is the game state New is looking for as that deck gets thinner, as options are taken away from the Tamer of Purpose. She is going to get him down to his last few cards in deck and start systematically removing them from his hand via activations of Mask of Recurring Nightmares. And this situation is no different.
One damage, but so much more represented with the on-hit effect of Persuasive Prognosis. Hitting a hero, banishing the top card of the deck, and then the hand reveal. And a card with the same color as the banished card from the top of the deck gets banished as well.
From this perspective on the combat chain, it kind of looks like the guy laying down in the art is just standing up and she's sideways.
It does. What's the block going to be from Jude Cornett? Our 4th seed playing into our 1st seed, Victor Mercado, showing that Count Your Blessings. It won Worlds, got a little bit of a nerf, but can it still win the Calling here in Portland? 1st seed, so clearly something good is happening with this deck in this pilot's hands. All that time, as you mentioned, trying to be obnoxious in other formats with other decks, paying off.
Here in top 8. Jude asking if Victor wishes to go to reactions, looking to cash in that Flick Flack here. Victor has a way over the top, I believe, with this attack. No, it's a Hiss. Hiss is going to stop at 4. double transcending in response, making some crouching tigers in his hand.
Crouching Tigers that can be banished to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, but unfortunately they won't have the buff effect. That +1 will only be affecting this turn. The other cool thing about this, though, is that Rising Sun, Setting Moon can also bottom a Tiger, so we can get another card in the hand, making the Mask of Recurring Nightmares here significantly less threatening. Very nice counterplay from our Zen player here. Is it going to be enough? Pretty sick, though. A way to try to get around this Persuasive Prognosis and the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Let's see what he's holding. Tiger, Chi, Sink Below, Chi, Tiger.
Oh.
No.
The pickings are slim for Jude Cornett.
Okay, respond or match results.
Go ahead.
Victor encouraging his opponent to take all the time they need to make their decision. His arsenal is still Flick-Flack, I believe. So probably looking to stop this on-hit.
Pass priority.
Jude now has to decide if he's willing to take the one here.
There's no gas in the hand, man. It's sink
He has
below.
a sink
Yeah, I guess you
below.
could sink to try to filter a card away.
Things look grim. The prognosis is grim.
Is grim. It be persuasive and of ill tidings.
Here comes the sink. Let's see the rip. Another Chi.
Inner Chi.
I'm gonna pass
He's
over.
completely out of gas, it seems. Victor passing over a card from his graveyard here.
Where's the Cosmic Awakening when you need it? I want to see an attack for 20. He's got all the chi in the
That's
world.
Sam's lot in life now.
I just want to see it.
Victor activating New with the Passover despite not having an action point with which to play Jude's own cards. However, he has taken an Ancestral Harmony off the top of Jude's deck, taking yet one more option away from the Tamer of Purpose. I'm not sure he has 23 damage remaining in the deck.
I don't think so, Ellie. You look at that deck, it's so thin. It would require such a huge turn to get through the defenses of this new deck. Both players nearing the end. But what's the difference? The 30 life gained from the Count Your Blessings. Victor sits at 23. This would not have been possible with other combinations of cards, most likely.
We were so sure it was dead after it fell 3 copies in deck at Worlds. And yet, here it stands at the top of the mountain. Searching his last chase the tail, he is going down swinging. He is determined to find a way out of the vice grip the alluring desire has put him in, and Victor's hand holds at least one card that does not block here.
Does he have another Cosmic Awakening in the deck? We saw the one ripped from him with that Siren's Call. So if he can put enough pressure here, maybe he can keep enough chi to have a pretty impressive Cosmic Awakening turn. But 4 go again, followed up by 3 technically go again, and there is still that Flick-Flack in the arsenal.
I'm not changing my play.
There are 2 Majin Bays in the background of Victor's camera there. We have Majin Bay and Majin Bay.
Go ahead.
All 8 people who know that joke are stoked right now.
For those unaware, while we are counting decks and graveyards again, Peter on the right, Peter Budensik, amazing Kano player, just like his compatriot on the left, Caleb Van Patten, also a Kano player, often mistaken for him, and after winning the Battle Hardened at Osaka, took the winner's photo while wearing his jersey reversed so that the name Majin Bay was on the front just under his face. Very funny. Very good stuff.
Those 2 attacks to chase the tail and the Tiger were both blocked for 3, so Victor down to 19, and here comes a Bonds of Agony. And what's still available to Victor? Those Undertow Stilettos. 2 reactions stapled to that leg piece there.
In addition, I believe his arsenal is a hiss, capable of making this 7 whole damage in the reaction step after activating Mask of Recurring Nightmares, taking a card out of Jude's hand and then promising to take 3 out of his deck. He manages to find some amount of blocking power here, but it's not enough if Victor cashes in that attack reaction. Jude making a Crouching Tiger in his hand to banish to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares to avoid the trigger.
Can we just put them out of the banish? Is that fine?
Victor asking if we need to represent the Crouching Tigers in the banished zones because his opponent is beginning to run out of Crouching Tigers to put in the banished zone.
Running out of deck, running out of Tigers, running out of time is Jude Cornett. Block for 5. It looks like that's going to be all good for Victor. He's happy to see those red attacking card, the red attacking card and the 100 wins there. Both of those 100 wins are now dead and gone in the banished zone thanks to New's ability.
Victor has drawn 3 Chi.
And a Fate Foreseen.
Oh, where's Cosmic Awakening when you need it?
Well, the thing is, this turn is going to be what?
Motion to end.
Motion to end.
Motion to end. That's a new one.
Oh yeah, and you're at 16.
Sounds like you're in a courtroom. Motion to end.
Oh, I didn't take a bunch of damage.
3 from
Yeah, no, I'm
just
sorry.
chase.
Yeah, that's correct.
Clarifying a life total discrepancy.
Cool.
Chase the tail there, the 1 damage represented. Looks like moving to end, Victor is deciding if he's going to activate New at the end of the turn.
Start milling Jude out.
Because if that is a hiss in the arsenal, the turn for Victor is going to be attack with dagger, Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
And possibly even activate New. That is why he is counting these blue cards here. And oh boy, he has a whole bunch of them. Notably, if he plays a Transcend instant, it will transcend and return to Jude's hand, as he is the owner of the card.
Boy, that graveyard is thick. Look at the amount of cards that Victor has worked through in this game, sitting at 16 life to Jude's 17.
That graveyard is a robust lad.
This is an interesting end state. Victor, not a lot left in the deck as well.
Activate New.
Oh, activate New? Has to leave it on top because it's not a blue card.
But that does give him information on what is in Jude's hand.
Okay, banish.
Activating New here. Banishing a blue Wind Chakra. And New is on line. She may play any of Jude's banished blue cards and taking another Inner Chi out of his deck.
But that's just the turn. That's all he's doing. He's not attacking whatsoever. What was Jude able to find on this turn?
Has he found the Cosmic Awakening? He only has 3 in deck. The odds of it being in his hand are higher than it not, but the Crouching Tigers have come back to bite him. He's drawn 1 in addition to another card in his hand that is not a Chi. He can't even send the Cosmic Awakening. It costs him 9.
So what's the amount of pressure he can put on, and what are the amount of threats left in Victor's deck as well? Because we might be coming into a situation where we're just going dagger and Kakara for 2, with the Crouching Tiger being generated as long as there's 1 Inner Chi in the deck. Like, walk me through some of the way these endgames can go. Is Jude going to just be out of deck before that even gets there? He's only got 3 cards left. I can't quite tell how many Victor has.
Hypothetically, it could be possible for them to exchange blows with their weapons until one of them falls. Victor slightly behind on life, but ahead on armor, so he would theoretically be able to win that race. However, the way New is going to close this game is that once he is well and truly satisfied with the banished cards in Jude's banished zone, he is going to start cashing them in. He's going to start swinging Beckoning Mistblade when his opponent cannot block, giving Zen's own attacks go again from his banished zone and sending them back at him.
What's the follow-up here from Jude Cornett? That Flick-Flack still just stranded in the arsenal from so many turns ago.
Tiger coming in for 1, threatening a 14th of Victor's life total. Victor still hanging on to that Fate Foreseen, considering blocking for 1 with it. And I think he will, most likely to get a little bit of card selection happening here. Interesting decision. He knows that Jude... He doesn't know what Jude's last card in hand is. However, is going to activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares. It's actually possible that Jude never has the cards in hand again.
Jude has lost, I think, like 4 inner chi. 2 each to attacks from like Bonds of Attraction. Banish the top card of your deck. It was like a Bonds of Memory and a Bonds of something else that banished the top cards of the deck. Each time was an inner chi. And now we've lost cards to the new ability. Here comes the Venomous Bite to come over the top. Finally, the Flick Flack is able to be cleared, but now we're up to an attack for 5.
Take 1.
If he sends the Cosmic Awakening, can it even get there right now? Is he capable?
15.
I need to see this hand when he picks it up.
Lost the top card of the deck, which I think was 100 wins.
Yes. He is holding. He can. No, he can't. He can't send it for 20. He can send it for 15 because there's no way to transcend this Stir the Pot.
Here comes 15. Victor takes a bit of a lean back. What's the defensive options he's working with? He's got an inner chi in the hand. He's got 4 chi. He's got 4 chi in the hand. Is his arsenal a defense reaction? He's at 14. He may be forced to cash. He's at 15. He gained 1 off of the Bonds of Attraction that banished. But it's just 4 chi in the hand, and this is an attack for 15. If that Stir the Pot had been able to transcend, this Cosmic Awakening would be such a different story, coming in for 20. Instead, it's coming in for 15, but now all of a sudden, Victor is going to have to give equipment unless it's a defense reaction in the arsenal. Oh my gosh.
I believe there's 1 card left in Jude Cornett's deck, and a problem is presented. He's going to activate new and banish Jude's last card as long as it is blue, and it is an inner chi. Taking a look at what Jude has in his banished zone here.
He's going to play the Homage to Ancestor, Victor, is to go up to 16.
He has not played a blue card this turn, so that does not return to Jude's hand.
16 all. I was at 16, he was at 15, he gained 1 going up to 16. He played my Homage to Ancestors.
Victor drawing a hand of all chi here while facing down a Cosmic Awakening for 15. What does this do in changing the math of these potential turns that are just weapon swings into weapon swings?
I believe Victor's going to 1. If Jude can send Staff into Tiger for every single turn following, that would get there. The problem is that Victor still has armor, and most importantly, he has the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. He can take cards out of Jude's hand. He only has 2 left to work with. The next mask activation will render him nearly completely inert.
There are no cards left in the deck for the new activation to go ahead, but there are so many more cards in Victor's deck. 5 more. He's probably thinking about exactly what he's going to draw. He's going to crack a silver to draw the card he wants.
Let's see what it is. Passing. He may be making sure he has a blocking card here. Let's take a look. He has 2 chi, but he has 6 block available to him. It can beat Staff into Tiger.
So that's a Tiger right now?
Yes.
Victor's going to block here. Tiger's going to come in for 1. Victor's going to give up the Fendel Spring Tunic to keep himself at 1. And now he's going to take Jude's second to last card by attacking with a Levels of Enlightenment. No, just swinging the dagger. Right. He's prioritizing the block value. That actually makes a lot of sense. Making a Tiger, banishing the Tiger.
So that is an interesting response that Jude has access to. Every time he activates the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, the inner chi is going to be able to just create a Tiger for Jude to go ahead and banish instead. So now Jude can just keep coming in for 2.
However, that card is now in his deck. Victor is going to banish it by activating the Alluring Desires hero ability, giving a blocking card to the Tiger Taming Kakara.
And that's going to do it.
Fist bump.
Look, Victor, the excitement on his face. He's jumping for joy. He is into the finals here of the Calling in Portland. What sportsmanship from both players. Amazing to see a huge grin go across of Jude's face after that barn burner of a game.
Look at Peter.
The excitement from the friends. There's exactly what you described.
He did that
jump
to
up
me.
top. Victor Mercado on the back of Count Your Blessings once again. A really fascinating, intricate end of game there. If that Stir the Pot had been able to transcend and make that Cosmic Awakening an attack for 20.
It was so close.
I think
if he had one more chi, the game was over in a completely different way.
Dude, and 2 times off the top of the deck, it was just inner chi.
It's brutal.
Inner chi and the ponders for Victor. It was just, sometimes that's how it goes, man. The top of deck for both players. They're a little more kind, perhaps, to our first seed, but that is what we love about trading card games. It's not just about everything that you have at your disposal. It's also about a little bit of luck. Let's go ahead and dive back into our updated bracket. It is time, my friends, because we have got our final set up for you. Victor Mercado, your first seed, Count Your Blessings New, will be taking on a Pro Tour champion. Michael Feng on an Enigma Ledger of Ancestry list. He just won a Battle Hardened nigh on a week or so ago, and he is looking to tack on another major title here. He's already a calling finalist. He's already a Pro Tour champion. He's looking to become the champion here in Portland. But Count Your Blessings New and our first seed stand in his way.
Something I've always said about New is that while you have to draw well, you have to also draw well off your opponent's deck, which Victor proved his capability to do in the last game. Let's see what he has for us in the next game, but before we see that, let's take a look at Calling Chicago, the next stop in the World Tour. Folks, I'm so stoked about this.
Yeah, this was a big one, y'all.
I am heartbroken.
This is a big one.
That the flights are a little bit outside of my price range. Just Vancouver, little far, little difficult to make it happen. May not be happening for me, but it can happen for you. This weekend is this weekend of December 13th through 15th. This year is the first Living Legend Calling, and not only that, it is the first Living Legend Calling on this World Tour circuit where you can be competing for Player of the Year points. In addition to other events at this stop, we have a Battle Hardened and a Super Armory, as well as a fantastic jamboree of draft hosted by the amazing Min Max Games. It is 9 drafts over 9 sets over 3 days. You will fire 3 drafts a day, pre-curated, set up by Min-Max themselves. In addition to doing this, if you're worried about missing out on all the cool promos from all the other events, they have them on offer as part of this History of Draft package, and it's been so amazingly popular that LSS actually asked them to expand the package to give more options to these more casual players, to these fans of Limited, these frankly stoked Limited players coming to draft so much. I really hope that Sam, my co-caster, who is going to Chicago, will see y'all there.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one, my friends. This is truly an event not to be missed. It's one for the lore books, one for the record books. The first Living Legend Calling is one that we will remember for all time here in the world of Flesh and Blood, because Living Legend, it's one of the marquee formats of this game. It features everyone's favorite heroes from days gone by, and it's run by some of our favorite people over at Min-Max Games. So we hope you'll come and join us over there. But for those of us here at the Calling in Portland during this World Tour stop, we have got one game remaining, and it is the all-important finals. The title of champion, the cash, and the gold foil extended art crown of Providence from ye old time of old coming back into the arena. It's all coming down right after this. Don't go anywhere. It's the finals in just a moment. There have been many calling champions over these last 5 years of Flesh and Blood, but only one can be the 50th champion here at the calling in Portland during this World Tour stop. And Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, we're going to take you all the way the rest of the way. We have had such a remarkable weekend. The vibes, electric. The games, outstanding. Ellie, what are some of your favorite moments? What are some of the things that are coming to your mind as we look back on this weekend before these finals?
Cut through the facades.
That's true. That's pretty good.
Oh my God. The cut through the facade hits the table, and Clay DeAngelis' face, just his eyes came out of his head. He was like,
sorry, what?
Huh?
And it was sick.
Potion of Strength.
True.
The Potion of Strength in Aurora, that was pretty freaking sweet. Loved seeing that. Mara taking up the mantle of the monastery and running it on Vynnset this week. I believe she cashed, maybe did not top 8, but had a good weekend, had a good finish, and had fun playing the Shadow Runeblade herself.
Bunch of insets near the top tables by the end.
It's true. It's true. We had, oh my God, the games today so far, the grain that tips the scale for
I
Lethal
know.
in top 8 during this like insane back and forth Azalea versus Zen game was so cool to see. Victor ending, or sending us into top 8 the exact same way we saw him
do so earlier in Swiss. Yes.
Oh my
Taking
goodness
it all the
gracious.
way to the end and finding his way across the finish line on the back of the couch. Okay, dude, it's been a long weekend.
It's been a long
weekend.
weekend.
You and I, we've been rock and rolling every game. Thank you for hanging out with us. Let's go ahead and check out what is on the line for the finals, because let me tell you, it is not just the PTI that all players in our top 8 have received, and both players who will be receiving a gold foil legendary, but only the winner gets the beautiful extended art Crown of Providence, as well as double the prize money, 5,000 USD to first, 2,400 to second. But take a look at this, y'all. Remember, this card still quite good and will remain a staple for as long as it is legal in Classic Constructed, which I have to imagine will be forever. This is, I think, from what I understand, maybe the last time we're seeing a gold foil Crown of Providence as part of the offerings here to the champion at the 50th calling here at the World Tour in Portland. And I know both those players, eyes as big as dinner plates, though Michael Feng already has one to his name from the calling in Baltimore. Got to have been a Crown of Providence, or the Pro Tour in Baltimore, excuse me, not the calling, the Pro Tour in Baltimore that he won.
Pro Tour. I don't believe we gave out a Crown of Providence.
What'd you get?
Instead,
the champion card?
we got the champion card for Oldhim. I believe the only one ever distributed, which is just as cool. He is looking to add more to that trophy
Oldhim needs a
shelf.
crown.
Oldhim does need a crown, but you know who else wants a crown? Victor Antonio Mercado on the other side of the table is here to fight for his first title as a calling champion.
I believe this is, from what I understand, the first major placement. Victor's last placement, as this high has been, was 11th this year at Canadian Nationals, which is a badass finish for any Flesh and Blood player. But to hit the top 8 of a Tier 3, hits a little different, and to hit into the finals hits even more so, but to win it must hit the greatest of all. Let's find out the answer to who will hit it the hardest. It's time for the finals here at the calling in Portland. Michael Feng, a shake of the head as he stares down his sideboard, facing down. Look at that, Victor. How many Antonios? 4. Antonio Mercado on the left side of your screen on the Count Your Blessings new deck. Both halves of the Winning Worlds deck are present. We have the Enigma and the Count Your Blessings. Both halves of that winning deck here before us, just split up between 2 different Mistvale heroes.
Kind of an interesting thing going on here is that I think some amount of equity Mr. Mercado is getting out of this Count Your Blessings new deck is that not that many people are practiced into it, and I think most people didn't tech or prepare for it going into this calling because people were very much under the impression that it had been spayed and neutered of its efficacy. However, Michael Feng definitely tests with Michael Hamilton, who was the progenitor of the deck. He knows the angles of attack. He knows the points New wishes to press to get him to crumble, and he's going to make an effort to protect them as best as he can.
Yeah, I think that's a really wonderful point. Michael and Michael have been long-time testing partners working together with their wolf pack to howl over the competition and take down many a flesh and blood tournament. Michael also already has a calling finalist finish this year at the calling in Tokyo, so looking to break through and take that win after an already impressive year. Finalist in Tokyo, 2 battle-hardened wins, one just a week or so ago on this Enigma list, so, or at least on the hero, so clearly very well practiced in recent days. Been an Enigma gamer, as he described, for quite some time.
He loves that word.
So it'll be fascinating to see if he can reach the mountaintop or if the Count Your Blessings new deck in the hands of Victor will be the key to victory. Both players here, they've taken up some time, looked over the deck lists. We are open deck lists here in top 8
of the calling.
Gearing up for what is sure to be a grinder, my friends, because both of these heroes are content to go a little long. We saw that last game reach a state of near total fatigue.
Near total fatigue? He lost his last card.
Yeah, it was total fatigue. It was total fatigue. But, you know, only one player was fatigued. I feel like total fatigue would be both players fatigued. And then
like a draw?
I guess.
You want to draw here? We can start over.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to draw. Not at all. I want to see fireworks and sparks flying. But we're probably going to see some blessings being counted in place of those. However, the question will be, Vambrace of Determination, is it in the list? Does it make a debut on stream here in this round? What are the tech pieces, if any, that Michael Feng has? What are the options that Michael Feng has at his disposal for the Count Your Blessing deck? Is he practiced with this version of the list? Was he disrespecting it as well this weekend, as it seems as though many players did, given that Victor here is our first seed and was undefeated for much of the day today playing in these finals?
I believe he ended Swiss X1 or X2, Sam?
X1, I think.
I believe
Swiss?
He ended Swiss at X
Yeah.
and 1, losing only one game so far the entire tournament. That's
gotta feel good.
If we can keep if he can keep his record unbesmirched on this day, or if he'll lose where it matters the most.
So is the onus on Enigma to be proactive here? Is the onus on Enigma to stick a mirror guy, ride it to victory? Like, I know that Enigma, with those 2 spectral shields on both players' turn, can do so much to go ahead and prepare for the end game scenario with the 2 spectral shields on either turn. But is that going to be enough in the face of the Count Your Blessings? Like, do they have to be proactive, or do you think Michael is as comfortable in a fatigue scenario as Victor is?
Enigma needs to build a board. If she cannot build and establish a board of these armies of minions to attack and defend for her, she's not going to be able to actually get a leg up on cards in deck compared to new. So it's going to be harder for her to win this fatigue game by running new out of cards, running new out of life. She can present attacks, but as we've seen in every game played so far, new has more than enough life total to work with, and even if she loses something like a Count Your Blessings to Command and Conquer, it's still doing work. I'm sure something Michael is going to want to line up is a pass over targeting a Count Your Blessings in the graveyard to diminish that ceiling a little bit by bringing it down by several points, for depending on how many Count Your Blessings have been played by that point.
Yeah, that makes sense.
New needs to have a way to break up the board. Victor needs to be able to use his Vambrace of Determination to go through multiple spectral shields or pieces of ward at the same time with daggers and other attacks. He needs to be able to split that up and deny him the ward value as best and wherever he can, while also keeping himself healthy and defending against large attacks like Phantasmaclasm, like Command and Conquer and Pummel, which we know Michael Feng plays both of. He also played Restless Coalescence to devastating effect against Wyatt Schmitt on Ira. Kind of a similar style of deck, a similar approach in this matchup. Maybe Count Your Blessings is the difference. Maybe having 30-something life gain in your deck from the get-go is the way you get there. but I actually do think the onus of winning this game may just be on the Ledger of Ancestry.
I wonder if we could see a turn come down to Michael Feng able to develop a large board and the Count Your Blessings so impactful in prolonging the game, but keeping Victor from being able to mount the kind of offense because the card is strictly defensive, right? Won't be able to mount the kind of offense to clear a board of ward, and then that might be the difference maker if Michael is then able to kind of parlay that advantage into multiple turns of the board. All questions will be answered in a moment because the finals are ready to get underway. The players are finishing their shuffle and preparing to game for us and for their calling champion lives.
We are preparing to prepare to prepare to
Oh,
play.
let me tell you, we're vamping is what we're doing. You and me right now, we're vamping.
We're vamping.
Little
Count Your Blessings does an interesting thing, as you were talking about, in that Enigma likes to put you in this uncomfortable position where you have to take damage to clear her board. That extra life total padding that 2-cost instant provides can give you the gas you need to get there. Hello, Dr. Patel, over in Victor's equipment zone. Beautiful picture of our top 8 player as well. Also on Enigma, falling to Michael Feng. Perhaps his spirit is being carried forward by Mr. Antonio Mercado and his sleeves into this finals game.
However, now that the doctor has been banished back to being face down, the equipment is presented. The heroes have been revealed. It is time for the finals to get well underway. New versus Enigma. Victor Mercado versus Michael Feng. The Vambrace of Determination is, in fact, in the arena. We have got the newcomer versus the champ. It all comes down to this. The finals here at the Calling in Portland. Time to get into it.
Interestingly enough, Michael Feng has Meridian Pathway on the board here. Something I might expect to see is Phantasmal Footsteps to deny those Beckoning Mistblade attacks, but he may value the instant speed ward 3 that is capable of producing to protect any board he might try to establish in this matchup.
Michael Feng on the play here. Warmonger's Diplomacy, Sync Below, Rage Spectre in the hand. And a Spectral Prowler as well.
Pretty interesting inclusion there. Has Phantasm, but it is a 0/4/2 that has Go again if you control a Spectral Shield. Not an amazing rate, but does have Go again. Phantasm, a pretty significant downside when you do not present Phantasmal Footsteps. Any trigger from a 6-power attack is prone to end your turn.
Sigh of relief here from Michael Feng. No Count Your Blessing played on that first turn. Rage Spectre not wanting to filter Victor by attacking, because if you block with 2 cards, it gets you 2 cards closer to a Count Your Blessings is what that does. Beckoning Mistblade now immediately threatening the ward 1 that is on the Rage Spectre.
Something interesting here is that Victor is holding on to a Siren's Call. Michael's hand needs to be able to clear itself at instant speed of blue cards to prevent Victor from taking them from him in response to the attack reaction step.
Activating the Vambrace of Determination here with the 1 floating, looking to just clear that Rage Spectre. Drop in the Ocean and the Pathwell Travel, going to give this Beckoning Mistblade -1 attack, and the Pathwell Travel going to give it Go again. And a double Transcend here, so now that Vambrace of Determination's ability is going to be floating for the rest of the turn, but this Mistblade still won't be doing any damage to this Rage Spectre. Further reactions might be necessary on this Scale Peeler as we move on to the next link of this combat chain. Coming in once again for 1, Vambrace still active, still looking to rip through the Rage Spectre.
He has covered up, that's a fantastic point, he has covered up the Beckoning Mistblade's damage by reducing its attack to 0, but since it was not actually blocked and no ward effects triggered, that Vambrace is still being threatened. And the Scale Peeler will be followed by Leave No Witnesses, and Victor smells blood. He knows Michael only has 1 blocking card at most in this hand after seeing him double Transcend.
What he doesn't know is that first card arsenaled by Michael Feng, I believe, was a Sync Below, so this thing is safe from the Leave No Witnesses. The question is, will the 1 floating be utilized? on that Siren's Call to get a new card for the arsenal and rip one of those chi out of the hand.
There's a sink below, looking to cleanly and efficiently cover this up.
Yeah,
Let's
what does
see
he
if he
sink away?
filters. He could plan to get rid of a chi to make his hand less susceptible to Siren's Call, or just give it some more attractive options here.
Sinks away a chi, and then in response to the Siren's Call, make a Spectral Shield. But he doesn't know about the Siren's Call, so he's just
No
going to say no
clue.
effects. Siren's Call now comes forward and threatens to take that chi out of the hand. Michael may be wishing now he had put that chi on the bottom of the deck, but how could he know the Siren's Call was in what is truly just the first 4 cards that were drawn off of Victor? No filtering present here.
He is capable of clearing his hand in response by activating Meridian Pathway. However, it is expensive. His turn will be functionally nothing. He has a red Astral Etchings, but if he wants to pitch that card to swing Rage Spectre, he will be going off Arsenal and making himself more susceptible in the future, instead allowing Victor his pick of the litter to take a chi away from Michael.
And importantly, though, this does allow for Victor to draw a card. I think it was a red attack of some kind. Was not able to quite make it out. We saw how impactful the random ponders were last game, and ponder-like effects like this Siren's Call was in the semifinals for Victor. So we'll have to wait and see just what it was able to grab this turn. Michael Feng here just allowing for the chi to be grabbed, because now on this turn he's able to go ahead and come in with the Spectral Shield for 2, and he still has that Rage Spectre hanging out that can attack for 6 on the turn.
Threatening a nice little 2-card 8 plus the ward on the back end here.
Oh, he had it. He had it. He flipped the dice to be representative towards the stream. He flipped them the other way, but I love the instinct there from Michael Feng. That's what we do back at home when we do our gameplays. We flip the dice so it's legible to the viewers at home. He had the right instinct. He had the right instinct, but unfortunately
Quite
flipped it upside down.
Quite funny. Let's see what's going on in Victor's hand here. He's chewing on this blocking decision for quite some time. I see a Levels of Enlightenment, a Scar for a Scar, a Looking for a Scrap, and a Venomous Bite. This Venomous Bite, maybe not all that useful in the hand, but he does have a blue and a hand that can go reasonably wide, using this to preserve some life total. And then the Rage Spectre comes in for 6.
That one is going to buy a no block from Victor, so down to 34 he goes.
Interesting decision Victor was forced to make there. If Michael opts only to swing 2 and arsenal that card, he doesn't get the opportunity to block with the Venomous Bite for a 3 instead of 2. Cashing it in instead when he could. Scar for a Scar, coming in for 4 with Go Again. Perhaps a bit of a blessing to be counted in disguise that he took some damage here, giving this 0 for 4 Go Again and threatening to bust up Michael's board.
4 Go Again. With the Scar for a Scar. Nice new inclusion in these new lists to try to work through the board that these Enigma decks do represent. Michael wondering what is possible. The answer, most of it. Only 3 cards in the graveyard there.
He can't play 3 Siren's Calls.
No effects.
He could play 2.
This is ward 2, so I'll take 2.
Giving up the board here, seeing the Scar for a Scar hit the table, knowing that he may not have the ability to prevent Victor from getting through.
Still getting nice 2 pieces of defense off of those ward pieces.
Let's see what Michael is working with in this hand. I see a Ripple Away and Astral Etchings.
Good luck seeing what else is in there as he's flipping them pretty fast. Mistblade's coming across. 1 damage going to be taken down to 30.
Sending
7,
a dagger
imagine.
instead of looking for a scrap here. What is in Victor's arsenal? Is it a Codex of Frailty? No. Opting instead to get some damage through, preserve a lead on cards in deck, and send it over to Michael with 4 cards in hand.
Calming Gesture here going to make a Spectral Shield. That's only going to happen once in this game, and here is the moment coming in for 1.
It is reasonably obvious that Michael is holding on to a Astral Etchings here. Else he would be doing literally nothing other than swinging a Spectral Shield with 4 cards in hand. Victor blocking 1, saying, "Show me you have it."
The answer is yes, I do. 3 more counters on the Astral Etchings means 3 damage is theoretically coming over the top unless there's some more defense presented from our first seed. No, 3 damage down to 31 goes our new player. What's the follow-up from Michael Feng? Restless Coalescence, such a nice follow-up. Can grab as many of the counters as we want. It's going to be all 3. Now an attack for 5 can be committed once a resource is paid. And for 5 with Go Again, and those Spectral Shields can be created like a little factory, like the little beings that are on the Restless Coalescence card. Here comes another Spectral Shield that can be attacked with the Tunic counter. We see these Enigma players every time we see them on screen. They are so comfortable utilizing that Tunic counter over and over again. Whenever it comes up, they just want it to refresh. They want to attack with their word pieces when they can. Michael also able to establish an arsenal on this turn. 36 for the Pro Tour champ, placed 31 from the newcomer.
Victor with 5 cards in hand, knowing he needs to break this board up. Persuasive Prognosis, Art of Desire Mind, Venomous Bite, and a Command and Conquer, as well as a Tunic counter and a card in Arsenal. I want to see a stew here.
You want to see a stew?
I want to see him cook up a stew for us.
You want him to cook?
I want him to cook.
It's like, you want a stew?
I desire a 4-course meal.
I desire a stew from the man. Here comes a Scale Peeler. Coming in for 1, threatening the Spectral Shields, 1 resource that can go into the Vambrace of Determination as well.
Restless Coalescence, a handy counter to that. Victor all the way down at 25 to Michael's 36.
And unlike the last game, which is very, very important, no Count Your Blessings have yet to be resolved for Victor, which means once he finds that first one, yes, it'll be 3 life, and then the next one will be, 3 or 4 life, but that train has to get started at some point. And here, if Victor starts to find it, he's already down to 25. I just have to wonder if that train is going to be a little later leaving the station and if that'll impact the ending of this game.
I have no reactions.
Embrace of Determinations, no reactions means both of those Spectral Shields are going to be eaten up by that ward piece. Another Beckoning Mistblade is threatening the Restless Coalescence here. Vambrace once per turn action.
Interestingly, Victor activated the Vambrace to force action from Michael, and Michael is trying as long as he can to keep counters on this Restless Coalescence. Trying to threaten taking it away from him. Michael seems reticent to give up cards from hand.
Let's see just what those cards are if he's not going to move them too fast for us. Erase Face, Scar for Scar as well. Waxing Spectre, Waning Vengeance or Waxing Spectre? I think the Spectre.
Spectre and a Fate Foreseen. His hand is 4 red cards.
Means this Command and Conquer might be pretty devastating if it hits the combat chain like it is looking like it is planning to do. No blocks in reactions, going to make a Spectral Shield, eat up the damage from the Beckoning Mistblade. That's going to take care of that Spectral Shield. Here comes a Scar for a Scar now from the Arsenal. Here's 4 more. This is doing a nice job of clearing through this board. Scar for a Scar going to be met by a Fate Foreseen, and Michael's happy to find a use for it here. At least he's about to be happy once that Command and Conquer does hit the arena, because that Fate Foreseen might have just been stranded in the hand, and he got some nice value out of it on that command, on that Scar for a Scar.
We know he's holding a Waxing Spectre he can't make all that much use of, so if he does choose to block out this Command and Conquer, he's holding 2 blocks. He's losing something here. He's already activated his Restless Coalescence. Even if he blocks with 2 block cards here, he's losing that Coalescence he's fought so hard to protect, as well as if he opts instead to cast the Waxing Spectre, his hand is empty and he'll take 1 damage, losing his board and his arsenal and his entire hand. This Command and Conquer is coming in the clutch, stealing board, stealing arsenal, stealing tempo from Michael, who has maybe overcommitted to keeping these permanents around on his side of the table.
Have to wait and see. He's got the ward too. Arsenal, that's going to buy Erase Face block.
Okay, no other effects. Take 2.
No further effects. Taking 2. Arsenal looking like it's going to get destroyed here. Oh, it's just a blue sink below there.
Command and Conquer destroying defense reaction seems like it's intended lot in life. Michael has a 0 for 4 here, but his last card is a Waxing Spectre, so there won't be any follow, especially since he is 9 life up on Victor here.
That's going to buy
Go Again.
Yeah, 1 Command and Conquer out of the block, so 1 damage over the top. Victor now down to 24. We know it's a Waxing Spectre, in the arsenal here for Michael Feng. Art of Desire Blue going to be the follow-up. We think, what, Hiss in the arsenal from that last turn, probably?
I believe it's a Venomous Bite.
Venomous Bite. But
curious what his plan for this turn is. It seems like the resources are maybe not as ideal as he might like. Holding a Command and Conquer, we may see him activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares here with this Path Well Traveled, giving this Art of Desire Mind go again. If it hits, he could draw a card. This is really asking Michael to block with not a blue card here. And getting a Weakest Link out of Michael's hand here is fantastic for Nu, who needs to keep the pressure high, using this Chi just as a resource card to cash in this Venomous Bite, coming over the top now that this has go again.
And because of the 2 floating left over, that go again looking pretty nice with the Command and Conquer. Also importantly, keeping the Fang strike that was created in the hand for the CNC, meaning that CNC can become 7 on a whim. Maybe that Waxing Spectre will have to be committed to Ward.
Let's see the rip. It's a Fate Foreseen, not a blue card, but so many times over this weekend we've seen red cards leaving the deck be devastating when it comes to fatigue scenarios, and the CNC is coming in for 6 with a +1 rider behind it, disallowing any defense reactions, but unbeknownst to Victor, Michael's arsenal is an instant card. Does he have a blue to cast it? He does, but it's his Manifestation of Miragai, and if he casts it, his turn is pretty anemic looking on the follow-up.
And all of a sudden, Victor buying a little bit of the tempo so that when he finds those Count Your Blessings, it's not as painful to try to resolve them. Yeah, here comes the Fang Strike, just trying to get all the damage over the top.
26.
And in response to the Command and Conquer trigger here, Michael is going to be able to play that card. Respond to the CNC trigger, pitch away the manifestations, play the Waxing Spectre. So won't be destroyed in the resolution step before the card is actually destroyed. Tunic goes to 2. Michael would have loved to see that Tunic on 3 here to attack with the Waxing Spectre. What's going to be the play here for the Pro Tour champ? Coming in with the Waxing Spectre, another Erase Face, an interesting card. It does turn off the ability of Hiss and Venomous Bite, right, to target Mystic or Assassin attacks, but it is a 2-block. It's honestly looked a little clunky on these last 2 turns.
I think it's a deck space consideration, possibly, Sam. This card is in the deck to deal with heroes like Aurora. However, what this card can also do to you is, it's a red 2-block. When it's not good, you don't really get to convert it in desirable ways. Victor coming in with looking for a scrap here for 5 with go again, and notably, he snapped off no blocks real fast there because he has found his first Count Your Blessings. In addition to a Siren's Call, he gets to push some damage here, break up this board, gain 2 life up to 22, and arsenal the disruptive attack reaction in the form of Siren's Call.
But what did Michael Feng find? Because he, too, was excited, it seemed, to say no blocks, lose that Waxing Spectre, maybe sniffing out the Count Your Blessing on his side of the table. Has he found something impressive with 5 cards to work together with? Both players here now sub 30. The first Count Your Blessing has been played for Victor. But it was the yellow, so among the least impactful that we could have seen in these early stages. What is going to be the plan for Michael Feng?
We know his arsenal is a Phantasmaclasm. Let's see what he's working with here. He has a Rage Spectre, a Ripple Away, an Astral Etchings, and an Enlightened Strike. This hand is capable of pushing some serious damage in Victor's direction. Let's see what he chooses to do with it.
I appreciate Michael Hamilton watching the stream on his phone, but he can just watch the game. It's right in front of him. I understand that he wants to hear our as soon as that, and he's gone. And he's out of there. Here comes 5 with go again from this Enlightened Strike. No blocks, no reactions. Victor Mercado going to be going down to 17.
And here comes a Giant Fist, I believe. Phantasmaclasm for 9, ripping Victor's hand here. taking a card out of it, putting it on the bottom of Victor's deck, and forcing him to draw a card.
Oh, what's the take here? You've got a Hiss. That's the attack reaction. We don't know what the arsenal is if we're Michael Feng, but there's also the Bonds of Agony and the Leave No Witnesses that are both going to be pretty impressive. The Hiss is going to be the ask. It is going to be the answer from the Phantasmaclasm. So now 9 more damage that Victor has to think about. And adjust a Nick off the top, which works well with the blue card in the hand, including that Bonds of Agony that also still sits up in there.
9.
Just going to block 9, though. Bonds of Agony, Double Trouble, just a Nick, going to block out the full 9, leaving Michael Feng with just that card in arsenal, meaning that perhaps it's going to be the Leave No Witnesses from the hand to just pressure that arsenal right away. Coming in for 4, threatening the arsenal. Michael knew about this. Not he could do about it.
Let's see what he has over there. A Warmonger's Diplomacy. A Manifestations of Mirai, I believe, and a Preserve Tradition, as well as a Scar for a Scar. Not the most amazing hand of defensive cards, but we could see him cash in the Traverse the Universe here. Oh, Victor, waiting for that to happen, has his Tunic counter on 3 and the Siren's Call in his arsenal.
If Michael goes for the Traverse the Universe block here, finding that second Mirai. We know there's one at the bottom of the deck pitched a turn or 2 ago. It would be a blowout of calling level proportions because the Siren's Call would then rip that inner chi straight out of the hand, draw Victor another card, and make that Manifestations of Mirai so much less impactful. Does Michael see the Tunic? Does he get kind of got by a Siren's Call for the second time in these calling finals? If he lays that Scar for a Scar in front of this Leave No Witnesses, no, it's going to be the Warmonger's Diplomacy, and it is also going to be the Traverse the Universe. This might be exactly what Victor has been waiting for with that Tunic on 3.
The problem is that if he has 2 chi in his hand here, he can pitch the chi, cast Mirai, cast Preserve Tradition to transcend and then activate Enigma. He can take every blue out of his hand here at instant speed, and I believe he sniffed out the Siren's Call because he's opted to block with the other blue in his hand, despite the Scar for a Scar not being a card that converts here.
Oh, well, that is fire, Ellie Bird. That is some good analysis of this turn, looking at the options available to Michael Feng. Let's see if he's going to follow your lead, play the Mirai in response, activate Enigma with the Preserve Tradition. Here goes the chi into the pitch. And here comes the Manifestations. It's coming in with 4 counters. Here comes the Preserve Tradition to put an action back on the bottom of the deck. Enigma, you know it's going to be the activation of that hero ability. The Tunic's on 3 as well to come in with the Mirai. Looks like it's a Phantasmaclasm going back to the bottom of the deck.
This is devastating from News side of the table. You need this card to do something to win this matchup, and here it's accomplished basically nothing, right? Michael's cleared his hand in response, and he's capable of doing everything he wants to with his remaining cards. The Scar for a Scar may be a red without Go Again, but he can pitch it to swing Mirai and preserve his Tunic counter if he so pleases.
This might be the difference maker in this game. Now, all of a sudden, there's a Manifestations of Mirai with 4 counters. There's a Spectral Shield with 1 counter, and Victor Mercado is off of an arsenal. The Spectral Shield can come in for free. The Tunic can swing the Manifestations of Mirai, and there's a card in hand and a card in arsenal to follow up this attack. 2 into 8 is going to for sure be the attack.
Coming in for 2. Here.
Blocks. 7.
No blocks, taking the 8 from 15 down to 7. It's a tale of 2 blessings, right? You look at the game prior, you look to this one. Victor Mercado was not able to find the Count Your Blessings early in this one. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god!
Astral Etchings from Arsenal. You can see the head in the hand. There's going to be 3 more counters on this Manifestations from Mirai. It's now an attack for 14 with Go Again.
Okay.
Victor's going to 1.
Down to 1 goes Victor Mercado. What an enormous swing in this game. Michael Feng, he has put himself in the driver's seat, or should I say in the saddle, riding atop this dragon as he looks to take it to victory.
Victor not dead yet. Coming in with a scale peeler, needs to break up this board, but Michael has 4 cards to work with on the defensive. And Count Your Blessings is not the card you want to see in your hand right now.
Scale Peeler coming in. It threatens the Spectral Shield. It threatens the Mirror Guy. It's going to buy a block from the Scar for a Scar. Beckoning Mistblade. That's going to buy a block from the Find All Spring Tunic. This one doesn't have Piercing, very importantly. 2 floating, an attack for 4. And a Mirror Guy that's going to swing for 14 next turn.
Holding 2 to play this Count Your Blessings. He can at least recoup a little bit of the damage he lost. But like Azalea, going too tall for her opponents to deal with this Mirror Guy is just too much for the little guy to handle. Considering his blocking options, he has to play around Vambrace of Determination here. If he blocks only 3, Victor will become a Dragon Slayer in the reaction step with an activation of Vambrace of Determination.
Four damage here on the combat chain. Michael's got to give this a real think. He has no more armor to speak of beyond the Meridian pathway. Victor's down to 1, but that's going to change in a moment with the Count Your Blessings.
No blocks. Pass.
Michael says no blocks, giving up the dragon. And giving up the ghost as well. Victor gaining 4 life here to 5. Maybe this game is not as set in stone as we thought just a moment ago.
My jaw just hit the floor. I'm picking it up as we speak. Michael valuing the 3 cards left in his hand more than that Manifestations of Mirror Guy that could have attacked for 14 on the turn.
And this is the power of Count Your Blessings in this Mystic Assassin deck. He didn't block the Weave No Witnesses because he felt like he couldn't play around Hiss or Venomous Bite if they were the last card in Victor's hands. So he said, okay, you can have it. And Victor punished it with the best punish possible. Okay, thank you for your dragon. I will gain some life.
Now look at this, 2 Count Your Blessings in response to the Phantasmaclasm. Instead of just being the hand ripped apart, this is going to be, so how much life is being gained here?
He's gaining 4 and 5, I believe, gaining up to 12. This Phantasmaclasm will put him to 3 if he doesn't block otherwise.
And then a card is still drawn from the Phantasmaclasm.
Yes, Phantasmaclasm forces your opponent to draw a card even if no card is put on the bottom. Victor clearing his hand in response here is a masterful move. This is how you put yourself in the winning position. This is how you end up at the freaking finals of the 50th calling.
Hold on to your hats, folks. We're not done yet. It seemed as though once again the dragon would be ridden into the victor's circle, and yet Victor Mercado showing why he's the first seed and why Michael Feng needs to respect this opponent like any other, taking 9 down to 3. And all of a sudden, don't look now, there are plenty of Count Your Blessings in the graveyard. 4 out of nowhere.
Victor with 1 card left to work with. Let's see what it is. It's a Surgical Extraction, and he's coming in with a dagger to threaten the shield on Michael's board.
What's going to be the response from the Pro Tour champ?
A Command and Conquer, an Enlightened Strike, a Spectral Prowler, and a Waxing Spectre. He has many options available to him on this turn.
What's going to be the block?
Looks like he's getting rid of this Command and Conquer.
Scale Peeler for 1, but threatening of the Spectral Shield.
No cards in here, right?
Right now, nothing.
We just had our Battle Hardened conclude in the other area of this room. Sounds like John Zapata locked up the commoner battle hardened. Shout out to those SoCal folk in the AGE circuit. John, great guy. Sold cards to him before. He crushed me at US Nationals in Vegas in 2023.
To go again is the ask from Michael Feng here in the calling. That's going to buy the block of the Venomous Bite. What's the follow-up here from our Pro Tour champion? Still has 3 cards left in hand. Got rid of the Enlightened Strike. Still has that Command and Conquer in the hand. Not sure what the arsenal is. Astral Etchings from the arsenal to push this over by 1. 4 to the 3 is the response. No effects. Down to 2 goes Victor Mercado. Actually, it's a 5 power, excuse me. Down to 1 goes Victor Mercado. And then the Command and Conquer to follow it up for 6. That buys 6 pieces of block easily. So 1 card left for Victor. Tunic up to 2. He's just going to draw 4. There's a Codex of Frailty. There's a second Codex of Frailty and a Count Your Blessings.
Let's see what Michael has here. He has a Spectral Shield that'll come in for 5 without paying a cent.
5. Go again. Count Your Blessings might need to be used on defense here.
And that's really what you want to see when you're playing against a Count Your Blessings deck. That's how you punch through, is when the Count Your Blessings are forced to be played on the defense, when they are block value instead of rubber banding outside of your opponent's reach. When you pass and they gain life, that's when the weight of the life gain becomes so devastating. But if you can force them to functionally use it to block, even if it's a really, really effective way to cover up your life total, it's still nowhere near as bad for you.
5 damage. Go again on the combat chain. This, you can see all of the years there on the mats. 2020, 2021, 2023, 2024. This is the legacy of Flesh and Blood, and we are getting to watch its continuation be written before our very eyes. The 50th calling, the celebratory mats there. 5 with Go again is going to be... There is going to be a grain that tips the scale played and a Passover played to get some chi here. This attack's now going up from 5 to 6. What is Victor cooking?
He needs to transcend. He needs more cards in his hand here, and he's banishing the Sink Below to get a little bit of block value out of Michael's graveyard here. Likely looking to activate New with one of these chi and maybe pitch the other to cast a Count Your Blessings.
Because New just says cards. Does New say action cards or just says cards?
Blue cards.
Yeah, so that's Sink Below now able to be played if New is activated.
Perhaps he could find yet another
Activate
blue
New.
card on
Look
the
on
top
the
of
top.
Michael's deck. Leaves it there.
Leaves it on top. Sink Below now able to be played. A little shake of the head from Victor here. So he gave it 1 power to block for 2, sinking away a card.
Finding an homage to ancestors. There's more life gain. Where that came from, folks.
Not more block value to speak of so far. Count Your Blessings going to be played, pitching away. So
4,
gaining
5, 6, 7.
7 goes up to 8, only blocking 2 here.
8.
Should be taking 4, 2, 4.
I will take 4.
Take 4, no more etchings on this turn. So Victor is going down to 4 here after playing the 5th out of 6 Count Your Blessings. What's the follow-up from Michael Feng? There's not much block value left in the hand for Victor. Can he snuff it out? Can he find some more pressure? What's he working with there in the hand?
Restless Coalescence, Miraging Metamorph. He may not have really what he's looking for here.
Mystery card in hand as well.
But it won't take much.
I have 2 cards in my hand.
Here goes Michael Feng trying to see if he can close the door on this finals on this turn. Victor Mercado, not much block left in the hand, down to 4, found the Count Your Blessings, but just a little late, and a big Miragai for 14 was maybe the difference maker. Waxing Spectre here. We saw that put in the arsenal quite some time ago, but the most important thing is the +1 counter here. It's going to have the go again. It's going to buy some blocks.
Victor gaining 1 life and transcending, but he can't dig for defensive options in Michael's deck. He knows the top card is red, and Michael has more where that came from. He's holding on to a Miraging Metamorph that's gonna seal the deal. I don't think Victor has any way to survive this. Even with his equipment, he offers the fist bump. That's it!
And that is gonna do it. Count your blessings, can't do it all. And for the second time this month, Michael Feng is a champion on the Enigma Ledger of Ancestry deck. He took down a Battle Hardened, and he takes down the 50th calling here in Portland, Oregon. What another incredible chapter in the book of Michael Feng.
As my friend Jamie Foster loves to say, Enigma sucks.
Enigma sucks.
Enigma sucks. Don't play this deck. Enigma sucks.
Yeah, well, I mean, you might have to argue with the Pro Tour champion there, as the ledger continues to be written in both the hero's story and the legend of one of Flesh and Blood's greatest ambassadors, stars, and competitors. It is perhaps maybe all too fitting that this calling was taken down by the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Michael Feng. You can hear the cheers from the people outside as his name was mentioned over the loudspeaker. And I really do think, I mean, huge props to Victor. What an unbelievable run. But listen, you talk about a legacy calling. You talk about the 50th one. You talk about what it represents for Flesh and Blood. Someone like Michael Feng, who's been around for so many years, really put in the time to grow this game, act as an ambassador, and couldn't be more of like a kind, respectful, judicious, loving human in the space.
He is incredible.
Yeah, he's just an incredible guy. And to see him take down this calling, what it means for Flesh and Blood, what it means for the history, what it means for him, it's hard to write a better story.
The fungus spreads and takes another calling with him. Congrats so much to Michael, and I want to congratulate Victor for kind of a generational run. Won at the 50th calling ever on a deck everybody kind of thought was dead, making it all the way to the finals. Things didn't go his way, but he played some amazing freaking games of Flesh and Blood this weekend, and I am so proud of him.
Shout-outs to all of our fantastic competitors. Shout-outs to all of you for watching. Don't go anywhere because we have a quick 3-minute break, and then we will get the champion in. Michael Feng hits the hot seat to talk about his run and winning the 50th calling here in Portland. 3-minute break, and the man himself is in the chair. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the aftermath of the World Tour for Flesh and Blood, the 50th calling ever in Portland. This is not the first time you've seen me sat next to him, but this is the first time you've seen me interviewing him. This is Michael freaking Feng, the winner of Calling Portland. How you feeling?
Amazing. I got to do it on a hero
out.
I really enjoy. Obviously, that finals game was kind of like a blowout, but
It happens.
You're probably gonna ask me this, but I want to say this first. I want to give a huge shout out to both my team, the Wolfpack, Brody, of course, for traveling with me, but most importantly to Michael Hamilton, because, well, he was also my hell because he made that CYB new deck. But this weekend we played what we're calling Scar Enigma.
Right.
And he made that 80. Although I made him play another Ripple Away. He had one Ripple Away. I was like, you should at least play two. So I gave him one of mine because we just didn't have a spare. So we both played
You
two.
had three, he had one?
Yeah, so we both played two.
Here you go, please.
And we played each other in the Swiss in the last round in a winning in. And the first Spectral Manifestations I play, he discards a foil Ripple Away, which is the only foil, was the one I gave him.
You're like, oh my god, if this is how I lose.
But we swapped it for a blue sync below, and the blue sync below let me win the game against him. So it was just like a karmic circle. This whole weekend has just been insane. But sorry, I know you're going to ask me questions.
No, you're totally fine.
Thank you, Michael Hamilton, for making great decks. And both of his decks made the finals, basically. So.
And the funniest thing about that blue sync below is it was Victor's grasping at straws lifeline when he was trying to find a way back into the game.
For him. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's the power of blue cards.
Yep.
Talents about blue cards. So do you agree that Enigma sucks?
Crap,
Terrible. Don't play her. Please don't play her. We're at 615 LL points now, I believe, or something.
I think she was before this, and calling's 100, so 700 now.
Are calling's 100 now?
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering. I thought she was at 515 before. We're getting up there. If you want to become an Enigma player like the best and brightest Michael, you should give the hero a shot before she's gone in a flash like the lightning heroes we've seen released recently. What do you think you'll take on next?
So I've been doing this running joke where people keep asking me how I feel about Jarl, and I'm like, I just can't. It's just you can't switch from playing Enigma to Jarl because then when you lose to Enigma, there's a certain part of you that's just dying inside. You know,
I've been playing Enigma.
Yeah, and I've always been a big fan of Illusionists, and I played a lot of Prism 1, and I knew that Olden was bad into it, but then when Prism 1 was gone, I was like, maybe Dobby is free.
And then you won the calling on Olden.
I do like playing Guardian as well, but my standard response has been I don't want to play Guardian when basically all three of the Mystic Heroes, but mainly Enigma and New. And so the plan is I'm going to keep playing Enigma until she goes, and then I'm going to play New because I actually quite enjoy New lately.
New is very, very cool. You going to count?
And then maybe, I don't know. I have to get some games in. And then when New is gone, then we'll play the Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
And that, for all my Guardian fans back at home, I mean, that's the plan, right? If you truly want to play Guardian, you just got to play a lot of Enigma and a lot of New.
It's true.
Am I wrong?
They are the guardians of the format, even if they are not
the
guardians.
Gatekeepers of the Guardians, at least for now.
It's true. Even if they are not the guardians themselves.
Yep.
Speaking of you and Hamilton, I was under the impression that y'all didn't test that much with Count Your Blessings, and you were kind of under the impression Count Your Blessings New was not that good anymore after Worlds. How do you feel about it being your opponent in the finals?
I think it's a bit of no matter how you slice it, it's a little bit of a power downsize for the deck, just because those late game blue Count Your Blessings are just insane.
They're crazy.
You pitch them and then you draw them again. So I do think the deck is slightly weaker. I think Hamilton just doesn't like playing decks that get freshly nerfed most of the time.
That makes a lot of sense.
He was kind of off of it. Me and Hamilton are both actually Enigma enjoyers. We played Enigma at our Nats this year when Zen was just full power. So we've enjoyed this hero, and I think it was just like this weekend where we both just wanted. I remember I asked him, "Hey, what do you want to play?" And he said, "Honestly, with blue, they took my blue counts. I think I'm just gonna play an Enigma pile."
And your comment about freshly nerfed decks is so funny because I think Victor had the opposite approach where when a deck kind of gets hit, there's a little bit of this reading the sine wave on where
it must have been so powerful that they had to ban it.
Or just where's the culture at? Are people packing Poison the Wells? Are people playing Gravekeeping?
Oh, yeah, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, and Victor was like, Victor and I had a conversation
That's so
before
smart.
this where we were like, we don't have a backup match on this stream. We're probably
Right.
going to be a little picky about what goes on stream.
Yep.
And he was like, okay, I'll just 7-0 and make you put Count Your Blessings on stream. Which
Oh
was
my gosh.
a lot of fun.
Is-
Are you going to go to Calling Chicago?
Oh, absolutely.
What are you playing in LL?
Well,
Don't spoil too much if you're
the
feeling.
only thing I'm going to spoil is I keep dying as Prism to literally everything, so probably
pretty
not
fair.
Prism.
Probably not. Prism is a pretty solid answer. Please do me a favor and at least give Briar a try.
Sure, I'll definitely. Ball lightning static shock.
Mwah. Thank you so much for coming up here
My
after
pleasure.
dominating this calling and kind of blowing out the finals. But as you said, it happens. It's a
Yep.
card game. We
Yep.
play it. We're here for fun.
Yep.
And thank you so much to everybody for watching this. I want to say thank you so much to the Portland, Oregon Convention Center for hosting us and the Hyatt Regency attached. Fab Foundry. Oh my gosh, the owner of Fab Foundry is such an amazing and passionate guy. And
I love Travis. Travis, you're amazing. If you're
Travis
watching this,
is
thank
the
you so
best.
much.
He has put so much stake into Flesh and Blood. He's been in it since the very beginning, and he does so much for the game, for the community. Thank y'all. Thank you, the judge staff, so much. Thank you, the community and the players for coming out this weekend, and thank you so much from me, Sam O'Byrne, and Michael Feng right here for watching this stream. We'll see you next time, somewhere, someplace, playing games in the Flesh and Blood.